Really? Things actually stay alive and everything. Unlike last time, somehow it looked like my stream just barely, like, went off all on its own as I was doing HSW time trial, go figure. Like, literally, I was about to end the stream anyways, but nope. It just decided to go off all on its own, apparently. Stream, I'm gonna be going over the event week for this week from very early Thursday, like last Thursday, considering I'm actually doing this Thursday, because stupid fucktarded ass older ass brother and stuff can't even fucking go to fucking bed. But yeah. Fucking, but yeah, title of the stream is 2 times money / RP, since I had to fit within 100 characters, of course. For bunker sales instead of bunker sell missions. So I had to do quite a couple things, of course, to fit the title, of course. Of course. But yeah, bunker sales, it's a business, so it's not going to be very good. Since GTA 6 via VI, Cockstar decided it should be coded in a fucking box for the physical copy. Yes, fuck-ass Cockstar decided that GTA 6 via VI should be coded in a box for the physical fucking copy, apparently. Probably as part of their fucking marketing deal with Sony, of course. People might just purely fault Sony for that fucking one, but like they didn't have to agree to a marketing deal or some shit, so Cockstar is equally as... So, yeah, Cockstar didn't have to do a marketing deal with Sony, so they're pretty much equally at fault for the code in the box GTA 6 via VI. Don't be fooled by other people to believe that it's a pure Sony decision. I think Cockstar is equally, if not more, at fault for that decision. So they're the one releasing their own game after all. So yeah, because of that fucking shit, I don't necessarily want to spend too much time on this stream. The Independence Day sale. Celebrate Independence Day. Or actually say more about the bunker sales, I guess, a little bit real quick. I don't exactly find that business to be too solo friendly. In fact, of all the changes to biker businesses, I would even say the biker businesses are much more solo friendly nowadays than bunker sales. Like nowadays with the biker business changes, I feel bunker actually might be the least solo friendly business in the whole entire game, believe it or not. So, not unfortunately too good, I would say, for solo play. Because in one of the updates, they actually did like 50% extra like sale time or something, I believe, if you play solo. So you use a top up at like 30 minutes for a sale, I believe, but eventually it's like a 45-minute sale now for the biker businesses. Bunker kind of got the same thing, but I think the sales for Bunker on average were like 15 minutes, so with that same update Bunker sales, I think you only get like 22.5 minutes if you play solo, which still isn't the most time for some of the kind of ludicrous sale missions. There's like a couple pretty ludicrous sale missions you can get. Like I think there's like an insurgent one, for example, where you have to like defend against like Merryweather. You can't just purely drop something off each single drop off. You have to also defend stuff against like Merryweather or something as well. Like that sale, for example, and like the fact that timer didn't actually get buffed that much kind of ruins bunker sales solo. Unless you only buy one finger supplies. If you buy one finger supplies, I think it's only like 400 or like 500-ish K or something for the sale. However, though, so if you're going to try to sell solo, you should probably stick to one finger supplies for like 400, 500K, I will say. Because unfortunately, Bunker, in my opinion, is the least solo-friendly business with the changes to biker businesses have got over the years. Again, Bunker basically got the same thing, but it wasn't as good for the Bunker since the sell timers were less than the biker sales at the start, and it got the same exact buff the biker ones did, basically. Like, certain sales probably are fine solo friendly in 20-ish minutes, but certain ones won't be. That's just unfortunately going to be the case. I do find. Okay, but I think now on to Independence Day sale. Celebrate Independence Day with over GTA money, $2,400,000 off the Mammoth Avenger. Be it a Mammoth Avenger, it's basically like a fine mobile operations center. It's a pretty armored vehicle when the armor actually works, because I think the armor can bug out and it actually blows up in like one rocket. So the armor doesn't even like always work, unfortunately, from what I understand. But when it does, it's kind of like a fine tank, which is pretty nice. Has like the gun, kind of explosive gun things that the Mobile Operations Center has as well, but obviously you can use it in the air and stuff, which makes it so much better. Unlike the MLC, I think one person can also change the gun cameras in like one seat. You don't have to actually physically move in the seat to actually get to a different gun camera, which is also nice if you're either solo with like autopilot or with like a pilot and like just one person with the guns. But yeah, I think you have flares, but I think with all the complex controls, I don't really know if the pilot can do like the flares, like the countermeasures. Like flare or chaff, whatever countermeasure you choose, basically, I mean. But yeah. So the countermeasures don't exactly work greatest in this vehicle, given that you have to control like the VTOL as the pilot. And I think that makes it where you have to kind of use the co-pilot for that, I believe, unfortunately. Unless they changed it over the years, but I'm not sure about that one. And then in San Andreas Mercenaries DLC Summer 2023, they also added machine guns and missiles to the vehicle, I believe, as well as an option to purchase. But yeah, the machine guns, apparently base game, like, aircraft's actually have better machine guns, like the Buzzard and the, or like, Day 1 Annihilator, the GTA 4 Annihilator, basically, that's exclusive to GTA Online from, like, launch of the game. Apparently newer aircrafts just don't have as good of machine guns as the ones that are, like, available at, like, launch, from what I've heard. But yeah, like, they're not explosive machine guns. That would be too overpowered on a vehicle like the Avenger that can have quite a bit of armor. Again, when the armor actually works, because it doesn't always work from what I hear, to where it actually can blow up in like one missile. But yeah, speaking of the missiles, again, I said the missiles got added to San Andreas Mercenaries DLC Summer 2023. Unfortunately, the missiles actually do have a cooldown of 2 seconds when you fire 2 missiles. You have to wait 2 seconds to fire like 2 more. So those are the same missiles as the Day 1 Buzzard. So you can't just hold the fire button on the missiles. It won't just keep firing like other weapons in the game for missile weapons, for vehicles, whatever. So not exactly the greatest aircraft when it comes to the missiles, since you have to have a 2-second cooldown with Buzzer attack chopper from like day 1 of the game. And yeah, there is the exclusive mobile operation missions that came out in San Andreas Mercenaries Summer 2023 for like an exclusive money making opportunity. But honestly, unless you're playing them for the very first time, they're not really too worth it. They're basically like the mobile operations or like the special vehicle works from like special vehicle works is like December 2016. And the like mobile operations were missions from like summer 2017. So they're basically missions that have to go into the vehicle every single time to launch. You cannot launch the missions for you. Yeah, you cannot launch the Operation Terminal missions through the pause menu. Unfortunately, you have to constantly go over to the Operations like Terminal, whatever, over in the Avenger every single time. Which can be pretty tedious to do and doesn't make the grinding as good on those missions, unfortunately. I know I said a lot of negative stuff about this vehicle, but the first couple things I said especially alone make this vehicle very good. It's basically the MOC, but it's in the sky, which is a lot better. Like, obviously, the regular MOC is limited to the ground, and it's also like a semi-truck, so it's not the speediest either. Whereas this is an aircraft, it can be pretty speedy and has a lot more places to go. And has very crazy weaponry as well, along with the autopilot, all that kind of stuff. So yes, if you notice there are a lot of negative stuff, it's a very, very good vehicle in the game for sure. When the armor actually works and it does. What is this, like the third event now or something where you have the Find Our Collector program? It's also kind of last chance, chance. Because this is actually an extended event, by the way. It goes for... It's kind of a 2-week event, basically. Or it goes at least until the Court Center Heist DLC releases. I don't think they started to confirm the date, but the Plus subscription benefits, I think, end on like Monday or something, which is unusual. So it's like June... No. Like I said, the Plus benefits end on a Monday, which is pretty unusual. So I don't think they confirmed the date of the DLC dropping at least yet, as of like very early Thursday, July 9th. But it should be dropping on July 14th, apparently, for the Court Center Heist DLC, according to the Plus subscription end date. But yeah, when the Plus subscription ends a different date, and it usually does, that usually means there's a new DLC coming out. And that should be no different this time. So it should be coming out July 14th for Court Center Heist, even if they don't 100% confirm it yet. But since I'm doing this stream on like Thursday, by the time this is actually up for public viewing, there might be new information about the update, of course. But yeah, like big might, of course. If there's going to be information about the update, it'll probably be either today, Thursday, or Friday at this point. I would think. I would think. I don't know if they'd wait till like Monday, like the day before the update drops or something. And then, yeah, there's a free bunker apparently you can also claim right now, but no Lagazin Kudo bunker. That's actually the bunker that I own, actually. I really like that location. Since I own it, I do really enjoy that location, so I am obviously going to say it's a very good bunker location. It does have highway access, technically speaking. However, with the Phantom Wedge in particular, if you get that sail mission with the Phantom Wedge, you might have to be a little bit careful. I can kind of show what I'm talking about if I have time, I suppose, but yeah. There's like a jump you can do off of like the high rise, like dirt, kind of like by Fort Zancudo, like on the backside or something, or whatever. And then you can kind of just do like a drop down to land on the highway. So it's not the most convenient since you have to kind of go up like an incline or something to do that. But there is technically highway access, like pretty easy highway access if you're willing to take a little bit of risk on it. So I do like the location personally, Hence why it was my location even before it became free this event. What the hell, man? I feel like I was on a box screen for quite a bit of time. Kind of. Alright, it looks like 5 in Sakamo here, maybe. Commemorate a milestone in Penn State, Eton Island, big seal ever featuring free logs and kid bunker property along with bonuses on bunker and gun range missions. There's also triple rewards on stunt races, free times like money RP. Yeah, I think for stunt races, the original like 2 times money in RP, I think it's like 16k. So I think the normal amount was like 8k for like 8-10 minutes solo or something. So I think free times used to be like 24, 25k. However, in the Colonel Enterprises DLC, I believe back in like summer 2022, I think they did a permanent 50% boost on like all race types. So I think there's at least one permanent boost that has been put on stunt races like since the original amount for like 3 times. So yeah, another 50% on top of like 24, 25k is like another 12, like 13k. So I think solo 8-10 minutes you should probably expect like 30 or something k or whatever like max payout for like a solo race. But obviously you'll want to play against other players, and that's where you'll make your real money when it comes to races. You're obviously going to play against other players if you want to get like more than like 30k a race, which isn't really an ideal amount to get, obviously. So we'll have to play against other players, have a very competitive race to obviously get the most money you can make out of stunt races. And each race can be each racing experience can be vastly different, of course, depending on like who's playing it and all that stuff. So obviously, I'm not going to go too much into that at that point. But there's obviously going to be better stuff to do in the event than stunt races for sure. Though. For sure though. Yes. And then also the Independence Day vehicles of the Vapid Liberator. Also, yes, there is the return of the Vapid Liberator monster truck and then the classic Western Sovereign motorcycles for the Independence Day vehicles. Pretty cheap vehicles, at least the Sovereign is for sure. Liberator, I think, is just a Pegasus vehicle as well, so there's no storage limit on Pegasus vehicles. You can buy as many Pegasus vehicles as you want. Every single Pegasus vehicle you can own at one time, and you just summon them up from Pegasus on like the phone or something. And like I said, expanded event. I think they put the newswire up on July 2nd, and the event ends on July 13th. Again, apparently the Court Center Heist looks like it should be dropping July 14th, so it should be the final event until the DLC comes out. Hence why it is a longer event, of course. Alright, this has been going on for a while here. Like I said, I think it's like the 3rd event or something at this point that you've been able to do all this. And it's the final event to do this, of course, before Court Center Heist DLC comes out. Even if they didn't 100% confirm the date, this is going to June. No. Even yes, if they have not 100% confirmed the date, this is going to July 13th. Basically confirms the July 14th date, anyways. I would say. Yeah, the final one of the latest status looks like you only get it when you return for the Court Center Heist DLC. Okay, yeah, the shark card thing's been going on as well for a while. This has been on here for a while. And this has been on literally since like old school hits. Like quite a couple months ago or something at this point. And it's everything from like December 2025 ever since now available onwards. It's all stuff that's been on here for several months now. which will be the last event that should have his stuff up on here as well. Like, finally. But I didn't go into specifics on, like, what missions, so I'll go over the other missions for the bunker stuff and everything later, of course. Should be the last event, obviously, for the plus benefits, by the way, as well, though. And yeah, if I do go over more stuff with the bunker, I'll do it later. Again, I'm not in the mood to go over a bunch of stuff anymore like it used to be since GTA 6, but yeah, it's like code in a fucking box for the physical copy, as they announced, which I'm not a fan of. So I'm kind of boycotting some stuff with this game series and everything, basically. And not just this game series, I mean, like, anything Rockstar. Kind of. Like, I don't even want to buy GTA 6 till, like, pretty much the last day of pre-orders, basically. Like, I think I'll probably still get the game, unfortunately. Because there's a lot of hype around it and stuff. And I do want the Vice City, like, weapon, like, livery tint stuff, whatever. For, like, the pre-order bonuses. I'll probably wait till, like, last day to get it, like, literally. Because I'm not a fan of the whole code in box situation. Like I've stressed more in my past couple streams. If you want more details on my stance of the whole thing, refer to the... If yes, you want my stance on the whole, like, GTA 6 VI debacle stuff, refer to my previous GTA on stream before this one. Like, the 2-hour one or so before this. And then my almost 2-hour last, like, Reddit online stream that I did right before this stream. By the way, if you want details on, like, my whole opinions on the debacle. Especially my Reddit stream from the previous stream, I think I did kind of better explain it in that stream. Since on Reddit streams I don't have as much information to go over for the actual games themselves. When I do these, like, event streams, of course. Since GTA Online has so much more content to buy and everything. And explain and all that.
What can I do for you, Daddy?
Yeah, it's gonna give me a voice.
Anything you want.
Yeah, obviously I'm just doing mansion related since, yeah. It's basically all the same helicopters that was available with the property from the previous update of Hidden Solid Horror, so obviously I'm just doing mansion related is what I'm trying to say, basically. I didn't see the gunman really pop up or anything, did I? Wait, I did, okay. I wasn't going crazy, I guess. I guess. Guess I should try to get to that, obviously, so I can go over to gunman, like, when someone's coming in to do that. Since I found it, apparently. Might be at, like, this gas station area or something, and it looks like, or close by at least. This thing was like straight lying to me or something. Something. I feel like I'm having seen on her, but okay. I don't think it would have been the other way around. Wait, what? It's up there, wait, how is it even flipped one? It's like all the way up there, like, well, I'm not that close, even. Okay. Pretty sure I'm not even that close, and yet it's still flipped anyways. It's weird, man, that's weird. Like, I don't even have the subscription right now. Because, yeah, I didn't pre-order GTA 6 VIP yet, so I don't have the, like, month redeemed. Because as far as I understand, you're able to redeem that to, like, March 2027. I wouldn't have done that yet. Even if I did. Basically. And if I were to pre-order, it might be a decode in the box, honestly, instead of the fucking PlayStation Store direct pre-order, which I don't know if, like, that would allow that. Like, free month of GTA Plus. Very much might anyways, be a download code in the first place or something. Don't know, but still no. Not that I really care, I don't really give a fuck to support Plus. Besides for just simply talking about it each time it's relevant. For people that do care about that information, of course. Hell, Plus is probably what got them thinking code in a fucking ass box is okay for GTA 6 after all, after fuck ass all, though. But yes, though. I don't doubt that the GTA community sucking up the GTA Plus as hard as they have basically has made them think they're allowed to do code in a fuck-ass box and everything and it'll be all A-okay, which, let's be honest, it kind of will just because it's fucking Cockstar. Everybody just, like, looks fucking Cockstar, I guess. No matter what bullshit they do.
That one's brand new. Just hit the market. You want a signature style? That right there is a signature style. Alright, so gun range inventory and discounts on the newswire. Alright, so compact EMP launcher doesn't seem to have anything going on with this, so I guess I can go over that. So the compact EMP launcher has different grenades than the regular grenade launcher, as well as the compact grenade launcher from day one with the game, as well as like the Biker Steel C1D, like one this is based on, basically being like a reskin of the original compact grenade launcher. Now that right there.
So it actually has a different grenade type. And that's because the grenades for this one are EMP grenades, so obviously it's a different like type of ammo, basically. So that means you cannot do the gun locker trick where you put like full ammo, like grenade launcher, or the compact grenade launcher, for example, in the gun locker gives you other one ammo each time you get into the game. That trick does not work for this one, unfortunately, since it's a different ammo type. Just so people are aware. And also, there's also like the compact grenade launcher where you can also use it as a drive-by weapon.
I think you can use that as a drive-by weapon, at least in boats and motorcycles for sure, I do believe. Doesn't really serve too much use on a boat, I'll be quite honest, but for motorcycles, you can definitely get a lot of use from a motorcycle with this weapon for sure.
Right there will make an impression.
Like, I definitely would say for sure you can get some good use out of it on a motorcycle. And yeah. Unfortunately, you do use it on a weaponized vehicle. Once disabled weapons of a weaponized vehicle.
Is a signature style.
In fact, there's actually only one vehicle in the game, I believe, that disables the weapons for, and that's the Buster Attack Chopper. That's the only weapon that actually has the weapons tied directly to the engine. So I guess it doesn't work on like pretty much almost every single weaponized vehicle in the game, since weapons, for whatever reason, are not tied directly to the engines in this game.
Like are you thinking? Do it once, do it right, right?
So yeah, keep that in mind when you do hit a weaponized vehicle. They'll still be able to self-defend themselves, unfortunately. It's not as good as it could be because of that. And also, you can't really hit air vehicles if it's doing that well either, since it's like a grenade launcher and it like arches. And it can't really go too high unless they're already like on like the top of like a tall building or something, obviously. If it was airburst like up an atomizer later in this list, then you could probably hit like air vehicles
You want a
actually.
signature style? That right there
But
is
yeah,
a
unfortunately,
signature
it's like
style.
the other huge weakness of this is you cannot do that. I will give them props though with the previous DLC, the Money Runs DLC, they actually did buff it with RC vehicles. I believe the RC Bandito, RC Tank, and RC
Like
personal vehicles. I think
do it
all
once,
of
do it
those
right,
you can kick
right?
vehicles like. I mean, you can kick players out of RC vehicles when you hit them with the compact EMP launcher now. In the last couple updates, it's been able to be the case now, I believe. With the new increased like 5-minute timer, I believe, on all those as well. So yeah, RC vehicles have been significantly nerfed in like the last couple updates since the compact EMP launcher can kick players out of RC vehicles in the last 2 updates now, which is really nice. So at least that's a huge boost for this weapon in the last couple of updates. But yeah, it's kind of mostly a disappointing weapon given like how much more potential it could have had.
You want a signature style? That right there is a signature style.
But I'm not gonna lie, this is still a very good utility weapon for what you can do with it still, regardless though.
That's new stock. Fresh out of the box.
Alright, so for some reason it doesn't look like there's a plus exclusive discount for the gun van, interestingly, like there usually is. So I guess railgun is next to talk about here.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Okay, I'll go over Atmore later, I suppose. Just a usual OGT text, whatever. They had a railgun. Shoot a couple of these and show what I want to show with it. So, with the railgun, for the ammo, you can buy it through this menu, but it is more expensive to do it this way. Because round times 2 is like 1,050. Full ammo is 2,100 for like 3 rounds, apparently. What you can do instead, though, this works for the Meriwether ammo drop. Yes, this works for both the Meriwether ammo drop. Tom Connors, let me finish, please. Come on, man. Goddamn, that interruption was annoying. But yeah. So yeah, you can use the Meriwether ammo drop. Sorry about I haven't said it like 3 times, but I didn't expect Tom Connors ammo the second time. It might work out 5% current was being for the first time, of course. So yeah, you can use mirror over ammo drop for like the 4th time. I haven't said it, unfortunately. Or you can also use the CO one, and so I just became CO. And if you do it that way, all ammo for it will only cost 1,000 bucks. Albeit you might have to also hold the railgun when you collect the ammo, just keep that in mind as well. I think it's like an oversight because I think the ammo's been in there since like 2014, since technically the weapon existed back in 2014 with a single player. And for whatever reason, I think the code back in like 2014, even for GTA 9 with the ammo boxes, included the railgun ammo for some reason. Or something like that, So that's a cheap way to fill all ammo. Yes, you can literally be at 0 ammo and fill it up right to 20 for only $1,000 doing it that method. CO1 is preferable, of course, since it spawns next to your character. If, say, the CO's limit is fulfilled in like a public lobby, you can also use the Merryweather CO, like ammo drop. But it's a lot more like inconvenient to do that method or whatever, since you have to wait for it to deliver and all that kind of stuff. I think. And I think it can get buggy as well in a public lobby, of course. But yeah, that ammo trick alone, even with all the nerfs to the railgun that the online version has that the single player one doesn't, makes the railgun a very deadly powerful weapon. The fact you can replace the ammo for really, really cheap. So it makes the ammo... So yes, it makes the ammo really accessible and also makes the railgun really powerful in this online mode as well. Despite all the nerfs of the online railgun, it is a very powerful weapon in online with the ammo, like, being super, super accessible. So it's a very good weapon.
Hey, make it quick. Won't find that in ammunition. Ha!
And then the RPG. The RPG... It can out-damage the homing launcher if you are good at hitting targets with manual aim, of course, with the regular RPG over the homing launcher, and it's like automatic aiming. Now, that only applies to most vehicles. Not every vehicle has that being the case.
I like how you're thinking. Do it once, do it right, right?
For example, I think there's electric Amani-Tech vehicles that have like a patrol tank mechanic, which I think makes the homing missiles and the RPG do the same exact damage. So I know on electric Amani-Tech vehicles, for like super recent examples, it's not the case where the RPG would do more damage than the homing launcher. And I think also, like, something like the TMO2 Kanjali, I think as well, that's the case. I think the TMO2 Kanjali has like a universal armor. Some vehicles have universal armor where they take the same amount of damage from everything, I believe. Or almost everything aside for, say, like the flat cannon for like the anti-aircraft trailer, which is just a really powerful explosive weapon in the game that can destroy like TMO2 Kanjali in like 2 or 3 shots versus like
style?
8 RPGs, for example, I believe. So RPG, when it can out-damage the homing launcher, is definitely able to be a pretty good weapon, for sure.
Can't be found anywhere but this van. Guaranteed.
Yeah, up an atomizer. It's an airburst weapon. That one's kind of more worth showing off in the game. It's pretty easy to explain that one.
Get out of here soon too. Hey there.
But yeah, it can ragdoll vehicles, which is very useful for business missions. Like the bunker sales, for example, for like a bunker business vehicle gets like stuck or something, you can get like unstuck with that atomizer, which is the best use for it. So it's a very good utility weapon for sure. And it's infinite ammo, you just have to wait a small little cooldown, which is very, very nice. Again, if it was airburst like the compact EMP launcher, if that was airburst and had no ammo limit and it was just a small weight or something, it would be a much better weapon for the compact EMP launcher if it was like this for the ammo where you have the small little weight cooldown and you don't have to constantly buy ammo and all that stuff. Some points I was making earlier, of course, for the compact EMP launcher.
You know the deal.
That's the very latest. That was only released a little while ago.
Also, only for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, and PC Enhanced has the El Strickler rifle. I'm pretty sure this does not exist on Lexi platforms, it's only on the newer platforms. There's no buyable attachments for this weapon. It's also the latest weapon that's even released in the game. So unless quite possibly the final DLC for GTA 9, the Court Center Heist DLC, has some sort of new weapon to it, El Strickler is technically the latest weapon in the game currently in GTA 9 ever released. And it released back in Agent Sabotage DLC.
Trust me. You can trust that rifle.
Yes. It was released in the Agent Sabotage DLC for winter 2024. It's the latest weapon ever released in GTA 9. So this special version of the military rifle, it's basically a reskin of the military rifle, it's a special version of it. It has a blue flashlight, so it's a unique colored flashlight, which isn't really the biggest deal. It has blue tracer rounds. And unlike Mark II tracer weapons, which I think if the tracers activate every 3 shots, believe it or not, yet it's every 3 shots apparently for a Mark II tracer weapon, which is pretty bad. Also, I think those Mark II tracer weapons only can have like 300 ammo each time, which is not that good, unfortunately.
Yeah, now that rifle's a modern classic.
According to the video I watched from Ghillie Master, I'm pretty sure. According to the videos about tracer weapons, tracer Mark II weapons I watched from like Ghillie Master, whatever. Unlike those ones, this one actually has 9999 ammo, and tracers are every single bullet as well, which is a much better tracer weapon than any of the Mark II tracer bullet weapons, ironically. It also has an extra 5-10 meter lock-on range increase, which I think is extra 5-10 meter lock-on range that no other assault rifle in the game has, including Mark II weapons, I believe, as well. So if you're in gunfights against other players, player versus player is going to be like the best assault rifle for player versus player combat. Having an extra 5-10 meter lock-on range is actually pretty helpful for sure.
That kind of rifle speaks for itself.
And anything else I didn't mention, if it has anything else, it's like just pure cosmetic stuff, basically. It's basically like the scope, for example, if there's a different cosmetic to that or something. One other thing, though, it does not have a suppressor, though.
Yeah, now that rifle's a modern
And again,
classic.
you cannot add any attachments. Whatever you buy is what you get with this weapon. So unlike the regular military rifle, this does not have the suppressor. So you cannot use it in stealth missions. Basically, it's pretty much unusable for stealth missions for that reason, unfortunately. Maybe they thought with the tracers and wanted to be stealth as well.
Trust me.
Having stealth and
can
tracer
trust
might have
that
been a
rifle.
bit too much for the weapon. I'm not 100%. But like El Rubio, El Strickler would probably make sense to have like an unsuppressed weapon. With how crazy him and his like guards get on the finales and stuff.
That kind of rifle speaks for itself.
Alright, so the heavy rifle is a 40% off weapon.
Yeah, now that rifle's a modern classic.
All right. Try me again soon.
So the heavy rifle, the thing with the heavy rifle, it released into contract DLC back in like winter 2021. And it was also a weapon that was originally meant for launch in like September 17th, 2013. It was actually a beta weapon for the story mode as well. But of course when it released it was on exclusive, of course, because that's how Cockstar operates nowadays, unfortunately. It has flashlight, suppressor, grip, extended clip, and scope. On extended clip, this one goes all the way up to 60, like a lot of traditional assault rifles. Nothing too special there. Unlike the L-Striker, you can at least use it in stealth missions, having a suppressor. Doctor's retard. Doctor fuck-ass retard. Apparently arrived at Record Studios. But no, McKenna actually enjoys his music in real life and everything. I'm just memeing his character. Albeit the game doesn't like flip him off, apparently. I tried to bird email on him and it doesn't let you do that, apparently. Or apparently. Fun fact, fun fact, fun fact. But yeah, so the heavy rifle is a flashlight, suppressor. Again, unlike the Striker, it is a suppressed weapon. You can suppress it. You can suppress it. Yes, you can suppress it, and it will be usable for stealth missions. Grip, extend clip, which goes to 60 rounds on extend clip. Unlike something like the battle rifle with its easy 30 on extend clip, would cap the amount, for example. And then, yeah, it has a scope. Which service carbine doesn't have like the scope. So it is actually one of your latest options for like a scope, apparently, in the game. Especially if you're on the legacy platforms that does not have the L-Striker. It's basically like the latest assault rifle in the game with a scope attachment, apparently, if you care about that. But yeah, the thing about the heavy rifle, I think players say it's not actually that good, unfortunately, from my understanding. And according to the in-game stats, supposedly according to that, looks like you actually trade a little bit, like, see for example the military rifle has like better fire rate, and the fire rate actually drops, but you actually get a slight increase in damage, I believe, for the heavy rifle. In-game stats don't always tell the truth, I believe, but I think in this case it does. So apparently the heavy rifle has heavy in the name, so you would suspect it would maybe do a little more damage for that reason. So yeah, it has more damage, but you do suffer a little bit in the fire rate department as well. Fire rate itself can increase your damage, obviously, because it will mean you're getting more shots quicker. And just look at the huge difference between the fire rate with the heavy rifle and the service carbine that came out like one update later, basically. Yeah. That's quite a massive fire rate, like, decrease just for a little bit of damage. It's not too worth it, unfortunately. So yeah, people don't really necessarily enjoy the heavy rifle thing for that reason, because the fire rate is actually technically a better thing to have than a slight increase in damage. Because the extra couple bullets you might get off of the service carbine before the heavy rifle, for example. Yes, extra couple bullets you might get off the service carbine, for example, over the heavy rifle might make the damage difference like meaningless at that point anyways. So the heavy rifle is not as good as you would maybe think it is, unfortunately. I will say.
No one followed you, right?
Alright, go. That's, black market only.
And then there is the firework launcher. as a free weapon right now, apparently, as well even.
You didn't see me.
But yeah, so. But yeah, at least on PlayStation 5, Xbox 360, PC, and against like newer platforms. There was like what, the running the gauntlet mission or something had like the firework launcher available lately as like a weapon that AIs would use. You could probably tell from that mission it's not very lethal. Like when you get hit by those, it only ragdolls you and it does like a little bit of like fire, I think, like a firework obviously. So it's more for celebrations, it's not really a crazy firework launcher or anything really. Oh, and also it's actually using the wrong one. This is the one I'm going to use, obviously not the homing launcher. So I was not homing like the homing launcher. Came out with Rev 4 the homing launcher, looks like according to the ordering here, of course. But yes. 20 rounds, same as the regular RPG. Again, it doesn't really do too much damage. It's just like a ragdoll and like some fire, basically like a firework. It's not crazy, despite being like a rocket launcher. It's more for the celebrations, obviously, of like shooting them in the sky than anything. It's not a crazy weapon, but at least it's free. At least.
Hey. Only sold by yours truly.
And then last but not least, the musket for primary weapons available right now.
You were never here. I was never here.
It's actually in the shotgun class of weapons. It is single shot, so you will have to reload it every single time. It actually has a pretty long reload as well, basically. Yes, so this weapon does have a really long reload. Its single shot has a really long reload, which is kind of some bad qualities. However, though, it has a huge lock-on range as well, I believe. It does a lot of damage and has a long lock-on range. Like the in-game stats says it does have a huge range. So when you lock on, you can literally lock on the Mark II oppressors with this weapon. It's actually one of the better weapons, believe it or not, for taking out Mark II oppressor, alongside something like maybe the Marksman Rifle Mark II, for example, of holographic sight. Kinda these couple weapons might be some best for taking out those Mark II oppressors. Now, I'm not saying I hate Mark II oppressors, I'm not saying that, I'm just saying if you are dealing with a pest, like a pesty person or something on like a Mark II oppressor, the musket's actually really good for taking out those people.
You know the deal.
So you might not use it much in general combat because it's kind of bad for general combat with the long reload and stuff. But definitely try it out against a Mark II oppressor person, like a Triard or something like a Mark II oppressor, and you'll probably have some good results out of it if you're good with aiming it, of course, or something.
No one followed you, right?
Won't find that in ammunition. Ha!
So that was all the primary weapons. Compact EMP launcher, by the way, can only be obtained at the agency. Like the agency armory. I think the mansion armory and the mansion armory should be able to get it as well, of course. And then, aside for the like armories at the agency and the mansion armory or whatever, the only other option obviously is the gun van when it does show up
Like
for
you
certain
thinking.
weeks.
Do it once, do it right, right?
Heavy rifles at all the retailers, including ammunition, I'm pretty sure.
That one's brand new. Just hit the market.
We had a railgun is only available in the gun van, I believe. Yes, I do believe the railgun is only in the gun van unless it's available in the mansion armory, which I doubt, unfortunately. Unless you already have it in the gun van, of course. RPG is a day one weapon, so that's available ammunition in every retailer.
Can't be found anywhere but this van. Guaranteed.
Up and out, up and atomizer, I think used to be available at ammunition. I think back in like the early years when it first released. But yeah, eventually when the gun van came out, it was made exclusive for the gun van being like an alien kind of weapon. There might have even been like a short period of time where it was also like exclusive to like the agency armory at the time. But I think nowadays it's
Gotta
pretty much
have a
exclusive
handgun
to
you
gun
can
van.
trust, right?
Basically down. Being holiday weapons, I'm not 100% sure if the Barwick Launcher and Musket are somehow exclusive to the gun van or not. But they've been available obviously since their 2014 weapons have been at ammunition in the past, at least for sure.
That's new stock. Fresh out of the box.
And again, like I said, Ostriker is actually the latest weapon I ever released in G-Town Line, so it is a gun van exclusive for this one as well. Just to give an idea of like what's available like other places and what's the more limited stuff that you should probably be going for like right now if we don't have them for some reason. And then for Robo, there's only two options apparently this time: the stick bomb and the grenade.
Goes off
Yeah, stick bombs.
every time.
Very good utility for Robo. You can pull it up whenever you want with left on the D-pad, so obviously it's very good for that. Otherwise, it's a very good utility for Robo in the back. You can pull up armored truck doors for the back of armored trucks, basically. And then grenades, a basic explosive Robo. You have to time them, unfortunately, to get the most use out of them.
Primers
But, I mean, you
included.
could pull it off, and it could be fun enough, at least. It's a basic explosive Robo, but it is usable enough, at least. But obviously not as good as the grenade. But obviously, I mean, the grenade's not as good as sticky bombs, obviously, though. And obviously, you have your body armor, of course, like usual.
You hear a gang war's on the way? Let me know. I'll stock up.
Typical OGT text, whatever. That. I was tourist board apparently for day of Thursday, technically. Usually where an event refreshes, but since it's like a longer event, it's basically the same event, basically. It's basically. So yes, again. I am doing a stream on Thursdays, so it is kind of usually where an event would change, but since it is a longer event, but yeah, since it is a longer event, I think the events are pretty much mostly the same for this one. Unlike other ones that had like 2 weeks, where some things actually did change, I think this one's basically the same event, but for a little less than 2 weeks or something. Again, like I explained, the DLC is coming out like July 14th. It's suggested by the end date of the Court Center heist, like the elitist stuff and all that, like ends July 13th, and the Plus event suggests July 14th should be DLC drop day for the Court Center heist. So yeah. So even though I'm doing this on like Thursday, and this is for Thursday, the event stuff should be pretty much all the same for like the next few days or so still. Unlike usual, of course. Be a cat, poodle, and crow.
Hey there.
Cats you should easily find in the city in like alleyway areas. Cat, yeah, you should be able to find those in like alleyway areas pretty easily in the city. Poodles, you find those in like richer areas in the city, I believe. Like Rockford Hills, like those areas by like the Ventricle Jewelry, which might very much still be Rockford Hills or something, for example.
Alright. Find me
And I'm not really 100% sure like where crows would be in particular. You might want to look more into that one. That's newer platform exclusive stuff for PlayStation 5, Accessories X/S, PC Enhanced. If you're not on those platforms, you shouldn't be getting this text or anything, basically, really don't. And obviously on the older platforms, you don't have the animals in 3 minutes. That's why I mentioned a couple particular platforms. fine, I guess. Okay. Interesting place to get that. I don't think I've ever had it in this location. Interesting, interesting, interesting. And it's right on my radar apparently too. Okay, okay. Okay, so yeah. On to time travel stuff, which I believe I have to refer to GT series videos community posts for that kind of thing. So I have to pull that up pretty briefly here. At least. But yeah, I think for barely any time at all, some of the bare minimal stuff that will change for kind of the secondary week of this like 2-week event will be some time travel stuff, I believe. But yeah, for July 8th, no, July 2nd to July 8th, which is pretty much past at this point, but I'll go over it anyways, is the Lake Vinewood Estate for the regular time trial. Which I believe is this one obviously right now, because I'm barely playing in the last part of the first week of the event. Technically speaking. But like Vinewood Estate is an area of like heavy lap time, so I'm gonna assume you're gonna want a lap time for that one, like for sure. Vinewood Hill area is probably like pretty much one of the heaviest lap time heavy areas of the whole game, with like lack of like pure straights, all that kind of stuff, or top speed, of course. So I would say you probably want your best lap time options from like motorcycles class, super class, or sports class. I'd look into that from Burfy1322, racing YouTuber GTA Online, as well as like their spreadsheet, not from like their videos directly, showing like the performance actively in the game for vehicles. July 9th to 13th, it will be Elboro Heights again. As when I'm doing the stream, that should be happening only a little bit, like the next hour or so, I believe. Yeah. Yes, though. It's like over here or something, right? Yeah. That's kind of either the starting area to time trial, or it might be like the ending area, depending like if it's named after point A or like point B or something. And this one would probably definitely start as a lap time option, but top speed could work better on the Elbro, I'm guessing for sure, than it would for the like Vonwood one or whatever I was saying earlier. What I was saying earlier, yes, like Vonwood is state, I mean. But you might very much want lap time for both of those. Because, like, I'm not sure where the overall heights would be end up going, like, anyways, per se. And lap time's just generally better than top speed in most cases in the first place. But yeah, so regular time trial for those weeks. Briefly, I think when summer 2023 Los Angeles Mercenaries, there was a time period where I think it changed every single day, like our CB did and Chuck Energy do still. But they went back on that eventually at some point. So I want to say it's available every day for the week, and you can get like 50k a day up to like 300k like a week. Or I mistakenly said 300k a week products in my podcast body for stomach hernia, of course, but really it's 350k for 7 days, I believe it. 50k, of course. So, but yes. So. This one you can probably take this particular one you could probably make like 350k, of course, for each of the 7 days. The other one might only even last for like 5 days or something, so like that one might only make like 250k at most or something if you do it like each day for like 600k total or something for like 12 days or something. Yeah, I believe 12 days, yes. And then for the day of Thursday for the RC Bandito time trial. And then if I can find it, of course. Weak stomach and everything. Come on. Alright, here it is. My bad. Again, it was my fucking body for some reason. It's fault. It's taking so long, probably. But yes, though, for the day of Thursday, the RC Bandito time trial with the 1 minute 30-second part-time near Cypress Flats. So as the name of the type does suggest, you're going to use the one single vehicle of the game, the RC Bandito, for the RC Bandito time trials. So for these, it's about learning turns and corners, which you can do naturally with like the respawn mechanic of holding triangle, Y on Xbox, whatever key on PC. That will allow you to respawn the vehicle, of course, if you need to. They do a bunch of like trial and error, of course. Of course, yes, so it would require a whole bunch of, like, trial and, like, error, of course. Possibly. So you might require a bunch of trial and error, of course, so you can do a bunch of, like, respawning to try to, like, retry to, or something to do a time trial. If you keep, like, failing it for some reason, like, not getting turns, corners out well and everything. Or otherwise, you can obviously look up some video guide and hope you get on the first try. But obviously, there's no promise of looking up, like, a video guide if you'll be guaranteed to get it on your first try. So you might still need to use the respawn mechanic method anyways, even still. So I recommend just purely doing the former method, but you could, of course, look at the video guide and that might help as well. And then the weekly HSW time trial. For, like, the last, like, hour or so is when I'm recording it is the final of the 8. So I'll try maybe right after I'm done with this or something to do with the, like, Bravado Buffalo EBX, the last I'll be using of that, actually. And then I think after that, my only real option before the new DLC comes out is the Fireball ESP, again, technically, since I did use it when the part time was, like, broken on that vehicle. I think where there was no actual part time, it was always, like, 0 seconds. Because I think it had an early access release of Agent Sabotage DLC, of course, being, like, the tier 4 vehicle, and you could actually upgrade it with HSW before it officially came out if you got tier 4 like I did. So eventually they fixed that, and I think it has a proper part-time now, so that's why I'll be using the Fireball ASP next, even though I've technically used it before, but it wasn't, like, truly technically using it, like I said, since the part-times were zeroed out, so there was, like, no challenge to it or anything, and there was, like, no real way of failing it, since you would fail it no matter, like, how you did anyways. With a zeroed out part-time, I was, like, guaranteed to fail, like, even at the very, very start. Have it archived, of course, during some of my Agent Sabotage DLC streams, if you want to check that out, of course, but yeah, so. So according to GT Series videos can be posted, first of them is the North Cheap Mash to Palomino Highlands, again, the last of the 8 in the set, I believe. Unfortunately, you might have to use the main route to go cross country. There might be an alternate route I go through Fort Lancaster that might be, like, a better route. I don't 100% like know how to do it though, so I've never bothered with it myself. But there might be a way to go through, like, the Fort Lancaster if you own, like, the hangar there or something. That might be more convenient, but honestly, you can probably just use their GPS route for the most part on this one, since it's quite a difficult one anyways, in the final of the 8. And then especially at the end, there's some, like, shortcutting you can do with some, like, barriers that are, like, broken, all that kind of stuff to get to the place easier. Basically, to kind of go through, like, here, like, this all, and avoid, like, some of the roads at the end, basically. Like, the turns, corners, that would just take more time to do. I mean, the hardest of them, you might pretty much have to do that, unfortunately, which fortunately. And then, yeah, the first of the set of 8 is the East Vinewood one, apparently. Which goes to Vespucci Beach. I think it's, like, somewhere near this building here, like, somewhere not far from, like, here or something, I think, for the start point, if I recall right, basically. And it's the easiest one, so you pretty much just want to do the GPS route. It's not really too much shortcutting you can really do on the easiest ones. It's, like, pretty straightforward. So actually, if I was saying it's, like, here, it might be more this way, actually, about, like, the Capco over here, like, the Cap Company, actually. Actually, it might be, like, more over here. Oh, yeah, now it says East Vinewood over here. Yeah, it wasn't even saying East Vinewood. I was there, my bad. That's downtown Vinewood. This is East Vinewood, so it's definitely closer to here. See, I think it takes place like around the park here and everything. So there might be just some shortcuts you can do at like the beginning, but I think for the most part, you pretty much just do GPS route the whole way. It's very straightforward. It's the first one anyways. Don't really need to do much shortcuts on that one even. And then finally, at least for this, no. For day of Thursday here, it is going to be for the Junk Energy time trial Mirror Park. Probably not one I've ever said before, since I never really do Thursday streams, since obviously it doesn't really usually work to do a Thursday streams. That's usually when an event goes live. There technically is a little bit that would change, but not much of anything at all. So I figured if I was going to ever do a Thursday stream, some like being annoyed about GTA 6 being coded in a fucking box for a physical copy, of course. This is the time to ever do a Thursday stream, I suppose. I meant to do it for Wednesday, but yeah, it kind of got to the very, very beginning of Thursday, unfortunately. But yeah, this one is a 1 minute 50-second power time for Mirror Park. And as the name does imply, Junk Energy time trial. It's kind of similar to RC Bandito time trial stuff. Or actually, sorry, I don't know why I said I don't know why I said like as the name implies. Junk Energy doesn't really imply like it's limited to like 1 or 2 vehicles. Yeah, similar to RCB and Data Time Trial, you only have like 1 to 2 vehicles to use. You can technically use both the regular inductor as well as Junk Energy inductor. If you do want to use the regular inductor, you do still have to bring your own regular inductor. And they will pretty much provide you with the Junk Energy inductor, which are the 2 bicycles that were released in summer 2023 with Dangerous Mercenaries DLC, same DLC that released the Junk Energy Time Trials. aka the latest set of time trials in the game. And you cannot use 2013 bicycles, you only use the 2 that has the... You can only, use the 2 that have the curse boost to them, being regular inductor, Junk Energy inductor, like I said. So as long as they don't fall off the bicycle, go where you need to go and maximize on your curse boost, you should be able to complete it, no problem, I would say, for the most part. If not, then obviously look up some video guide, like I said earlier, for RCB and Dito time trials. But yeah, HSW Junk Energy actually found to be the easier to the different sets of time trials. Ironically, the later sets of time trials tend to be easier than the earlier ones that were ever added to the game, I feel. Not counting like the extra RC Bandito ones they released in Dangerous Mercenaries DLC. I don't know about those like few extra RC Bandito ones they've done, but still. It's only put like 1 of those 5 even, I think. But I think it's pretty straightforward, honestly, for the most part for those. Shouldn't be too difficult to get that done as long as you're maximizing like curse boost, getting not like falling off and all that kind of stuff. And then finally for the premium race, it's for the muscle car class. I feel the last one was for muscle car class as well. It could be wrong though. Like for a last event, I mean. But yeah, go on to Bruffy 1322's vehicle spreadsheet for that information, basically. I'll go over non-HSWs first. I'll go over HSWs when I get to Dallas car meet, so I can kind of breeze through it quicker and get to like later parts of the stream maybe a bit quicker. With GTA 6 via code and box situation, of course. So for anything that's not a HSW vehicle for your legacy platforms, basically, you actually do have some S-tier muscle cars that are actually not HSW eligible at all. And that's going to be Dahmer GT. Then the Buffalo STX, the like a Monty Tech Buffalo from Contract DLC. And last but not least, the Dahmer FX. Those are your free non-HSW S-tier muscle cars in the game. Pretty much the free non-HSWs with the best lap time. And of those ones, the Buffalo STX is actually pretty much the best of those three, since it also has top 10 for top speed, whereas the Downers both have like within like 15th place or so top speed. So if you had to choose just one of one without HSW, you'd probably make it the Buffalo STX from Contract DLC DMI Tech Buffalo, if you're playing on like the older platforms. I'll go over the 5 HSW vehicles though when I go to the LS Kart Meet, where it's more convenient to do that basically. But yeah, what is the lap time? What is the top speed? Lap time is turns, corners in the city. Yeah, most race courses have a lap time, and that's why lap times are a lot more prioritized than top speed. And top speed's going to be like real life, where when your highest speed's like a highway, airport runways, and airstrips, which includes this Top of Hills one that released like in the last winter's update of Agent Sabotage DLC. I don't really think a Rockstar Created race would take place on that, of course, since it's newer content, and like any of the Rockstar Created races are like pretty much older races, basically. It is basically as well as the Grand Smolar Desert, and then Grapeseed, where you're free like airstrips, basically. So those are pretty much your main like top speed areas, like city courses. And yeah, I know the promotional image is like a hot ring race, which those might be able to have like stunt tracks to them, but I think nowadays premium races are pretty much just your average Rockstar Creative race course with like no stunt tracks whatsoever that are all city courses, I think. So I think that's why I go over it that way, of course. And then how do you know what the race course is going to be if I'm not going over the actual race course yet? You can do square, X on Xbox, whatever key on PC. I've seen it in like the middle of like the black rectangle, like UI kind of stuff. If you're at like Michael's 4-car garage area from like single player, I think is where the Corona's at. You can also do like right on D-pad in the actual Corona, and you can also do like on call on the phone, I believe, to join as well. That will take you all into like the lobby screen. On the lobby screen, you can do Square X on Xbox, whatever key on PC as well to check the map of the race. You can analyze for laptop top speed. If you have to do it there as well, you can also if you forget to do it there as well, you can also do it when you choose a vehicle. So when you choose a vehicle, you can also see the map of the race. I think that's more for like on-call sakes, I want to guess. Plus, you might also remember performance of the vehicle better when you're actually looking at your vehicles, and you have the map to see as well. I assume that's why they'll let you see the map when you choose a vehicle. So again, I'll go over the muscle cars for HSW for the premium race later when I'm at the car meet, when I can show the laptop of the like 29 HSW vehicles in the game. So I can kind of try to get through things quicker. Since GTA 6 VFAI says I shouldn't spend too much time on these streams. That code in the box ass bullshit that they're pulling. Alright, so it looks like it's the Ocelot Jugular as far as I can tell here for the podium vehicle. Now, I believe this will not change for week 2, unlike some other events they were doing where like a bunch of stuff changed for the second week. I don't think this particular event has a change for the week 2. Since again, it's like a smaller event, I believe, so it's not technically 2 full weeks. So I don't think they'll be changing the podium vehicle. I think it will be the juggler for the extended event, right before the DLC release, of course. Of course.
Throwing a party at your penthouse?
I've seen
Speak with
Ocelot. I
guest
don't
services and
necessarily
the
see the
evidence
word
from last night's
jugular on
debauchery
it
will be
though, but I
cleaned
believe it
right
is the
away.
Ocelot jugular. I'll make sure before I talk about it though. Should be the Ocelot jugular, like 100% though.
How can I help you?
I have $2,000 good sport, turns out. Never typical LGT text, whatever.
At least I get to give half my shit to
Alright,
somebody who fucking hates me for the rest of my life.
$962. And yeah, I think I did the $1.2 million like party foul, whatever, so I did do the off stream by the way, actually, I believe. Actually, though. In addition to the time trial, I didn't really get the two, of course. Like, I was doing a time trial, but I think my stream randomly ended at the beginning of when I was doing a time trial, I think, on stream. So it didn't actually show up on stream, by the way.
Here you go. Goodbye.
Yeah, 1,000 visitorship bonus coming to 1,731,000.
Fucking awesome right now.
900 chips, it looks like. Do my one wheel spin a week. Extended, like, event week as well, I mean. Since it doesn't reset, like, at the same time as daily objective timer, and it resets 24 hours after the spin, which absolutely fucking annoys me, so I don't really do, like, spins really for the wheel much for that reason, basically. Woo, 10% vehicle discount for Legendary Motorsport. I don't really want much of a vehicle there right now, not until, like, this next DLC releases, like, quite possibly final DLC before GTA 6 VI releases, pretty much. They didn't straight up say it's going to be the final update for the whole game, but you would think it would be with GTA 6 VI being released, of course. Of course. Like, you would think that would be the case, but they haven't outright confirmed that yet, I believe. But yeah, by the way, discounts, they're kind of a joke in this game. They only last for 48 minutes after you receive them, basically. So you have to already have the money, like, up front for whatever you're going to do with it, basically. At least the ones for the casino wheel, at least the ones for the wheel for the casino, those only last 48 minutes after you obtain them, which is fucking stupid. You would think you'd have at least a little more time to redeem those and not already have to have any money for that prior. Kind of scummy of it, that you can't just, like, activate it like Reddit Online, for example. Whereas funny too, this actually came out after Reddit Online. For the Casino Resort DLC, at least. It's kind of weird it works like that in this game, I feel. Just really predatory, honestly. Alright, yeah, it is in fact also a juggler according to GTA series videos. I don't think they rig overdosed and use wires anymore for Rockstar themselves, too. According to GTA series videos, it is a juggler dose. I expected though. So that's probably the main four-door Ocelot vehicle I think of when I see the Ocelot logo, basically. It is basically, after all. So it should be on a Legendary Motorsport website, I'm guessing for sure. Four-door, couple of discounts there. Actually, a lot of discounts, so like I think I was suggesting earlier, basically. And right when I have a discount level, I need to look more carefully here. Actually, right. Okay, so I don't actually have the trade price for this vehicle, it turns out, yet. But yeah, being a vehicle release during Diamond Resort, in my release during the Resort with the Heist DLC, I actually decided to use it, of course, and you have to complete the Diamond Heist finale as a leader with this vehicle, so I have to unlock the trade price. So it's basically as it says, you have to be the leader of a heist. You cannot join somebody else's heist that has the like jugular as the getaway vehicle or anything. It doesn't work that way. You have to actually be the leader of the heist. And as it does say, you only have to have it selected. You don't have to enter the getaway vehicle in the heist. You just have to have it as your selected getaway vehicle, but you don't have to enter the getaway vehicles at all during the heist. I personally don't actually recommend entering the getaway vehicles. I recommend either entering a street vehicle or like a police car, I think, instead, personally. Might let you get done quicker, basically. But yeah, yes, though. That's how we get the trade price, so instead of like $1,225,000, it's like now $18,750, which I would say makes it a 1 hour grind for the vehicle. With delivery, like an extra 20-30K on top, making it closer to 950,000, I would say. You can easily grind on like 1 hour of the game, basically. I would say if you're doing like efficient money making methods. Also, this vehicle did eventually get access to Mr. Lock-On Jammer, not at launch, but it eventually got that, given the vehicle came out before the Lock-On Jammer was in the first place, of course. And it's a 4-door sports car, which is useful for heists and stuff. There might be some cool niche application you might be able to get out of it in free mode or something with a lock-on jammer, maybe with some 4-door activity if you're in like a whole CO, for example, of 4 players, whatever. There might be some niche application where that could be pretty useful with the lock-on jammer. And like free mode use, but it's mostly a good vehicle for some like heist stuff, of course, being a 4-door sports car, which is not many of those, but it is good for heist stuff, basically, as you would expect being a trade price for a heist. But yeah, according to Bruffy1322's vehicle spreadsheet, it is a C tier sports car. Good enough for 19th place in lap time as well as 29th place top speed. And there is a total of like 117 sports cars in the game. That's pretty good. Like, compared to other vehicles, it's pretty good at least. Albeit, 19th place isn't that crazy overall. I guess if you take away the 6 HSW vehicles, it's like 13th place for a lap time, which is still technically a couple placements out of top 10. And obviously the top speed would be like 23rd, which is over 10 placements, like away from top 10. So yeah, top speed's not too crazy. I think there's something better for like top speed options like the Albany Beaster, I think, for a sports car if you wanted to use one like that. But I think it actually might be the best 4-door sports car for a lap time, which actually might be a good niche to have. Maybe. Yeah, I think anything that places above it, I think, is 2 doors. I think it is the best 4-door lap time sports car, which might be an interesting niche for like heisting, of course. So, like I was kind of suggesting earlier, basically. And also, fun fact: the Juggler's Ultra By the way, fun fact, the Juggler is also retro-nostalgic from the very first Grand Theft Auto game, back when they were top-down games, back in like 1997, like 1999, whatever. So it literally appeared in the first GTA game for the Juggler, and ironically, I think it was called a Juggler, like it actually had a manufacturer of the same name of the vehicle, Juggler, back then, if I remember right. So it is an interesting vehicle back in 2D universe. So if you like older GTA franchise vehicles, it is one of those, apparently. Albeit from 2D universe, not a lot of people care about 2D universe, but freaking HD, of course, though.
You have forgotten.
Could also day one more to call. It's not really involved with the character directly too much, so not surprising there, of course. So that's for like one phone call with the hands-on car wash. Previous update, I don't think I use them that much for the phone. Really though. But I think I did want to try to do the HSW time trial in case it does go away or something like 2 like AM or something, basically. Like in real life, I'm talking about, of course, I mean. I pulled up the phone, but I know, yes, I pulled up the phone, but I didn't mean in real life, obviously, I mean. Because obviously on Thursdays, it kind of usually changes, but given the event's basically the same, it shouldn't impact what I'm streaming, of course, too much, of course. For what I'm planning on covering here, of course. Albeit, first of all, I actually want to do a Quartz Center, like, run. Albeit. Yes, but, like I said earlier, I think my stream really ended, yes, I said earlier, I think my stream really ended last GTA Online stream, like, as I was doing a time trial, so I do have to do a mock run, I believe, for the previous time trial, actually, as well. And then this one, and then maybe I'll try somehow do the other one. I don't know if my game will, like, load the new one when it goes live, unless I quit the game entirely or something. If not, I'll just do a mock-up with the... If not, I'll maybe just do a mock-up of that one anyways, with the Firewall ESP, of course. I kind of already done that when the part-time was broken, I guess, so maybe not even, maybe not even. So I'll do a mock-up run of this one first, actually. Actually done. Which I completely forgot to suggest I would be doing, basically. But again, I think my stream ended when I was doing a time trial, like, literally. I think it ends, like, when I start that, according to, like, the initial thumbnail that I had before I did the custom thumbnail, basically. So literally almost done with that stream, but of course the stream decided to end without my permission, basically, last time. Like, last GTA stream, I mean, not Reddit, of course. Payphone, don't really care to do the payphone here or anything right now, obviously though. I think it's like here, of course, where it happened. So again, I'm only doing mock-up because like it ended when I did it last time. I think as I began it, basically. Also, let me do it like GPS actually. Yeah, that's the one that's like El Gordo Lighthouse or whatever. Somewhere here you can sometimes like label it as such. Okay, yeah, like that for example. The GPS route was basically where it goes anyways. It even didn't mark red on it. Starting now. If it fails much, then I don't really care, honestly, because I'm trying to get moving on the stream, honestly. That's honestly, though. Okay, that's not actually that bad, I would say. For a mock-up run, without it being actually available right now. I did complete off-stream and got to Kato, basically, by the way. Okay, well, that didn't go well, but aside for that, I might be able to. I don't know if the shortcut really saves much time, honestly, anyways, especially when this one's like electric and stuff. Like, honestly, though. Another person, but what the fuck ever, don't really care. Anyways, though. Speaking of running over a person, when it comes to like Pokemon Go or something, I think there's like a special like live stream they're kind of doing for like 10-year anniversary of like some Pokemon Go content creators or something. And they were going to have somebody called like Extra Emily on it or something, which people say don't even like play Pokemon Go at all. Don't know if that's true, of course, but apparently this Extra Emily person's like a Twitch streamer or something. I think they usually like, there was quite some times where they kind of like were driving, reading chat and stuff, and they almost like crashed into vehicles and stuff. And apparently they got like canceled out of it or something, which is pretty funny. Cancel culture, I guess, pressured Pokemon Go, I guess, to remove them. I'm not saying I'm opposed to it, it's just kind of funny. Like, honestly, it's kind of a good laugh when that kind of thing happens. Yeah, so. And then they didn't even like replace her with like a new female creator, so it's just like 3 male creators, which is kind of a bad sexist look now, which is funny too, though. I leave it to Pokemon Go to like mess up in multiple ways somehow for like the people like managing the like PR, like the press releases and stuff or whatever. Not anything new, I believe, with Pokemon Go per se. I could be wrong, but yeah, it's just really funny. It was just really funny to me, you know. So now it's like only 3 male content creators. And the funny thing is, apparently some other person got in some hot water or something with like stealing like infographic stuff, kind of like using the term like Madness Monday or something, I think. For like Monday, July 6th, there's like 60 plus raid bosses or something for Pokemon Go. And they're still allowed to be on it for some reason. Which is hilarious. Plagiarism, like AI used for like infographics apparently doesn't matter. Yes, it didn't endanger people in real life, I guess, like Extra Emily did apparently. Holy fuck, man, like what the hell? The double S standards and shit, regardless though. God damn, man. Fuck on his body. Stop crying, yeah. Fuck off. Please, man. Please, man. But I feel for the most part that mock-up run was pretty good, aside for like the beginning, where like obviously there was that one part I was trying to get through, because yeah, it was like nighttime in the game, so it's like hard to pull it off in the stylitis, of course. I feel aside for the beginning part there, it was a pretty good mock-up run of like the time trial last week. Since again, my stream canceled out for whatever reason, randomly when I was doing the time trial, when it's already like in the last like couple few minutes of like live streaming anyways. I don't know like why that happened, but at least it didn't happen earlier in the stream last time, of course. For GTA, I know I'm talking about one in particular, of course. Not my Red Dead one, I'm talking GTA, of course. Oops. I did not all mean to do that. Of course, if I'm not body bricks are hurting me, hell, fuck me up though. Of course so. Of course so. Go phone. And like extra ammo over here or something, or even worse even but in a game where it's okay to do, basically. Basically, not real life, of course. Fuck. But now hopefully over to us, hopefully things are fine still, of course, so. Yeah. Yeah, things are fine at least for now. Alright, so though. There's the Obey 10F. It's actually a website vehicle, by the way, on Benny's, I'm pretty sure, so it's not a vault vehicle. It's ended up not, of course. Also, seems like it should be. It is HSW vehicle, although those are actually not vaulted for sure. And what else is the Cheetah Classic? I swear it was literally like the last update, so all these are actually website vehicles. There's no vaulted information to go over for these, actually. To be fair, there is a boatload of discounts, so that might explain why there's like vehicles that like aren't vaulted on the dealership this time, which isn't usually the case. Of course though. But if these are on discount, I should probably go over them now, basically. Assuming if they are, of course. Alright, yeah, 10F is on discount. Yeah, the course is also on discount. Or La Cruz or whatever. What the fuck all over. Alright, all these are in fact on discount reviews for you. Okay, so I'll have to go over those in details then. Turns out. So this first, so yes, this first one is a sports car. That's right, actually it's an Audrey Motorsport, but it's also on Benny's as well. I don't think there's a trade price for it, so I don't think it matters what website I go over it on. I'm pretty sure. So I'll go over it on Benny's, and that'll be the more important area to go over it for. So the Obey 10F, the regular version, is 50% off for the event. $1,675,000 to $837,000 to $837,500. So of course that's the sale. Of course it's half off, so you basically just times that by 2. Obviously. So that is your savings. It maybe could have had this out long since it technically came out in 2022. But yeah, I don't think they really put on order vehicles till like the last like couple updates, Agent Sabotage, Money Fronts, and Safehouse and Hills. So I assume it was one of those free updates that had the lock on Jammer 2 to 10F for sure though. Like no doubt about it, no fuck ass doubt about it, man. Yeah, sorry man, this body press I'm trying to be fucking in so bad. Bro, I was barely even off of the spreadsheet and it kicked me off of it already, this fucking Google Sheets app or whatever. What the fuck, man? Like, what the fuck, man? But yeah, 10F, the regular 10F. According to Bruffy 1322's vehicle spreadsheet, racing YouTuber cheats online, it is apparently a E-tier sports car, being a 40th place to lap time as well as 22nd place top speed. So taking away HSW, that would be like 34th at best for a lap time, and like 16th place it looks like at best for top speed, so it can be several placements out of top 10 for top speed, which isn't the worst. But yeah, at least the regular 10F you don't really want for performance or customizations. They're probably better off if you upgrade it over to the 10F wide body. So this vehicle itself, I don't believe is on a discount. I don't believe so, unless Benny's upgrades have like a general discount or something. So we'll probably have to pay full price for the upgrade, but I suppose since this is the upgrade version of it, I guess I can talk about this too. So most likely you might want to be upgrading it anyways, and it is anyways. So I guess there's grounds to actually go over it as well then. So apparently the 10F wide body goes up a tier from E tier to D tier, which gives it 29th place on time again. -6 I think gives it like 23rd at best without the HSW vehicles in account. So it goes up like 11 placements for a lap time, just with the upgrade to the wide body alone, which is not too shabby. But it's also nowhere close to like top 10 territory. Like it's over 10 placements away from the top 10 still, no matter how you slice it. And then it's 18th place apparently for top speed. And -6 there, since surely all 6 HSW options are better for top speed, especially since top speed is actually pretty much the main gimmick of HSW with those insane top speeds. Pretty much that guarantees it's like 12th place at best for top speed without HSWs, which is only a couple placements out of top 10 actually, which isn't the worst. And you're getting very good customization being a Benny's vehicle. Benny's vehicles pretty much always have really good customization, so very good vehicle basically for customization. And not the worst top speed of the class for sure, even if it's not a top 10 of course. Of course, no matter like how you slice it nowadays. Pretty much. And then Legendary Motorsport should be next up the Panada course. La Cruz, whatever, for two-door. Yes, though. Now also keep in mind the new DLC is coming out, by the way, as well, as I'm going over these, so it might not be worth buying any of these just simply because the new DLC is coming out, unless you have, like, so much money it won't really matter anyways, of course. Which hopefully is the legitimate money and not glitched money, of course. Yeah, Sandra's Mercenaries DLC, Panada course, La Cruz, whatever. Half off, 50% off yet again. It's $1,990,000 to $995,000. Wow, you could order grind the game for like 1 hour and get this vehicle, not even joking. So I believe actually, fun fact, when this vehicle first came out, I think there was like a secret armor upgrade you could buy. But I think the next update after Chop Shop DLC, they actually managed to fix that, and I believe there's no way to do that anymore nowadays, unfortunately, like, for legitimate means, at least, of course. What do you have to do? Just, like, apply, like, a sun strip when it first came out, and I think it was, like, some hidden armor upgrade or something for, like, one very specific, like, sun strip, I think, did it back when it first came out or something, but that doesn't work anymore for sure. So yeah, it wasn't meant to have armor in the first place, so it's not an armored Omani Tech vehicle, I believe, unfortunately. I think it's like the bare minimum features of Omani Tech, I believe, like missile lock-on jammer or remote control unit. I don't even think it has silk mines. Don't even think there's silk mines as an option. I'm pretty sure it's not. Because unlike the Stinger TT and the Bravada Buffalo EVX, I don't remember having takeoff slip lines for this one for the HSW Tantra. I was like, for sure. I also believe that explains why there's like as much as 4 HSW vehicles in particular for Sandra's Mercenaries, because there's like half of them you can even like, use for HSW Tantras. Obviously, if you had like the slip lines on, I assume that's probably why they did like 4 HSWs in that update, which was more than any other update aside for obviously at launch. When the game first came out, there was obviously more HSW vehicles than any other update. Besides for launch, aside for launch day, of course, for the 9th gen version of the game, I think 4 was like the most in one DLC, I believe it was. Sandra's Mercenaries, of course, for HSW vehicles. So I guarantee only has the missile lock-on jammer or remote control unit. It is electric, I'm pretty sure, so the remote control unit can work pretty good. But you can also never go wrong with missile lock-on jammer. Missile lock-on jammer can always be good as well, of course, no matter what the vehicle is, basically. So you could really go either remote control unit or the missile lock-on jammer on this particular vehicle, I would say. Being an electric Omani Tech vehicle. But yeah, again, unfortunately this one does not have armor plating, so it's not one of the like crazy electric Omani Tech vehicles I was kind of talking about earlier when it came to talking about like the patrol tank mechanic of like the RPG earlier, of course, with the gunman, of course. So really on the legacy platforms, you're just getting an option missile lock-on jammer or remote control unit for the bare minimal Omani Tech features. Otherwise, if you are on newer platforms, so you do actually have HSW upgrades available. Where else? Carney, Violent Cook Garage, and also the Mansion Vehicle Workshops. Or GTA Plus, basically. Basically. Now, by the way, for the HSW, your only free option is the LS Car Meet. For like a property, you don't need like the $8 a month subscription for GTA Plus. If you have GTA Plus, you get both the Violent Club Garage options and the Mansion Vehicle Workshops. Yes, you cannot even use the Mansion if you don't have Plus for the HSW upgrades, or even the like agency, like Vehicle Workshop and Money Tech upgrade for that as well. For these two properties, for the Amani Tech, I think you also need the $8 subscription for using these two properties aside for the agency. Just keep that in mind, basically. And that obviously means you would have to be on a newer platform as well, of course. So yeah, for performance, this is another sports car. Like the 10F from earlier, of course. But yeah, the regular Pinata, of course, the one that's on discount, like for sure, basically. According to the vehicle spreadsheet, it is a B-tier sports car, and it's a 12th place for lap time, and 92nd place for top speed. Yeah, it's a terrible top speed though, because like I said earlier, it's electric. And again, it's non-HSW, so it doesn't really get to have like the good top speed that that one would surely have. So it's a joke without HSW for top speed, obviously, as you would pretty much probably expect. But yeah, if you took out HSW vehicles, if you're on the legacy platforms, it would actually for sure be like a top 10 option for lap time. Yeah, all the HSW vehicles actually have a better lap time as well, so it'd be like 6th place literally for lap time. So again, the current versions of the game is 12th place in lap time, so it would be like 6th place lap time without HSW, of course, on the legacy platforms, obviously though. You see what I'm trying to say there? And yeah, it'd only be like 86 or something for top speed, which is still a complete joke, obviously, without HSW. For the stock model. Like the non-HSW model, you know that? And then if you did upgrade it to HSW, it would actually be S tier. It'd actually be middle of the S tier options, with a 2nd place for lap time as well as 6th place for top speed. So it is pretty much guaranteed to be the worst one, it looks like, for top speed, apparently, for the HSWs of the 6 HSW sport cars. Makes sense being electric, of course. And yeah, 2nd place lap time is pretty much 2nd best of the game, obviously. Just behind the Urmak Niobe HSW. That's the best one for lap time for HSW sport cars. And yeah, so I got out of there because I need to make sure to reset the auto timer. Auto timer's a little weird on LS Carmi, I think, because people can exploit it, obviously, if they didn't have it like that, obviously, for like the LS Carmi rep. Which for a while you could actually do that, but I think they've had a little like crackdown on that, basically. It's basically over the updates. So I have to make sure to go around like that, I guess, yeah, Grady LC and Cheetah Classic should be on Legendary, yes, as well. 2-door, and previous updates, there shouldn't be too far. Yes, just right here. Looks pretty much for sure to be a half-off discount once again. So, this vehicle, it is a body kit with limited customization. So what that means is you pretty much have the bare bones modifications aside for like one little livery you can either remove or change to a different one. Or actually, in fact, I think you're either stuck with this particular livery, or you actually have to remove the livery outright if you don't like it, I suppose. If I remember right. Which is funny too, because I think the Jester, you can actually take the livery off of it until this one came out. Which is kind of funny, so after all the outcry of the first one they released, they decided to do that with the second one. And Safehouse and Hills DLC didn't even release something for one of these. So they must have not done pretty good with how bad they released them, basically. So you cannot do all the body modifications you can do in the regular Cheetah class from like 2017 or whatever, for example. So you only have the bare bones like armor upgrade and everything aside for just changing, like being able to remove like a livery basically. That's the most customization this vehicle has, so. Unlike a Benny's vehicle, which has like some of the best customization, this vehicle has like literally like some of the worst customization in the whole entire game. Since literally the only thing on it is like the wide body and stuff that comes with the car already. But hey, at least again, missile lock-on jammer built in. So you don't have to take it to like an agency or anything, it'll already have the missile lock-on jammer. I would say that's pretty nice at least, but the reason they do that is because yeah, there's like no customization on this thing, like I was saying basically. So the vehicle's not that good, unfortunately. At least for customization, that basically goes, as I was basically saying. And this one is a Sports Classics, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. And this one actually isn't too shabby for the class. Like, pretty much the last option. At least for HSW, that one wasn't that bad. Like, at all. But the LSCM Cheetah Classic is actually a A-tier Sports Classics vehicle according to the vehicle spreadsheet, where it's a 5th place for lap time, and an 18th place for top speed. And Sports Classics has 54 vehicles in it, apparently as of the latest DLC for Safehouse and Hills. So 18th is actually above average for the whole class, by the way, for Sports Classics, even for not necessarily too great of a top speed for that class. Without HSW, I think it would even be like 15th place, only like a few away from top 10 on top speed, which actually isn't too bad, I suppose. This is again above average for the whole class, but yeah. Obviously, it's more for lap time. And yeah, without HSW, it's actually the second best lap time in the game for Sports Classics, actually, right now. Within the 2 updates it's been around for, of course, for Money Fronts and Safehouse and Hills, of course. So its 5th place would actually turn to 2nd place, like I said. Only being right behind it, you're in a low speed for a lap time in that case. So it'd probably effectively be like a S tier on like the older platforms, basically. But yeah, A tier is very, very good. Obviously though, because S tier is, depending on the class, S tier is basically reserved for HSW. So A tier is also pretty good, pretty much. And you know, with half off you only have to go around like 1 hour for the vehicle, which is actually not that bad, given no lack of customization it has. Alright, and then Lampadati Viserys looks like it's the prize right here, which is an interesting one. For the prize ride challenge, you have to actually place top 1 for 2 days in a row. And being a prolonged event, and I don't believe like other, like, for any of those like 2 or 3 week like long events or whatever they've kind of been doing lately, I don't think it's like those ones where it like changes each week for like prize art vehicles and stuff. Since it's pretty much the one before the new DLC, I don't think they're doing any of that, I believe, this time around. So you're talking about a longer time than usual for this particular prize art. So you could even go for it for like Sunday and Monday. Like, that's what I would probably do at like worst. You could even probably risk Monday and Tuesday, like the first couple hours before like the 2 a.m. like update for like PST Pacific Standard Time or something, I believe. You could probably do that to be fair. You could be fair. Yeah, you do have to place top 1, unfortunately, so pursuit races are pretty much 4 players when there's 25% chance of a first place in 2 days in a row even, so that won't be ideal for pursuit races. Street races also being 2 players, you can do it with a friend and then exchange one with a friend if you have a friend to do it with like that or something. That was really, really easy to do. Now, things I don't think count are the free mode sprint races, since the free mode are not directly tied to Alice Carmen series as far as I'm aware. And also, a couple years later, 2023 count track and drift races. I know solo they definitely don't count. But even with other players, just given the fact it came out like 2 years later, I assume they didn't like update the code to make it work. I assume they did not update the code to make it work for track and drift races just because it came out like 2 years later. So even though those are Alice Carmen series, I don't assume track or drift races count with multiple players, unfortunately though. Unfortunately though. But I could be wrong since I've never tried those types of other players. I think I've only ever played drag or drift solo, so I cannot say 100% on those though. On those though. This one should be on the legendary motorsport. Doomsday Heist and 2-door. Basically. Yeah, it's $875,000. Easily vehicle you can grind within like 1 hour if you absolutely wanted to do so. Lock-on jammer available. Obviously didn't have it at launch since it came out in 2017, so it got added in like the last couple updates, I'm pretty sure. It used to be a vaulted vehicle, so I believe when they unvaulted it, it would have been when it got lock-on jammer support, of course. Yeah, this vehicle is interesting since it does have front-mounted machine guns you can actually put on it, since it has weapon modifications going to be part of the vehicle workshop inside Adventure Mobile Operations Center. Now, this came out in 2017, so another option actually did come out in 2018 as well, being the Arena Weaponized Mechanic, I believe, or the Arena War DLC. So that is also a third option that's not on the website, by the way. Another one of those usual LGT tags, whatever. Yeah, this is another sports classics, by the way, just like Gradio, CMG, the classic wide body, whatever. This one is also pretty good, I believe, by the way, as well, but for top speed, I believe, which is more niche than the lap time, of course, like the Gradio CMG, the classic, though. Wide body, whatever. Yeah, according to roughly 132's vehicle spreadsheet, racing YouTuber GT Online. It is a C-tier sports classics vehicle with an 18th place lap time. As well as a 6th place top speed. And yeah, there's free HSW vehicles. I think it's effectively top 3 if you don't have HSW to account for any reason on order platforms or like HSW is disabled on a race, particularly because of like race host or something in the newer versions even. So it can be interesting for sure in the free mode of the game, since there's pretty much machine guns. You could use it for like a little like headhunter VIP work for like quick 25k, which could even be increased further with money event on like VIP work, of course, for like 40, 50k, etc, etc, etc. Depending like the event, of course. Even though who knows, there might not be too much more events for this game if they decide to can events for the game with GTA 6 VI releasing. Who knows? But you might always be able to grind for like a small little 25k, of course. But yeah, 6th place or like 3rd place top speed is definitely pretty good though for racing in those niche circumstances where top speed might be your better option. So always going to be pretty good for those niche circumstances. And the weaponry, of course, so the Viscerus is definitely a pretty nice option for sure though. And then the HSW Premium test right if you're on newer platforms, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, S, PC Enhanced, is the Principe Devastate 8 HSW for the supercar class. For yes, the supercar class. One of 5 HSW supercars in the whole entire game. And I believe it's like... I want to say it's 4th place for lap time, like 2nd worst one, I believe, for lap time, the more important metric, and then I believe it's 3rd place for top speed ahead of the like weaponized Ignis in the 2nd 2, I believe, for top speed. So it's not the greatest one for supercar, but also like there's only 5 HSW supercars. There's not many HSWs no matter what class you're looking at. So as long as something's HSW, it's honestly something you could consider buying. Like really any vehicle with HSW in the game is good, obviously, since it's at most like 6 in one class of sports, of course. So you can't even like make a top 10 in one class of like HSW, basically. So I wouldn't even say there's a bad HSW vehicle in the game, but yeah, there's definitely better options for supercar HSWs, though, for sure though. Which, speaking of, to go over the muscle cars I promised to go over earlier, if you're on the newer platforms. RGT HSW was the first of 5 that came out. For a lap time, it's the 2nd worst one, I believe, nowadays. Of the 5 muscle car HSWs, I think it's like 4th place for lap time and 5th place for top speed. So it's like pretty much the worst or one of the worst ones to use. Going back to the muscle car premium race, of course, from earlier, of course, but going over to HSW options for newer platforms. And then the regular Vigero CX. Number 1 lap time, and then it's like 2nd place top speed. Very good. It's actually one of the best ones, if not even the best one you could use, since lap time again is the most important metric, and it is the number 1 lap time apparently for HSWs of those 5. And also, by the way, the Sterling GT, it was unvaulted, it just wasn't reflected on this HSW vehicle list. So that is a mistake, so I don't know, there could be other mistakes, by the way, as I go through this list. But I suppose I actually brought back the Paid and Sabotage DLC, but it was originally vaulted Dangerous Mercenaries DLC, actually. So again, I already talked about that one, after I got sidetracked there. After, yes, I got sidetracked there. The one I'm actually using right now to brought up about EVX. yes, fuck. The one I'm actually using right now to brought up about EVX is a muscle car 1105. It's also the electric car one, basically, as well, I believe. But I think it's like third place for lap time behind the Vigero ZXs and ahead of the RGT and the Tampa GT. So I think it is, yeah, for sure, like third place lap time. So pretty average on the lap time. So yes, the 5 HSW is very average on the lap time. Pretty much the average. And then the top speed. I think it's like fourth place top speed, like ahead of the Arbor GT. I think that's it, I believe. Alright, and then the Vigero ZX convertible is the fourth one, which is basically the same thing as the regular Vigero ZX. So yes. Between the regular Vigero ZX and the convertible one, it doesn't really matter between those two which one you use. They're basically one and the same. But if you had to give them a slightly different performance, it is second place for lap time, slightly in the smallest smidge behind the roofed version for second place lap time, and like third place top speed. So it's pretty much average at worst for top speed, so you can really use it in all the same cases as the regular Vigero ZX, pretty much being the best case scenario regardless. If anything, it might be like the smallest smidge of a lap time difference and basically the same top speed as the regular Vigero ZX. So really you can kind of just use it in place of the roofed one if you wanted to. And then last but not least, in the previous update for the Money Fronts DLC came out with the latest of the 5 HSW muscle cars with the classic Tampa GT, which is actually the worst one for lap times, unfortunately. We'll probably do. Yes, that's the worst of the 5 muscle car HSWs for lap times. Unfortunately, will probably be the worst one to use for racing. But it is number 1 for top speed, so it does have that interesting niche where if it is a pure straight course, you will actually want to use Tampa GT instead. Again, it's only in niche cases where it's like pure top speed where you'll probably want to use a Tampa GT in place of the other ones for racing. But yeah, so those are the 5 muscle cars you should be using basically for muscle car HSW racing, or that muscle car premium race. And because it's premium race, I don't think that option can be disabled for HSW, so I think you will want to use HSW in newer platforms. So really, I would say like the middle three were probably the ones you would pretty much want to be using in most cases. Most of the Vigero ZXs maybe get away a little bit with the EVX. With it being electric and acceleration heavy, you can maybe use the EVX a bit as well. In some ways, that might be better in the Vigero ZXs. Alright, so I meant to kind of do the HSW time travel earlier, but yeah, I don't know. It didn't really change, you know, I might as well wait on it. Might as well go Luxury Autos next then next time. And just save it towards the end or something. That's right, luxury autos. Alright, what's that on there earlier? Like a business vehicle? Like a vehicle with business supplies or something? I'm not actually sure what that was. But it might be. There might be a spawn around there, I think, on average or something. And if it was something on the move, it probably would have been like a business vehicle of some kind, actually, just steal some supplies from for your own business or something. Or like an AI vehicle. Junk email, basically, plus stuff, of course. I think that was from earlier. I think I'm pulling that one out before. Like, not by cocaine, I didn't really want to say, like, a particular thing like that anymore. But whatever. So Electric Autos somehow might have sales to it, since there's like a huge array of sales apparently going on in this event. So why don't you spend your money basically before don't let it steal and see it looks like it's like an entrapment kind of thing or something. There is apparently a Remox Sentinel GTS from the previous money from DLC here. Pretty sure that's the one from the previous update. And a Vapid F and Shade Mark 5 for the latest DLC. Basically. Favorite 5,020, that has to be a sale for sure. It looks like. I don't think it usually goes that low on that one. 1.5 million might also be on sale for that one, yeah. I assume these are both on discount. Probably. Alright, yeah, those are both in fact on discount. Not important to me, and so it's one call. I believe he only really has day one calls, I'm pretty sure. Wasn't really involved with like a business for a DLC, I'm pretty sure, for me and Simpson anyways. So I think this one's a sports car, right? Like a 4-door sports car. Pretty mid, if I remember right, unfortunately for that particular one. Might actually be the worst discount so far. Between the free, like LS Carmi, I think it's even worse than those, I'm pretty sure. Especially since you actually cannot use it in the Quickie Farm side mission. Sentinel GTS is a vehicle for Quickie Farm, I believe, but you can't use your own custom one, unfortunately, no. I'm obviously right. What's on sale already? It was popular being the latest DLC vehicle, right? Oh yeah, I'm right. I'm in 2-doors and 4-door curly, right. Latest 4-doors, well, right, being money fronts. Yeah, nowadays, in the last couple or so updates, you do have this lock-on jammers, like all your latest civilian vehicles, and no surprise that's a lock-on jammer. It's also a 4-door sports car, which maybe could have it, maybe yes, it could have its niche of a 4-door sport car having like this lock-on jammer. It could have certain niches it could be good for like a 4-player like CEO or something. I very much would not doubt that, of course. Yeah, I don't think it performs as good as the Jugular, so the Jugular would probably just be better at that niche anyways for some kind of missile lock-on jammer usage. For that podium vehicle earlier, basically. Basically, I covered it earlier. But again, this one's definitely in the, like, general sports class. It's a C-tier sports car, apparently. According to Breath 152's vehicle spreadsheet for GT Online, Racing for GT Online. It's a 24th place apparently for lap time, as well as 11th place actually for top speed. Actually, it's not as bad as I thought it would be, actually. So if HSW is basically 18th place, as well as like 5th place actually, even for top speed. But otherwise, it is actually right out of top 10 if you have HSW into account, so not as good as it should be maybe for top speed. But it can be good for top speed, so it does have its kind of niche, I guess. Very good four-door sports car actually for top speed. Actually might be the best four-door sports car for top speed, actually, even without the, like, Beaster, actually, Albany Beaster. Being a newer one, I didn't really know it was that good, actually, per se, but yeah. So it actually might be a pretty good heist four-door sports car to use for, like, team heists, basically, for, like, especially the regular and Doomsday heists, basically. Could be good for those, especially. I actually think that could be pretty good. The only real downside, like I said, you cannot use it for Quickie Farm. You can't use a custom Sentinel GTS for Quickie Farm, which does suck, unfortunately, though. Like the side thing that lets you use a Sentinel GTS, like that odd job or whatever. And Rise of Vapid and Chamber 5 is the other one, right. Which is popular, of course, made a new release in the last update. So obviously it's kind of popular for that reason. Again, every new vehicle nowadays, the last couple updates, has some Mr. Lock and Jammer available. It's literally a very quick supercar, whether it's HSW or not, so that's obviously a very good option to have a Lock and Jammer for. Easily. And then there's HSW for Dallas Car Me, Event Garage, and Mansion Vehicle Workshop 4. What does the last two options requiring the plus subscription $8 a month up the ass? With the only free option for doing HSW upgrades being Dallas Car Meet. So this one's a supercar. It's also one of 5 HSW supercars in the game. So. For the one actually on discount, it is a A tier for non-HSW, being the 5th place actually for lap time, and 7th place for top speed. So it's easily one of the best non-HSWs in the game. And there's only one non-HSW with a better lap time of the Progen Emmer, so it's basically the 2nd place without HSW for like lap time. And if it's 7th place for top speed, I assume there's like one like non-HSW better for top speed, which I think is the Torero XO, I believe. So that would actually still be better except for top speed. Or no, I still believe it actually came out in this update as well, my bad. There's actually another car in this update that actually does better for top speed for non-HSW, interestingly. But it's like right behind it, and it has better lap time than the other one has. Nowhere near as good lap time or whatever. But yeah, then when you upgrade it to HSW, obviously it goes from A tier to S tier easily. Which S tier, obviously for some cars, is going to be just HSW stuff. Where it becomes number 1 lap time and top speed, apparently, for the class. So it's number 1 for both lap time top speed with HSW. So obviously if you have HSW, definitely take a HSW. Otherwise it does very fine without HSW either way. So very good discounts here as well, actually. I'll be, I think, easily just among GTS is the weakest discount so far of the 5 for the different showrooms so far. Basically. Alright, and Pandox Motorsport for the final showroom. The vehicle showroom. It's off the LS car meet from before, going off of that. There probably won't be any faulty vehicles, most likely, and it'll probably just be some of the discounts going on, basically. Since there is a huge array of discounts going on right now. So naturally they're going to feature the discounts at the showrooms. I might have heard there might be like 60 plus vehicle discounts or something, even like something that crazy. So not surprising that they would have those featured just tons of vaulted vehicles. Alright, Banshee GTS, yeah, definitely looks like they're all going to be whipset vehicles here too then. Just like those car meet. Vermont, Niobe. Gotta see Torero XO, which I thought was actually the best non-HSW top speed still, but right got dethroned by one in this update, or quite a couple in this update, looks like. Guardi X80 Proto, as well as the classic Vicaro CX. And I assume these are all on discount, like massive 50% off discount as well, even. But again, new DLC is literally around the corner, so you might not even want to buy any of these for that reason. But if you have like a fuck ton of money to spend, hopefully legitimate money, of course, not glitched money, then yeah, have a lot of options for some massive discounts at least. Alright, looks like all 5 are once again on discount. Not surprised at this point. No, not surprised at this point. So there's like 10 vehicle discounts over at the showrooms. Cool. No auto vehicles whatsoever go through. Definitely Electric Motorsport for the Banshee GTS. Not considered popular, apparently. So it will be in 2-door. Agent Sabotage. It's actually a very good one. I think regardless of HSW or not, it's actually very good. If I'm remembering right. Literally under $1 million for half off, that's insane. But again, DLC around the corner, so it's a huge choice if you think you'll have enough money for the DLC, or like, what? Going off of usual updates anymore, like 50 million for everything, including Jafid, probably is what to expect. Maybe half, like 25 million on like day one, like 30 million or something could maybe be good. If it's anything like prior updates. But also, it is literally quite possibly the last update that might ever come to the game, so there could be some exceptions to that, obviously. Like, maybe they released like a fuck ton of shit that didn't fit in like a bunch of updates before, and like maybe 100 million on like day one could even be something you might even need. Who even knows, really? Even really? And depending on like how the second solo heist of the game goes, it might be like the best thing ever for money making like that's ever been in the game. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, obviously by that point when the update's live, all these discounts have to be gone now. But yeah, it's yeah. So but I meant like in terms of like buying some now and assuming you might not need the most money for the update. That's kind of what I was trying to point out there, to be fair. But yes. So again, last couple updates and sabotage money fronts. Safehouse and Hills includes like lock on chambers, like pretty much all the civilian vehicles nowadays. So yeah, naturally there's a lock on chamber available. HSW and all those prior locations I mentioned with literally the last vehicle I covered with the Vapid F&J Mark V, all that stuff. 1 to 6 HSW sport cars. But yeah, non-HSW Banshee GTS, by the way, is a B-tier sports car. According to roughly 1 for GT's vehicle spreadsheet, racing YouTuber GT09. And it gets 9th place for lap time. And 7th place for top speed. That's for non-HSW literally even. That's very good. Top 10 for both. Non-HSW is very, very good. And then with HSW, it's actually S tier, one of 3 S tier sport cars. With a 3rd place for lap time as well, so literally the #1 top speed. Fun fact, by the way, the top speed is so good it even beats all helicopter top speeds in the game. And apparently it's only behind 13 planes in the whole game as well. So it's like 14th best top speed in the whole entire game, apparently. Which is crazy. Crazy. And it's a sports car, not even an airplane. And it's like 14th overall best top speed. Which just goes to show how insanely good that top speed is, obviously, for the non-HSW version. It might even be the best top speed of all HSW vehicles, even still with the Vapid F&J Mark V, by the way. So it might, of all 29 HSW vehicles, might even be the best one for a top speed. And yeah, by the way, the HSW laptop vehicles are all the vehicles you could use for HSW town trials, by the way, obviously. Aside for like the weaponized sickness, means like the only one you can use in like no circumstance because weapons like locked onto it cannot be removed. Aside for the brief period you could use it between the launch and 9th gen up to before Chrono Prize DLC launch, which blacklisted it from the HSW town trials for weaponized sickness, by the way. With the HSW Hotshot Drag probably being the best one for HSW town trials, by the way. If I didn't elaborate more on that, like I probably should have. For some side talk there, I guess. But literally 3rd place all time, literally #1 top speed of all HSWs, I believe still. 14th overall best top speed in the whole game. Literally 13 planes of a better top speed, which is insane. Might be pretty much one of the best civilian vehicles on discount for the event, easily. Yeah, I think Nobi was the one after that, right? I was trying to think what it was for a while, but yeah, I think so. It's very popular, I think. Let me go over there then. Yes, so $1,880,000, $940,000, 50% off, of course. Of course, I think this Bondar Bounties actually, so I think it had the lock on Jimmer added later on. So yes, one a couple updates after Bondar Bounties. I think they're introduced to the lock on Jammer, being either Asia Sabotage Money Fronts or the Safehouse and Hills. So I didn't originally have it as an option, but it does have it now. It's also an electric E vehicle. I think it's kind of like some kind of electric-ish vehicle, so I think it's pretty good for the lock on Jammer for sure. HSW or not will be absolutely amazing for like missile lock on Jammer, just like the Banshee GTS. And yeah, by the way, the non-HSW version of Neobi is a A-tier sports car, even for the non-HSW. The one actually on discount here. With a 7th place lap time. And a 20th place top speed, by the way. So minus 6 on top speed would be 14th at best for top speed for non-HSW. Only a few placements out top 10, not the worst, but whatever. 5 of 6 HSW vehicles have a better lap time than the Neobi non-HSW, so that can go as high as 2nd place just behind that Tally GTO for non-HSW for lap time apparently on the legacy platform, especially. And with HSW, it's actually the number 1 vehicle for sports class for S tier. For a lap time, obviously, it's based on pretty much endurance, why it's number 1, like overall, for sports class in particular, at the number 1 option for a lap time. And it's number 3 for top speed, so it's basically the reverse of the Banshee GTS, where it's 3rd place for top speed instead of lap time. Which is obviously technically better, obviously, because lap time's more overall useful. Also, hence why this one's unpopular and the Banshee GTS probably is not. This is basically the best sports car to use in racing. In 90+% of cases. Like 91+% cases or something. I think after that was a Torero XO, which would be a 2-door from Crown Prizes DLC, summer 2022. Yes. Eventually got the missile lock on Jammer in like one of the last couple of updates. Safehouse and Hills, or no. Agent of Sabotage, money fronts or Safehouse and Hills, yes. Getting half off. Still kind of an expensive one actually, like almost 1.5 million, like the Vapid FNJ Mark V actually. Actually. This one actually is a supercar, by the way, not the last couple, which were sports. Yeah, Torero is apparently good enough for C tier for a supercar, but it gets like 21st place for lap time, which actually does beat the TMT in particular for a lap time, which is the worst HSW for a lap time for a supercar. So it only go about like 4 placements apparently without HSW, by the way, not the 5. So I think at best it's like 17th place at best for like a lap time, like several placements out of top 10, which isn't really the greatest. Kind of. But yeah, it is 8th place for top speed. All 5 I think would be better for top speed, so I think it would be like 3rd place top speed without HSW, which is very, very good. So yeah, get this one if you want a really good top speed supercar for non-HSW. But like, I think the Vapid FNJ Mark V does some better anyways. It also has like much better lap time. So probably shouldn't really bother with this discount when there's a Vapid FNJ Mark V on discount anyways. See, I don't know if that's where XO is like good of a discount, unfortunately, nowadays with the Vapid FNJ Mark V just being a better discount right now. Right now. Alright, and then yeah, I think it was X80 Proto up next. I think it was like all the way back in like what, Finance Felony or something? Like way back in like 2016 or something. I think. For like open wheel or an HSW, I think it used to be one of the most expensive before those types of vehicles released. So you do get some nice money off of it, but it'll probably be quite a bit still. with a DLC around the corner, probably not gonna be worth doing that. I would say. I would say. Yes, that was right. Okay, finance value. 2.7 million actually to a million-ish. Looks like it's actually even more than 50% for this particular vehicle, even. It's actually 60% off, actually, even. For such one, actually, I'm going over it for 60% instead of 50%. So I think you get like $1,620,000 off this vehicle for 60% off. It looks like insane. But it has no access to a lock-on jammer whatsoever, even still, somehow. Despite how expensive this vehicle is. So it's just a pure performance one. There's no lock-on jammer even for this. And apparently it's an E-tier supercar, being a 31st place for a lap time as well as 13th place top speed. So with HSW, it doesn't break top 10 for anything anymore, like it probably used to, like way back in the day. So I think it's like 26th place at best, I believe, for a lap time. I think it's actually above average for the class, even with that 31st place, I think. Yeah, because there's 68 supercars in the game. Apparently. And yeah, 13th place top speed. Right behind all the HSWs for sure. So it's like 8th place at best for top speed. So without HSW, actually can be pretty good for top speed still, actually in 2026. So if you want another good top speed option, I guess for a car, it can be good. But literally, I think Toyota XO and the Vapid FJ are probably just better. So probably not gonna be too worth it. When there's like a couple other better options. Hence probably why it has an extra 10% off, because it's not going to be as worth as some of the other ones. And I think it was Figueroa CX for the last one for showroom. Would definitely be two-door, I don't think popular. Yeah, no. Criminal Enterprises DLC, like the Terror XO. Might actually be San Andreas, actually, on that one. Oh, and actually it would be popular, okay. KK, yes, fuck. Is actually popular. But yeah, on Severin, not legendary. So yeah, in one of the last couple updates, they did revisit his vehicle from his lock-on jammer. Being HSW eligible and also being quick, I think without HSW probably a good option for it. Or fun enough at least. HSW options, of course, like I've already established with some of the latest options. Like a couple already in the showroom. Oh, this car meets free one. Vehicle Garage Mansion do require plus for $8 up the ass. Whereas the later two properties to even get the upgrades there. At those two places. It's in muscle car class. I kind of already spoke of this one because of the premium race. However, not in full detail per se. So I wasn't really talking about it with discounts on it in mind. But yeah. The non-HSW version especially I haven't really spoke of yet. It's actually A tier without HSW, since I technically already talked about all the S tier options that weren't HSW and it wasn't in that list clearly, because I already spoke of that with the premium race. So it's in a tier under S with A, of course. So non-HSW is actually good enough for 8th place, apparently, for a lap time. So yes, non-HSW 8th place lap time. And 10th place top speed as well. So you are in top 10 for both lap time top speed, even with HSW into account. Without HSW into account, I'm just only 3 above it for a lap time for HSW options, so that would turn it to 5th place, apparently, even for lap time then, in those cases. Or top 5 instead of a top 10. And I think all of them would probably be better for top speed, so probably 5th place as well then for top speed. So without HSW, you can actually get top 5 for both lap time top speed, which is insane for this muscle car here. And then with HSW, it is number 1 lap time and number 2 top speed, like I suggested earlier. I want to go over just the HSW options when I was talking about the premium race later with the Alice car meet section as well, of course, basically. So all around a very good vehicle, like I suggested basically much earlier on, with muscle car premium racing, or a good bit earlier on at least. Okay, I did actually remember all the vehicles properly. It looks like awesome. Even if it took me some time to remember Novi, I think in particular. So I went over all 5 of those already. Yes, I did.
Hi, I need to call in sick today. I know, but I got a bug that I can't shake. Sorry.
Alright, so getting to some of the final stretches, it looks like basically here. It's basically here. Alright, so apparently all other bunker locations, all bunker upgrades, modifications are 40% off too. Till the end of the longer event, obviously July 13th, like right before the DLC releases. So if you want like a different bunker location other than August and Kudo, yeah, you can get those for 40% off. Again, like I explained earlier, August and Kudo is actually a very fine location, I would say, for the most part. Yes, like I said, if you want like the most instant highway access, I think you do need to go with like a dirt hill, like a dirt mound, basically. Like you do have to go up like an incline, like a dirt incline, to do that. But like honestly, unless you're using like the Phantom Wedge, like Phantom Wedge sales, I don't think it's that big of a deal, like a big deal breaker or anything to do it that way. Depends on the vehicles for the most part. Like, yeah, it kind of sucks a little bit, but like, it's not a big steel breaker unless you're doing like Phantom Wedge sales, and like, you might be at risk of like flipping over like the trailer that you're having to carry in the cell missions with the Phantom Wedge. Where in those cases you would either have to go like the long way around, or yeah, just risking that doesn't happen, obviously. So yeah, there technically would be better locations, I think. Especially ones with like more direct highway access, but it works fun enough. 100% for sure, I would definitely say. I'll go more over bunker discounts later though. But for now, I do want to say that bit about it, of course, of course. Talk more about upgrades modifications for sure later though, sure. I was kind of comparing, by the way, the adventure with the MSC. Looks like the MSC is a 6% discount, but I'll talk more about that later, I think. Just to say, that is going on right now, though. Right now, though. The Class A Scramjet Supercar apparently is also a 60% off discount. Which, that's an interesting vehicle. It's not exactly the greatest, I would say, for point A, point B transport. There's definitely like helicopters, all kinds of better options for that. To where I don't really use it too much personally, but to where, yes, I don't use it that much personally, but it is definitely pretty good though. Pretty good though. If you did want to use it for a lot of good stuff, of course though. And I did also mention the Bugatti Tesseract discount, but I'll go over that later as well. But pretty box standard SIP car for 60% off. I don't think it's going to be the greatest for that particular one, but I'll go over it more later. Later. Also, free firework launcher is actually also ammunition, by the way, as well. Not just exclusive to the gunman. Like I said, it was 2014 for the firework launcher, so I'm not surprised it would also be ammunition and gunman. Like I kind of suggested it could be earlier. They mentioned something about like free high-end garage. So I don't know if that means any like straight up 10-car like garage property. That's without like the apartment on Dynasty 8. I don't know if they're saying something like that or not, but maybe. I'll have to look more into that later. Also, going to be 40% off of store. There's yes, also 40% off in the assortment of patriotic gear, liveries, accessories, and apparel. I don't think I'll really wait to go over those. But those are the patriotic tire smoke, star spangled banner, horns, stars on stripes, face paint, mullet hairstyle, patriot shoot, parachute, patriot smoke trail, parachute smoke, Independence Day liveries for Mark II weapons, Independence Day liveries for the Mobile Operations Center, and then last but not least, Independence Day special. Clothing, masks, and outfits. All of that stuff is 40% off, apparently. Those I definitely probably will not be going over more details for later. Of course, I still have on the 40% bonus money on qualifying qualifying shark cards. I definitely do not recommend doing that, since fuck rewarding these fucking assholes for code in a fucking ass box GTA 6 BIBI. And yeah, by the way, going more in detail into sales for 2 times, which I didn't earlier because I was beginning the stream and I want to kind of get further into like the more interesting parts sooner rather than later. But yes, no. I think you can get like a couple million or something on like a 2 times event. I want to say it goes as high as like 1,050,000 or something without like money event. So I think 2 times goes up to like 2,100,000. I think without accounting for a high demand bonus with like extra 50% from like 25 plus players or something. Stupid fire's body for some reason. Quit that bullshit, please. But yes, no. So again, I think bunkers pay 1,050,000 at most or something without like 2 times or any of that. And also without high demand bonus into account. So on 2 times, I think it's like 2,100,000. I think on the 2 times, like up to I believe for like a full bunker. They're obviously doing a far away sale for. That would pretty much go to the city, I believe, since I think all bunker locations are pretty much in like the countryside parts, like the upper half of the map or something. So yeah, 2 times for the 2,100,000, and then yeah, again I think high demand bonus goes up to like 50% or something, especially with coronavirus. You'll see summer 2022 onwards when we made the increase in high demand bonus when they made it. It would be done in invite only lobbies, I believe, for the like sales for GTA Online. Assuming 50% more, of course, of 2 million, that's like an extra 1 million for like 3 million bucks. I think you could probably make for like full bunkers right now, basically. So you can definitely make some insane money this event. Also, it accounts for staff and equipment, so you're getting like your business as efficient as possible. So obviously, that's going to account for the staff equipment upgrades. Obviously, it'll just make less money, or it'll be like not as fast without some of those upgrades, though. Or like both, whatever. And then security upgrade is definitely more worth it than ever with the Safehouse and Hills DLC, because we have business security and then the mansion security. It eliminates raids 100% of the time. So that means if you have the bunker security and the mansion security together, that means you will never get a bunker raid again. So 100% get the security upgrade for sure for the bunker in 2026 for sure worth it, especially if you keep security with the mansion as well. Which unlike other mansion upgrades, I think you only have to do that like one single time maybe, which is nice. I think all the other upgrades for mansions you have to do for each individual mansion. The security, I think, is like general across the board for all mansions, I think. It's only like one-time security fee for mansions. Which is definitely pretty cool. There's also apparently double research. There is, yes, double research speeds. Bernie P might have to do research for. I don't really recommend doing research, honestly. I recommend just buying your research stuff. Ever since Caprica Heist days, even with the nurse, I probably just recommend buying the, like, security. No, not security, but the, like, research stuff, and not waste your resources towards that. Or if you are going to do, of course, use the new missions that came out in the last few years, of course, dedicated to the research. I don't think requires you to dedicate your business, like, goods or something towards it, like you used to have to do for, like, the first, like, few years of the update. Of the gun running DLC, of course. And yes, being the research missions, those bunker research or social research missions from Agent 14 pays 2 times money RP and research progress.
What are you talking about? I am at the gym.
See if that's mentioned at all for that type of mission in the gun running section. It's probably what it's talking about with the resupply mission tier 1, like, right? I think so. Unless it's talking about the business resupply missions on that, then it might not be the same vein. Alright, ignore anything with that. I don't think that's the thing, but yeah. I'm talking about the missions that you call Agent 14 for those research missions, not the research missions or like the source missions or whatever for the bunker itself or whatever, not those ones. So of course. But yeah, Agent 14's research missions are 2 times money, RP, and even research progress as well, which is nice. And it seems those same missions as the weekly challenge right now as well. Complete previous bunker research missions from Agent 14. Gets you your usual $100,000 as well as the blue Jock Cranley jumpsuit, which I don't actually know if that's a new clothing item or not. It's quite possible it could be, but they also might have very much given it out in the past, though. So I'm not 100% on that, if it's new clothing or not. Even if it is supposedly like new clothing, it could have been in the bottles for like years well before they actually released it to the public, of course. Like behind the scenes or something. Could have even been as old as Cunning Stunts and might just be given out like to all players who are a weekly challenge finally, though, of course. For all I know. There's also 2 times money RP as part of the ammunition contract. There is. Yes. Fuck. 2 times money RP as part of the ammunition contract. See if that's on the career progression at all. So I can kind of show more of what I'm talking about. Yeah, the excess weapon parts ammunition, the tier 2 on the top, I think is what I'm talking about there, of course. Where you use the Dune loader, I believe. I believe, yes, fuck. That's where you want to use the Dune loader. That lets you deliver, like, the weapon parts. That little thing you can do is 2 times money RP. What is it normally, like 50k or something, so you get like 100k on like double for just simply driving a vehicle from point A to point B. That's not too bad. What you can also do if you don't want to drive like 7 miles or some crazy amount of like distance, you can also like re-lobby. So say you're in an invite-only lobby like myself, you can obviously go to another invite-only lobby and re-lobby. And then try to get a better location if you don't like driving like 7 miles or something. That's something you can do to make some money quicker, of course, with that, instead of like doing a 7-mile drive. Like, I don't find 7-mile drives to be bad myself, but I know other people absolutely cannot tolerate driving like 7 miles around the map. I don't mind it, but there are some people out there that don't like to drive 7 miles, especially in a slow vehicle like the Dune loader, of course. So I figured I'd mention that for those that don't like to do that. And then for adversary mode. Adversary modes. For some reason, it looks like over time Rumble has been made more permanently as the last couple so events or so. Interestingly, don't exactly know why, but I guess that's the case. But apparently, for this particular event, Running Back Remix returns as the featured series. So that's a little Rockstar icon, I believe, at Legion Square. And it also pays out 2 times money in RP. I think it's already been appearing on my phone as like a notification thing. So I'm not gonna hover over it. Newer internet doesn't really like to support image loading the greatest in the games. I don't want to risk something with that too much. Wait, the game's claiming I never played Running Back Remix. I swore I have before, but okay. I think it has like the Tesseracts or something. And it's not like stunt tracks compared to regular Running Back, I believe. Didn't regular Running Back also only have like 3 maps and it's like all city courses? Like Running Back Remix is basically a remix one of like stunt tracks instead. Kind of same like kind of goal, but on stunt tracks, I think. Something like that. But yes, though. Payouts for adversary modes, by the way, are based on like amount of players, how long the game lasts, how the game plays out also kind of plays into like how long the game lasts, etc. Just a couple of things, kind of. No matter what, though, I feel like no matter what, like in 1 hour of grinding, you probably make like no more. No matter what, I was saying, like 1 single hour of grinding, you probably make no more than like a couple $100,000. Yes, you probably make no more than like a couple $100,000, I would say, like for sure. For like 1 hour grinding, you probably only make like 200, 300k like tops, which isn't really going to be that good for 1 single whole hour. When there's the gun running sales, obviously those will definitely be making you more money for those. Even if you just buy one thing as a buy, as I was saying earlier, it's like 400k, I think, on like 2 times, even 2 times, even I do believe. Very much though, very much though. But yeah, feature series is 2 to 8 players, so it's like Running Back Remix caps at 8 players, which isn't the most. I think like Motor Wars, for example, it's like 28 players, if not the full 30 players, so like, it's nowhere near the most. I think you also only usually get paid for like 60 players tops. It's like half of that, I guess. Also, you're not necessarily guaranteed to have an 8-player lobby, and also people can rage quit the game and like just end up quitting basically. So, like, not reliable to expect the full 8 players anyways. Unfortunately. So yeah, Running Back Remix, unless you're going for like adversary mode tier 4, probably won't be too worth doing. And that's only for newer platforms, for the career progression, of course, though. There's collect beer hats and more in business battles, apparently. Now, it doesn't look like business battles has any, like, 2 times or anything going on, but if you deliver crates in business battles, you can get your hands on the Pisswasser, Benedict, Patriot, and Super Wet beer hats, as well as the Patriotic Statue of Happiness t-shirt. So yeah, yes, there does not seem to be 2 times money for the business battles, but there is the Pisswasser, Benedict, Patriot, Super Wet beer hats, as well as Statue of Happiness t-shirt. Those few things can definitely be pretty nice, no doubt. There's also a special community series for 2 times, like Money RP. And being like a kind of like holiday one, I think it's like a mixed one of like races and death matches, it seems, which is kind of unusual. I guess being like a holiday one, I guess that's kind of what they're doing for community jobs. So none of the races look to be new, apparently. It just looks like the Octagon, Rebel Rally, Wild. No regular races. So I'm not playing any to stream then. So cool. And these, I don't know if there's a new combat map or not. I don't really play the combat ones all the time. So I wouldn't really know, unfortunately though. And then, yeah, like they have done for like the last couple of weeks, you can still play any of the mission creator content that they featured. The first time with old school hits, and then the other 6 that they did like a month or so ago, maybe at this point already, even. But yes, so it's 2 times Money RP, or any of that, like, race deathmatch stuff. Deathmatches are probably similar to adversary modes, you probably won't be, like, more than, like, a couple 100,000, even less so for deathmatches than adversary modes. I'd probably say even for, like, an hour of your time, so it's probably not going to be too worth it doing any of that, but, yeah. Yes. Also, the races for community wouldn't pay as good as the stunt races, obviously, for like 3 times. Whatever, though. As you would obviously expect, since it's yes, you would obviously expect being a 1 time, so less, of course. And yeah, ongoing improvements, I kind of wanted to mention it, but like also I felt like it was mostly a nothing burger, like a whole paragraph or something, so I didn't really care too much. They've already proven their track record's not the greatest for some of the stuff they're kind of yapping about here, I feel. But yeah, ongoing improvements, I'll read the paragraph. We are constantly working to make GTA Online a better experience for all players, whatever that be, through fixes, overall improvements. We're actively targeting cheaters, bad actors, and those who seek to harass other players. Cheaters? What, just the vehicle glitchers? I don't really see y'all doing stuff against the Godman people, like Gilly Master says on his video. You know, like the people actually harassing the players. That's not just affecting your bottom dollar, like your bottom line or something. Yeah, those who seek to harass other players, that's literally God mode players, and they do nothing for the most part to God mode. Every time they fix something, there's just a new God mode apparently every time. Every time. Which, yeah, part of it's like 13-year-old ass spaghetti code at this point. I don't know if there's much I can do about that at this point, but like, bro, watch them do like no dedicated servers for GTA 6 via API, and it's just player, like peer-to-peer again. Yeah, if they do peer-to-peer again for GTA 6 via API, it's just gonna have like all the crazy glitches and stuff once again, at least eventually, like probably, like, right? I don't doubt it, honestly. Which I don't know if I would trust them to do dedicated servers for GTA 6 via API. Who really knows, though? Really, though. God, especially on PC, that shit looks super unplayable and like even risks your PC kind of even, or at least it used to. Or BattleEye at least, which I don't even hear BattleEye does the greatest, from what I understand. At least for maybe security it does, but like I don't know. Linux won't even literally let you get the Battle Eye, I believe. So like you can't even do like Steam Deck. Even your Steam Deck can't even like do anything with Battle Eye. It just doesn't let you play like online, I think, then on a Steam Deck. So yeah, if Steam Deck doesn't let you like do it, like the next step it's gotta be like security issues stuff. Like that's probably a security thingy, like risk or something for that kernel anti-cheat Battle Eye shit. So like I don't know, man. They say all this stuff, but it just feels like it'll be a nothing burger, like always, basically, always, basically. So that's my reaction to the first sentence of that paragraph. You can expect to see a number of experience improvements when the Court Center heist launches later this month. With no actual release date, like why? Y'all basically already hinted at the release date of GTA Plus and day being on like a Monday, instead of like the usual like Wednesday or something. And DLC is always pretty much released on a Tuesday for GTA. So yeah, like why don't they just give the date for the update? It's like pretty much right there. Like what the fuck? What the fuck? I do not understand it, basically. So that was my little reaction to the second paragraph. Like the second, yeah, the second sentence of the paragraph. Additionally, we recently partnered with Modulate to take action against abusive voice chat. Hyphen, or multiple hyphens. You can learn more about it here. Yeah, I don't give an actual flying fuck to look at that. Like, actually. Like, bruh. It's fucking GTA. There's all kinds of crime shit, like simulation shit that y'all can do, but we can't even just simply, like, cuss or, like, swear or something. Like, what the fuck, man? What has this game actually fucking become at this point? Like, actually though, what the actual fuck has this game actually? What the actual fucking fuck did this game actually become though? This game became more of like a censorship paradise than rather like a game of people actually be able to like mess about and stuff. Like a sandbox game to mess around in anymore. It's more of like a grinding like chore or something than anything anymore. Like always kind of was, but like even more so now than ever. I mean, especially since like stuff like the voice chat moderation and all that kind of bullshit. And yeah, I'm not gonna hold back on anything anymore. Kind of maybe did in the Stellatus, but ever since GTA 6, we have had code unbox. No, I don't feel bad for Cockstar, like for the most part, at fucking all anymore. Like I still like to see things in all the perspectives, but I'm not gonna hold back against Cockstar no fucking more. If I did in the Stellatus, I definitely don't fucking now. That's for fucking sure. With GTA 6, we have had code in a fuck ass box though. Okay, I think that was basically it for the most part, besides for like Salvage Yard. Actually, before that, there's a February party file, Salvage Yard, discounts still to cover in full. HSW time trial, and then I think I'm pretty much done. I believe. And yeah, possibly even multiple HSW time trials, like 2 of them. So I actually am doing this on Thursday, for once. And it's kind of one you can actually do it with, and instead of disappointment with GTA 6, we have code in the box. I assume that's a part of why I got to hit this date. Dude, I tried to get to that at the end Wednesday, but some fuckhead was in my way, basically, like I explained at the beginning. But anyways, the FFP project file for the event is Project Breakaway file. This is the one you can only do one time for the week, at least for this first time. I mean, I don't know, maybe this is the second week one, since it kinda didn't, I didn't kinda get to it till like 4, actually late 3 a.m., almost 4 a.m. So I don't know if it's already one for the second part of the event. So either it'll be this one for like the whole prolonged event, or it will change for like the second part, if it hasn't already for me. So it might be this right now, or this might be the one it was, and it might be like something like Brute Force or Black Box for priority right now instead, if you're watching this. Like, for some reason, like after I publish it or whatever. But yeah, Project Breakaway is one of the better ones. If you only play priority files and you don't really grind these like outside of priority, then it's a pretty good one to have priority. But if you do actually grind these, it's like your main grind, of course, like outside of just priority file, then like you'll have to do fine art as like one of the better ones to do, and then you'll have to do one of the worst too, of like Black Box or Brute Force instead as your grind. Then I guess. Yeah, 300k, but one time only for the week or whatever. Not the worst. But obviously, it doesn't beat 4 times on the priority and 4 times for effort. Or like general 2 times for the files like last event had. That was absolutely amazing with a $1.2 million file. I think the second time they've ever done one like that, I think. Always good for events like that, for that stuff, for sure. So salvage yard is next though. Or 240,000 for the agency now, apparently. Surprised that that's an extra happened actually. Maybe you should try to get to that like before it's just a time trial, or even before discounts possibly, because that could maybe go a while, depending on how much detail would go into them. Once I'm talking about just discounts, I might try to skim through, kind of. It's already like a 4-hour stream at this point. Almost even. I always find it interesting to see you have to manually do for the menu like that, and you can't do it like computer like you can in some other businesses. Interesting. It's pretty inconsistent. Even like Kuiper guys, if you have to do it for that menu or something, like Osaka, for example. But whatever though. whatever. Okay, so this time around it goes from the highest to lowest from left to right. I'll probably go over the cheapest to the most expensive like I kinda usually do. So start Vapid Ellie, I guess. So I think Vapid Ellie released in the spring 2018 DLC. I say like Super Sports Series, whatever one of the long DLC name. That's a fun fact. Fun fact. Gee, my phone's at 1% now. What the hell? I gotta charge it now. Right. Should probably check my stream again and. Looks good still. Okay, awesome. Awesome. Okay. So, Vapid OE, Seven Strangers Sports Series, whatever long DLC name, like I said. Spring 2018 release, I believe. For that vehicle itself, as a fun fact. In the muscle car class, it is the standard range target this time around. Oh, they also list the other week ones, it looks like, as well, or something. So there's something. I still seen the ones for the first week, though. So cool. And yeah, I don't know what the vanity plates are, but there won't be claimable vehicles for either of the 2 weeks. Yeah, and in the 2 weeks we'll have claimable vehicles, so it won't really matter what the vanity plates would be anyways, arguably though. But yeah, it's the cargo ship robbery apparently for this one. This one. With max sell value $270,000. And then salvage value of 216,000. I seen that right? Or if not, it's 18,000 exact even for salvage yard value actually. Wow, all the salvage values have 000 at the end. Like what? That's unusual. You just sell values are like that. Okay. Okay. And by the way, the one for the week after. Oh, and actually, priority file does change to fine art file, by the way, for the second week. So they're actually doing the 2 best ones, actually. In a sense, it's pretty good if you only play priority files. But again, if you grind the files, like, outside priority, then it kind of sucks. Because then you can't do, like, one of the better ones, like, both the better ones back to back, or whatever. Oh, and actually, what the hell? They say on the GT series being the railgun is actually a plus discount for the gunman, by the way. But according to the Newswire, I don't think it said that, though. By the way. And also, firework ammo is apparently free as well. Alright, but yeah. In place of Vapid OE for the second week, though, or like the smaller second week or whatever, it is the Duggan robbery with the Willard Dwarf and the Los Santos Drug Wars DLC in place. And I wouldn't know the values of those since I'm not got the current list of vehicles. I got the first week still. First week still. But yeah, speaking of classic Broadway retro nostalgic vehicle pack from GTA San Andreas, fun fact. Where it was the vehicle you would be able to use for the pimping side missions for, yeah, it was a vehicle for pimping side missions for GTA San Andreas, right. But yeah. Again, it's a vehicle for pimping side missions, GTA San Andreas. A returning or following with the Los Santos Summer. No, the Los Santos Drug Wars DLC, not Summer, but Drug Wars DLC. For like winter 2022. Yes, indeed. It's the mid-range vehicle to start around, whatever. Or it was, basically, but with it being Thursday, it should be a new set of vehicles, which I'll kind of explain as well. Has a max sell value of $130,000. And then salvage value, $264,000 exactly. Interestingly. And yeah, fuck ass body for some currently fucked me up, but the robbery for that is the Duggan robbery. For the last like 5-6 days or so, July 9th, July 13th, it gets replaced by Podium Robbery for the Max Cypher from Los Santos Tuners DLC, by the way. Again, it's for Podium Robbery for the second part for the second week. And then finally, for the top range option here, top range option here, Grady Itali RSX for Caprica Heist DLC. With a max sell value of $410,000. Yes. Grady Itali RSX Caprica Heist DLC. No, not supercar, but sports car. By the way, this is muscle car. Eudora that replaces that one, for also muscle car. The Cypher that replaces that, by the way, is sports car. Again, this is sports car actually, like the Cypher. Grady Itali RSX Caprica Heist DLC. Is apparently for the McTony robbery, the submarine one, apparently for the sports car there. Yes, the one all the way in bumfuck Pluto Bay, basically. And it has max sell value for $10,000. And then salvage value, $328,000, I think that is, not 26, but one of those two. And yeah, I'm saying at angles, so if I messed up any numbers, that's kind of why. And yeah, by the way, it gets replaced for the Gangbang robbery with the Grady Turismo Maggio from the Chop Shop DLC. For the second part for the last 5-6 days. Again, that's for the Gangbang robbery with the Grady Turismo Maggio, replacing it for the second part, basically. Yeah, this one's 410,000, and then, yeah. 328,000, it looks like, if not 26,000. Like, free 26,000, of course.
Hey!
Hi.
Catch you
See
later.
you around.
Yeah, I want to check info actually. Right. So this is where I get to see like anything that's been delivered for like safes or for help or notifications. Is it? Oh yeah, notifications. My bad. Alright, arcade's not filled up yet. Salvage yard very much isn't either, since it's pretty slow unless you do tow truck stuff. I did think I wanted to maybe collect the agency just in case though, because like there is a lot of discounts I believe still probably to cover, or probably to actually cover. Yes. And yeah, it's going to be like discount bonanza to go over still, so I might be trying to skim through it as much as I can. So if I don't go over all details, I'll probably why, of course. So yes. If I don't mention something important for something, it might be because like I'm trying to skim through things, of course, of the huge amount of discounts to spend, of course. Yeah, it'd be kind of ridiculous to go over absolutely all of that, like in every nitty-gritty detail. Even I might not be that crazy to do that. Did I do that though?
What's up, boss? I'll be here.
I usually kind of let this hit 250k, but I figure I might as well not for like my last stream before the DLC drops. And yeah, because of GTA 6, we have the code inbox, by the way, might not cover any new information for DLC, by the way. By the way. As a protest as well for GTA 9 DLC. I kind of figure as well with it being the final update before GTA 6 we have the like, should I even... Like, everything's gonna basically be out for GTA 9 that people care about by that point anyways.
Stay safe, boss.
Anyways, I do feel... I do feel... Okay, I didn't think that in, my bad. I might have just been in a rush to get out of there, of course. We have 15,407,000 for me, $7. I see. So they have discounts off of aircraft, then properties, then special weaponized and infantry vehicles. Besides for anything for gun van, which I already basically covered. It's like 4 whole crazy categories of discounts. Maybe I'll go over it in the same order. I basically already talked about the Avenger one, that was like the main spotlight one. On the main menu, I think, when I like first started the stream, so I might not talk too much more on that one. I kind of already spoke of that one already, so it might be pretty quick to go over this one. I'll try to go over anything I wasn't really to fully go over yet. So it doesn't seem renovations are setting on discount for the Avenger, but at least the stock Avenger is a huge discount. Of a massive 70% off. Yes, though. Massive 70% off discount for the stock vehicle itself, but not the renovations, it looks like. So it looks like... Barry spoke of the gun turret, obviously, that's pretty good, and that's pretty good. It's basically the MSC weapons, but on the aircraft, of course. And with this swappable seats in one seat. You can just press a button to switch the seats, even just like a single player in the seats, basically without having to actually physically get out the seats like the DMC, like I said earlier though. We had a vehicle workshop. The vehicle workshop. You also customize stuff like weapons on it, like the Lampadati visitors from earlier, for example, for the prize, right? Of course. But yes, though. There's not been many vehicles I got to go over yet that use the vehicle workshop much, but like the Lampadati visitors, of course, like I said from earlier with the prize ride for the current event, does let you do that basically. With the front mounted machine guns from earlier, of course. So for certain weaponized vehicle modifications for certain vehicles, you will need the vehicle workshop, of course. Now, unlike the MSC, you don't need a dedicated like section of the like cab to have to use it, but you can fit the vehicle workshop in the Avenger no matter what. So there's no need to like skip the vehicle workshop on the Avenger like the MSC, since everything you can do with the Avenger fits no matter what, unlike the MSC where you have to kind of go without things, of course. We had a weapon workshop. I think it's like the second one in the whole game with the Avengers weapon workshop. It's basically the same as the MSC weapon workshop. You don't 100% need it, but like, again, maybe there's like a certain build you want like the MSC or something where you don't want the weapon workshop, but me, I think I still have the weapon workshop in mind. So even with the extra personal vehicle storage, I think, of the MSC, I think you can still get away with the weapon workshop, just not the weapon and vehicle workshop if you do want like the extra vehicle storage still out of the MSC, which I did want eventually myself. Because obviously it's one more vehicle to store for GT Online. So why wouldn't I, of course. And then finally, the operations terminal. Is what you need for those missions that came out in Dangerous Mercenaries DLC. This one was not available till summer 2023, and that's what you need for the certain missions, of course, that are exclusive to this, of course. And yes. There's something like LSA operations, like something you can kind of do in like free mode, I believe, as well. In addition to like missions that go in the separate lobby, basically. Like I was basically saying earlier, basically. So a little more details on the renovations, of course, I didn't go over earlier, per se. But I did go over the Avenger as a whole for the most part, though, at least for the main menu at the beginning of the stream, though. Some more details for that there, of course. Yeah, looks like the next one I was on Newswire is the B-11 Strike Force. Another 70% off discount, it turns out. So yes, never like weaponized aircrafting, of course though. So this one's definitely a lot more of a traditional plane than the Avenger for sure. So this one does require you to own the hangar, and it's not for Pegasus since this released like 2017, like mid-2017 onwards, where every single like plane aircraft kind of thing for the most part is through the hangar system instead. Yeah, 70% off though. 3.8 million to 1,140,000. 2,660,000-ish or something pretty huge, massive savings scores for 70% off as you would expect. But yeah, for the weapons, you have the like explosive cannon. This particular explosive cannon, on the other hand, wasn't like a nerfed cannon with Dangerous Mercenaries DLCs. It was never really as good as like the Hydra or laser cannons. The Savage still actually is the good explosive cannon, for example, so it wasn't as good as either the Hydra or laser or Savage cannons, either in the past or like what they currently have. But it does have the cool, unique, like, bird sound to it, which is pretty cool. It is an explosive cannon, yes. However, I think you do have to have, like, a lot of concentrated fire or something, like a single target, basically, or something. That makes it, like, not too good, unfortunately, or fortunately. Also, the missiles, the regular missiles, are limited to 30 single missiles, and then you do run out. Which is unique, because not every vehicle for aircrafts in the game actually run out of their missiles entirely. This is literally the only full aircraft I can think of that actually runs out of the regular homing missiles, like at all, basically, with like a limit of like 30 missiles, which normally is only the case for land vehicles, not air vehicles, which is a huge downside for this vehicle, unfortunately. I think the purpose of that was so you would use the barrage missiles as like your main type of missile. I don't know, I'm not a big fan of this vehicle with the way they went with like some of the weapon decisions, unfortunately, fortunately. It is a plane, of course, though, so it is very good for point A, point B transport. But like a helicopter would probably just do it better since it can land easier. But the fact you have to use the barrage missiles and the cannons as your main weapons, and the explosive cannon was never as good as the Hydra, laser, Savage cannons, kinda is a huge downside to me for the weapons. Unfortunately, I didn't like how they handled the weapons on this vehicle. But it is a unique weaponized aircraft, though, regardless. If you do like some of that stuff, it's pretty good. For like ones that are more unique, then this is definitely one of those. I think it has some explosive resistance as well, like it takes a couple of like missiles to destroy. Albeit, I think aircrafts as a whole, if you hit them with like one missile in like 2 minutes, the engines just completely die or something. So like, not entirely good anyways for explosive resistance on this vehicle. But you can definitely grind some contents fine enough at least. Just sucks the missiles are limited for 30 missiles for the homing missiles, just prioritize having to use the barrage missiles. And it's only only 140, you only have like a 1.5 hour grind for this vehicle, which isn't usual. And so like, say like a 4-hour grind or something, which is definitely not worth it for this vehicle, I feel. So if you are going to get it, make it this event, But also make sure you have enough money for the new DLC come out, obviously, most importantly, though. Alright, so another Warstock plane. R0 to RO, like, -86 Alkanost, whatever. whatever, though. It's around like $2.3 million off. It looks like 70% off, which is pretty crazy. And it is literally under $1 million, which is insane, actually. Actually. But yes, so on a trade price, it's oh my fucking ass, God, though. Yes, though. On a trade price, it is $2.3 million or so off of the vehicle. For 70% of the vehicle with a trade price, of course. For that, like, 2.3 million-ish or so off. 2.2 to $2.3 million off. Like, no joke, for the stock vehicle, could probably grind it like 1 single hour, which is insane. Which, honestly, quite frankly, is probably all it's mostly worth, to be honest. To be honest. So this particular plane is weaponized, but only with bombs. It only gets 50 bombs. Despite being a big plane, it only gets 50 bombs, which isn't that crazy. Not only that, but it does get stealth capability, but it's only active at 500-meter plus, like, altitude, basically. So you have to be really, really high altitude to even get to stealth. I don't know if it actually gets up there that crazy. But yeah. Yes, though. It's funny you need 500 plus meters for the stealth. And then the only weapons on here is bombs, though, because bombs in this game do not work good at high altitudes, from what I understand, since they kind of phase through the ground if you're at like high altitudes. I think from what I've heard. So apparently they don't even like hit at high altitudes, which you need for the stealth, which is an ironic combo to have. So you're not going to get much use out of this vehicle. So if you're ever going to get this vehicle out, so yes, if you've never got the vehicle and you are going to get the vehicle, definitely get this low of a price. Even without the trade price, it's probably only like low to mid, like 1 mil, I would guess. Maybe high 1 mil at most. Which is better than what it would be normally, obviously, for sure. For sure, though. Like, not even $1 million for this, I'd cop it at that, honestly. Honestly. Again, if you have not yet bought it, And you have like a ton of money for the DLC or something. NES vehicle is a hangar aircraft. And when it is a hangar aircraft, it is the only extra large aircraft I think in the game that you can put in the hangar, so literally when it's in the hangar on this floor, it's the only thing that can be on the floor in the hangar, I believe too, which is crazy. It's a weird vehicle since the bombs like phase through the ground, I think, when you're at like 500 meters anyways with the stealth. Kind of a weird vehicle. In a sense. Maybe it actually is in GTA 6 VI, and it's actually like really good though. Who knows, so. Single player or online, or both, obviously, hopefully. And then the RM10 Bambushka plane apparently will be next for 70% off, apparently. So another big plane discount apparently. By the way, the trade price for the Alkanos I didn't mention, but I think you have to do like an approach or whatever for like the finale that requires using the Alkanos or something, or like you yourself don't buy, I believe, but like some pilot I think buys it for you, and like whatever approach for the heist, and you have to do that, I believe, to get the trade price. And of course, complete set heist as host or whatever. But on trade price for our 10 pound bush goods, $3,562,500 apparently, and it goes down to $1,068,750. Damn, not even 6-digit price like the Alkanos. It's kind of crazy actually. Again, being one from like Smuggler's Run DLC onwards, this does require a hangar, not a Pegasus vehicle, unfortunately, kinda, and not like both, whatever. But it's weaponized and also has boost capability. So it kinda has explosive cannons, I think, like the MOC and the Avenger has, I think. I don't know if they're basically the same or like what though. Oh yeah, I also heard the gun cameras are broken on the Bombushka in particular, so like you can't even use them that good from what I hear for the bomb cameras. Or not the bomb cameras, but the turret cameras. I hear the turret cameras are broken. It's like the angles are like really limited or something, and you don't have the full angles that you once were able to use before apparently. But yeah, so. Yeah, they're explosive cannons too, if I didn't say by the way, yeah. But yeah, like I said, it's basically the weapons of the MSC Avenger, I think, but on the Bombushka. I've been, like, the first actual aircraft to have, like, a weapon like that before. Of course, the Avenger kits came out, like, 6 months or so, like, before it or something. Yeah, 6 months or less, something before the Avenger came out, even. But yeah, again, apparently the cameras are goofed up on those weapons, so you like can't even like use them that properly, apparently from what I hear. For some reason the cameras just are kinda glitched and they can't shoot everywhere they used to be able to shoot. So you might have to be like right on top of what you're like shooting or something weirdly. Also, I don't think this one actually lets the pilot use them. I think you have to always have a pilot, and you can't like sit in the other seats without like a pilot or something. If I remember right from my experience as a solo player or something. It's not as friendly, sadly, as the Avenger letting you use like autopilot and doing that. Obviously, I know this doesn't have autopilot. I understand like it wouldn't be as practical even still, but like still weird decision there. I feel. Like even when it's just on the ground, you can't just use the guns as a solo person. I think without like having a pilot or something. I think though. Does this have bombs? I think it can get bombs, I believe, but it's only like 50 bombs, like the Alkanost. So it's not that crazy there, unfortunately though. Besides for bombs and those certain guns, I don't think there's any other weapons on this, right? I don't think so. I don't think so. Also, this thing is like really slow. And I think there's like a certain setup you can do, by the way, where you can like open up the ramp. You used to just be able to open up the ramp, but I think they kind of hotfixed it at one point. But I think you have to like do like no livery, like no countermeasures, all kinds of like garbage to even be able to open up the ramp, which is kind of ass. But there is a setup apparently where if you do it right, you're allowed to like open the ramp up again, like you used to be able to do when the aircraft first came out with like no restrictions. But yeah. You might even have to go with no JWs, by the way, for that setup too, which is the boost capability, by the way. But yeah, the JWs allows for like instant takeoff, which is pretty cool. Because like it is a very slow aircraft, of course. After all, you kind of need the boost to get it up there, of course, all that well, of course. Yeah, so this thing has at least a little bit of armor. Fun fact, actually, they actually did revisit the armor of the Bombushka in the same update, actually, where they, like, increased the sale timers of, like, the biker bunker businesses. Yeah, I was talking about the increase in biker bunker business, like, sale timers, when obviously talking about the bunker being, like, 2 times. That same update, they also revisited the armor of the Bombushka, I think, to buff the armor. Which didn't do much for it. I think it only takes like 6 or so missiles to pull up still or something. Plus, yeah, the engine smoke thing. After like a couple things, your engines will just die in like 2 minutes anyways. Didn't really do much for it, unfortunately. But yeah, worst part is when they updated that, they still didn't fix the camera like bug on the Bombushka, which is weird. So I think the guns are still not working on there for like those limited camera angles, like I mentioned earlier, when they actually revisited the vehicle in like 2025 or something. I kid you not. I kid you not. They actually updated the vehicle then, but they didn't fix the gun cameras, from what I've heard. They only slightly adjusted the armor, basically, and it wasn't even that good of a buff, apparently. Sparrow, I think, got like some buff, and it kind of basically just slapped the same buff on the Bombushka. It was good for a Sparrow, which didn't really have armor in the first place, so I didn't really get armor buff, but did get like bullet buffs or something, I think, in that same update, and the Sparrow had it really good, but not the Bombushka, kind of in case of like the biker businesses got it good, but not the bunker businesses.
Okay, how about 9? Okay, great.
Oh, and also, by the way, I was trying to think of what I was trying to say here, but yeah. If you cannot do the like cargo ramp, I think it's because there's like some kind of invisible like wall they put on the vehicle. And a side effect of it is I think you cannot be shot in the vehicle if it's set up in that way. AKA if you have like all the upgrades on the vehicle. if you don't do like a particular setup that lets you do the cargo ramp and actually put vehicles in it, basically. By the way, it is worth noting, by the way, you can actually do a Titan, and it's kind of the same thing, but Titan honestly doesn't have like all the like crazy like upgrades and everything else you can do with the Bombushka, though. Of course, unfortunately though. And yeah, also this vehicle is to be almost $2.5 million off, by the way, on 70% off with a trade price, but not quite. But yeah, you can literally grind this vehicle in like 1 to 1.5 hour, which is probably all it's worth, to be honest, with like the lack of stuff it kind of can do. But still. DLC is already around the corner, so only if I have like a fuck ton of money would I even do that. Do that now. Alright, garment factory's pretty much getting there. Okay. Yes. Fuck. Alright, going to another website will be the last 70% off plane, every other plane or aircraft. Every other aircraft, by the way, will be 50% off after the next one I go through. This will be on Elitis instead, of course, of the other like main area for like aircrafts. It's not the Luxor Deluxe, apparently. It's not. No, it's not that, apparently. Oh, it's not trying to rip people off that hard before the new DLC. It is the regular Luxor, 70% off, I kid you not. So it went from $1,625,000, 70% off, to $487,500. Now it's also day one vehicles, so there is no trade price for this vehicle. Oh, and also for the Bombushka trade price, it's tied to the hangar business, by the way. You have to do like a set amount of sales, so I think the best way to do is to do like one like product sales like constantly until you get the trade price or something. I think that's what I did to get the trade prices quick, because like I didn't want to do like legitimately grinding the business to get the trade prices. That would have took like so long to do, I feel, if I did like that many like full sales. I don't think it was based on like the amount you sold. I think it was like based on like the amount of individual sales, so I remember right, for trade price for Bombushka and other aircrafts for that update, by the way. By the way, I forgot to mention trade price for the Bombushka, how to get it, but yeah, so. But yeah, this vehicle, wait, how much seats did I have again? I wasn't really counting for seats actually on the other ones, but I should have probably counted for that for the Bombushka, but fucking spotty bird something fucked me up so hard. 10 seats, apparently, okay. Civilians, obviously, I'll talk performance on this one on like the other aircraft so far, since at least the other ones have weapons were already interesting. But yeah, there's no letter tier, by the way, for planes, but going roughly one for your T2's vehicle spreadsheet, racing you toward G-Town Line. It is 19th place for lap time, and 21st place for top speed. And there is apparently a total of 39 planes, but I think it actually excludes the 2 latest ones from Agent Safehouse DLC, the Duster 300 Agent Titan 250D. I don't think Roughly 132 tested those yet, I'm pretty sure, so I think there's actually 41 planes in the game. But I would think those are both slower than the Luxors, so I think it would actually technically be barely above average, at least for lap times, still like it was before Agent Sabotage DLC. And yeah, 21st place, even 41 points would still be just barely below average. Huh. Or whatever. So yeah, it's barely all that good for a lap time, like, at all. And yeah, top speed is kinda meh on this one. It's just a performance vehicle anyways, for the most part, not that crazy. However, in the Safehouse in the Hills DLC, literally just the latest DLC, has actually added missile lock-on jammer availability for the personal aircraft only. So that means you do have to put it in a hangar to get the accessibility for the missile lock-on jammer, unfortunately, no, and not just purely from the Pegasus one. Kind of unfortunate, but yeah. Yes, though. If you are willing to make this into a personal aircraft, you can at least slap on a missile lock-on jammer so you don't get locked onto with homing missiles, which is definitely a pretty nice thing to have. No doubt. Which I think actually makes this kind of worth it, honestly. Not even 500k for this vehicle too. It's pretty cheap right now, so definitely I would hop onto this. And then lock-on jammer, you're only paying not even 900k for the vehicle. And I think you only like respray the vehicle, so it could probably only cost like $1 million to even set it up entirely. Because it doesn't even have like the engine upgrades or anything, it's just a day one aircraft. So it doesn't even get the engine upgrades or any of that kind of stuff either. That's actually the only latest discount for the whole site. Cool, I guess. So any other aircrafts look like they'll be on more stock, it looks like basically then. For that first of 4 categories, basically. Oh shit, next one's gonna be a good one. Basically. Wait, what? Wait, what? Weird. Garage isn't even said to be on discount on here. But on Rockstar Newswire, it literally says the Mammoth 160 Raju plane is apparently supposed to be 50% off. Mine is not on discount though, but apparently it's supposed to be 50% off, apparently. So like, I don't know if they like goofed this one up since they rose the price of it actually in this DLC for Safehouse and Hills. If it somehow just reverted to like the standard price or something. Like 3,187,500 for like another one. I don't know if that's the normal price ever since they rose the price of it, of course, in this latest DLC at some point. And the drip beat, of course. In this latest DLC. But if it is somehow 50% off, it's a very good aircraft, obviously, when they literally, like, rose the price of it in this DLC. It just proves how good it is. If Rockstar themselves decided to increase the price on it, just like they did the Mark II Oppressor. It's a VTOL aircraft, vertical takeoff and landing, which means it can be like a helicopter and a plane in like one single aircraft, which is absolutely insane. And yeah, it has explosive cannon, which at the time of release all exposed cannons were already nerfed at that point that they wanted to nerf with the Hydra laser ones. Savage one got kept, I think, because it was on a helicopter that was already like pretty slow anyways. So Savage still has that crazy cannon, by the way, but by the way. We had F-160 Raji though. Yes, though. While it does have the nerfed cannon, with the stealth, you do get a lot of use out of that cannon if you're very careful with the stealth usage. But a stealth in the VTOL, you can actually get very insane use out of that cannon, like regardless though, of course, you can literally sneak up on people and the cannon can still be kinda deadly anyways, of course. And then the missiles, it's like the Avenger missiles from earlier, like I was talking about with the fact that was introduced in Sanders Mercenaries as well. Where you have it like the Buzzard missiles, where if you use 2 at the same time, you do have a 2-second cooldown. Which, yeah, it sucks on this vehicle, but I also kind of understand it, because like this vehicle is very insanely good without no missile cooldown even. Just with the cannons alone, it's very good, just... Just the explosive cannons alone, even the nerfed ones, make the vehicle absolutely good, and it's why they hella rose the price of this vehicle with the latest DLC in Ninja Feed. Like litter though. But in the same DLC with Dangerous Mercenaries DLC, they also introduced like the land sales for the hangar, I believe, like land-based sales instead of having to do all air-based sales. And literally the F-160 Raji was the perfect vehicle for all of those when it came out as well. And it still is, even after price, like, raising, of course, like nerfing the vehicle price-wise or whatever. So it's absolutely amazing for hangar land sales. Apparently they're trying to make some insane money with the vehicle too. It's pretty much one of the best ground vehicles in the whole entire game ever since it released, hence why they rose the price of it in Ninja Feed of its latest Safehouse DLC. But yeah, it's not on discount for me, but it says on the newswire it's 50% off, so I figured I would cover it though. Just in case. I don't know why it says on the newswire, but it doesn't even look to be on discount here. Did they forget to put on discount, or like, is it kind of goofed up because they rose the price in Ninja Feed or something? I have like no idea. Honestly though. And it is worth noting, actually, it does have a trade price, I think, tied to those missions that you get for the Avenger. Yeah, the missions you get for the Avenger, I believe there is a trade price for the F-160 Raji, but I don't remember exactly what it is, though. But it's one of the missions you have to do for it, basically. But yeah, when they rose the price especially, it might have been more expensive than the laser. It might have even been more expensive than the laser even at launch, actually. At least for the non-trade price, at least, by the way. And I say that because, yeah, the laser is actually on discount for half off. So obviously half off, 6.5 million to 3,250,000. Yeah, this used to be so much better. This vehicle suffered significantly with the nerfed cannons, basically. Like, it's not VTOL like the Hydra or the F-160 Raji, so you can't really, like, use it in those same kind of good ways, unfortunately, for like, grinding sakes. Again, the missiles, same as the Raiju, you have 2 missiles you can fire at a time before like 2-second cooldown. On this vehicle, it's a lot more understandable for at a time though, since it literally launched with the start of the game, September 17, 2013. So it didn't have like vehicles of like no cooldown at the time, of course. So it does have missiles, but 2 per like couple seconds, and then have a cooldown, of course, after the fact. And yeah, it has explosive cannons, but they were nerfed to the ground. Oh my goodness, man, what the hell? What the hell, man? So again now. Yeah, 2 missiles like every couple seconds, and then there's a couple second cooldown, of course. Again, it was a day 1 vehicle, so in that particular case, it is actually very understandable, because at the time, everything was actually like balanced, basically. And then, yeah, like the cannons again were like really insanely good. Really fast fire rate, didn't alternate sides. I think like it does now. Now I think the sides like alternate each time, so you're not able to shoot on all sides at every second. Basically, they might have reduced the blast radius. I'm not 100% actually. But yeah, it's a shell of its former self. It's not as good. It doesn't have VTOL like the Hydra or the F-160 Raji, so I think it's like the worst culprit of the cannon nerf for sure. I think the laser suffers most of that, unfortunately, though. Albeit the Hydra's kind of redundant when there's another VTOL. Again, though, to be fair, the Hydra is kind of redundant when there's like another VTOL aircraft, though. For like a fighter jet, so maybe actually the Hydra suffered the worst of the 3, like between that, the laser, and technically the Raji could have had the old cannons if it was put in the game like earlier before the nerfs or something. Or like something. or yes, with that like design philosophy in mind or something. But it is pretty quick still, though, for the laser, though. It is a very quick aircraft, though, I think, regardless, though. So that's that one. The laser was that in Smuggler's Run, but it's technically a Pegasus vehicle since it's based on a 2013 aircraft, of course. By the way, so you don't need a hangar, I believe, for that one. You can actually just get it for Pegasus if you wanted to. But also, if you do it for like the hangar, you can also have some increased spawn commands for it. Albeit I don't know how useful that would be given the cannon nerves, but yeah, so. Alright, half off the Everhard Titan 250T apparently up next. Next. Which is apparently one of the free latest aircrafts of the game, apparently. Location, Sabotage DLC, Last Winter's DLC. Has 16 player count, I believe it can fit in here as well. Assume it's like no jetpack from like Standards Flight School DLC back in like 2014, but it's in a weaponized aircraft instead. Half off only gives to like 1.8 million. Yeah, quite costly, not as costly as the laser, for example, or like probably F-160 Raji. But that discount for me doesn't even like show up, so it's listed, but like it didn't show like it's a discount, which again I don't know if it was bugged due to like the price increase or something, or like what though. But it's basically a better like bomb bushka basically, by the way, if there's one, this one. Yes, it's another big plane. But I think it has even better explosive resistance than the Bombushka. The guns aren't bugged, I'm pretty sure. Of course, you can actually, like, use them. There's still explosive cannons. You have, like, 25, like, 40, 105mm. 25 is, like, that one with, like, 30 shots. I think since it shoots a lot, it's, like, really good for taking out vehicles, right? If I remember right, I could be wrong. Could be wrong. Maybe it's still 105, but I think the 105 is like the general kind of like new kind of one or something. 40, the one the pilot can use of like 5 shots, apparently is considered the worst cannon, like the worst of the 3 cannons. And like 100, 105mm, whatever. It's like a mini orbital cannon shot. That might be the good one for taking out on foot players. I think that's the big deal about that one. And again, I think with 30 shots on this smallest like 25 one, apparently with precision it provides, it might be the best one for taking out vehicles or something. I might be wrong on some of that though, so don't take it 100%, but like something all like that. This thing also has an autopilot feature, by the way. Autopilot was nerfed sadly in the Money Fronts DLC, I believe though. Like autopilot when it first came out was like so good, even when like the controls got shot off, I think it would like still autopilot like completely straight or something, I believe. As a Money Front onwards, it doesn't do that anymore, sadly, so the autopilot kind of got ruined, unfortunately. Kind of made sense for balance reasons, I guess, or like something. Or like it like wasn't realistic or something. But like, yeah. Like, yeah, it was kind of fun for a while, like lasted, but it was also kind of ridiculous it worked the way it did anyways. Did this thing get bombs as well? I kind of forget. If it has bombs, it's like not that crazy anyways, weaponry compared to like the other weaponry it has though. But sadly, this one doesn't get Jado like the Bombushka does. Please, you do have to actually buy this one proper, like the whole way. And also, I think it reuses some coating or something from the Bombushka, so if you have it fully upgraded, I think there might be like invisible that like protects you or something in the front as well. And because of something like that, there might be a way to like make the ramp work to put vehicles inside, since I think they use some coating from the Bombushka. It's kind of like a reskinned Bombushka in a way. Basically. But you can definitely do some interesting things of autopilot even with the nurse, but it won't be as good as like before Money Fronts. Like initial Agent Safehouse DLC, I'm sure though. But yeah, it's pretty good aircraft, pretty good aircraft. Especially if you play with like multiple players, it's pretty good. If you play solo, it's probably not gonna be that great, honestly, but it's pretty crazy aircraft though. I think it's worth spending money on it if you have like a fuck ton of money to spend before the DLC. Of legitimate, of course, not illegitimate. So if you have like a fuck ton of extra money to spend, it's definitely a good one to get for sure. For sure though. And then the last free will actually be much more solo usable, at least. And yeah, I forget. There might be a trade price tied to the Titan of a job, or no, not Titan of a job. It's a Titan of a job. It's in a Lester's mission. The Aster Guzman goes and like flies again, away, whatever. That might have a trade price for it. I'm not really 100% on that note, by the way, but yes, though. But the Hydra's half off apparently from the heist DLC. Going from 3 million to 1.5 million. But yeah, Hydra's gonna be very similar to the laser. Obviously, again, the cannon's got nerfed standards Mercenaries DLC, kind of unfortunately compared to what was on it, like from like 2015 to 2023. And this is like the VTOL one released for the F-160 Raju. This one is VTOL, but it also doesn't have stealth like the F-160 Raju does. So this one might have been the one that was like nerfed the hardest, given it had VTOL like the F-160 Raju, but F-160 Raju also has stealth, and that same update that dropped that, its cannons get nerfed. So there's practically almost no reason to use it. To be fair, I think the Hydra might have like a speed glitch or something with the VTOL, which I don't know if you can replicate that with the Raijus in particular. I could be wrong though. So maybe there's like a niche like speed glitch kind of thing you can do with the Hydra that you might not be able to do with like the F-160 Raiju. That could give it some niche use. That yes could give it some niche usage. Yeah, weapons are basically the same as the laser, I believe, with the cannons, of course the nerf cannons compared to ones from back then, like I explained earlier, and then, yeah, 2 missiles you can fire at like once and you have to wait like 2-second cooldown, whatever. So there's delay between missiles. Which, yeah, Heist DLC did introduce the Savage, which I think was the first vehicle in the game that actually had no, like, cooldown missiles. I believe so. I think that was the first one that was like that. Hydra didn't have that feature, but, like, it's a fighter jet, and, like, with how quick it could be and stuff, it's probably more of a balancing decision than anything, so I get it, but, like, it could have definitely done with, like, no cooldown missiles. I think that would have helped it a bit. And then obviously the VTOL is pretty cool. And it does return from Grand Final San Andreas. It was very iconic in GTA San Andreas. I just wish it had the option for like a flare option or something, or they would add one eventually to it though, like San Andreas had. Like even if it was locked at just flares, like what San Andreas had, and like no chaff or something. Chaff could maybe be a little too crazy overpowered for it, but like maybe the Raijori has chaff. I feel they should do a little more of this vehicle in the last update before GT6 VI releases for sure. But they probably won't. But if you don't have a Raiju, it's a much more cheaper, accessible option. But it doesn't have a trade price technically, but if you do the like whatever like original heist thing you have to do, like setup or finale, whatever, then you actually get a decrease in the price, but it's not a direct trade price since trade prices didn't exist till 2016. And being a 2015 vehicle, they had to kind of go about it a slightly different way, I believe. So it's not technically trade price, but there's a way to get a cheaper price for it, though. So it might be one of the better aircraft discounts, sides for the supposed Raiju 50% discount, but I didn't see a discount on there, just about the newswire said. But again, that could have just been something of like a glitch of the increase of pricing that they did in the drip feed for it or something. Alright, and there is a couple of smuggler run aircrafts. Dr. Podcast retard. Again, actually, like his music, I'm just memeing or something. Yes. So the Pyro is apparently going to be next one. Go over half off. $3,350 free, or I mean $3,350,000 on trade price to $1,675,000 half off. Again though, like I mentioned at some point though with the Bambushka, trade prices for smuggler run aircrafts have to do with like the amount of sales you do, I believe, for like air sales at least. I assume I think land sales might be compatible with that as well. I'm not sure though, since this came out later. I haven't done much for that. And plus, I probably already had all the trade prices years prior to those actually releasing. So I can't say competently, but yeah. Might be just based on the amount of general sales for that business of the hangar, whether it be the air or maybe the land ones that came out much later on. But yeah, smuggler run aircraft, so you do need to put in a hangar. It's not Pegasus whatsoever. It's a two-seater, like, fighter jet, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. But it has machine guns. I think the regular machine guns are obviously not explosive in this particular case, though. So they're not that crazy, of course, compared to, like, the Hydra laser, like, other kind of jets of, like, the afterburner kind of part in the back there, of course, whatever. It's also one per side, and it probably alternates shots as well, I'm guessing. So you'll probably have to really calculate where your vehicle is going to be and stuff to maximize use on those guns. Apparently, though. Does this thing have bombs even? I'm not really sure actually if it does or not. If it does, like, it is pretty quick and agile. If it does, where it could actually be a good user of bombs for sure though. If it is, of course. So. And this thing does have missiles. Pretty sure, 100%. And I do believe they might not actually have a cooldown. I could be wrong. Maybe there is a cooldown on the missiles, like 2-second cooldown on this one. I don't think so, though. I think there is no cooldown limit on the missiles on this one, though. I think. I believe Pirate might also be one of the better top speed aircrafts as well in the game or something. But it has weapons. I'm not going to talk about performance of it anyways, but I think that's the case. I want to say. I want to say. But yeah. Might be pretty good. Like aircraft for landing and stuff too, with the afterburner stuff. Could be wrong though. But not as good as the VTOL ones, of course though. And the last aircraft discount apparently will be the V65 Molotov for the Smuggler's Run DLC. On a trade price, it's 3.6 million to 1.8 million, half off. Again, same kind of deal with the trade prices like the other two Smuggler's Run ones I was talking about. Where you do like a set amount of like sales or something, I believe, for like a certain trade price for Smuggler's Run DLC, or like pretty much any of the ones for the aircrafts, and for that whole update. But this one might have bombs, so I'm not actually 100%. This actually is a pretty interesting aircraft. It's actually pretty good for landing, of all things, so it is a good one for landing. Despite not being VTOL, it is pretty easy at landing, so like, I could give it some use for bombing if it does in fact have bombs. I'm not 100% if it does or not though. But I believe this one has machine guns and missiles, of course, just like the Pyro, but it will be nowhere near as quick. I think it might have an afterburner kind of thing in the back too, like the Pyro, but it's nowhere near as quick as the Pyro though. But yeah, the machine guns and missiles. I want to say this one for sure has no cooldown on the missiles, because I think it's like a slower kind of fighter jet kind of thing. And because some of the handling quirks of this vehicle or something with like it being easy to land with and stuff, I think it gives us some interesting utility for the missiles, like being able to use them quite well and stuff. At like lower speeds or something at least. So like, it could be a very interesting aircraft. I think it's definitely an interesting aircraft for sure, but like, might not be one of the better general grounding aircrafts if you have something like to ride you already, or are planning to just pick that up, like, during this event or something. On a supposed discount, even though I didn't see it price reduction on it, but it is also on Newswire as a half-off discount. Again, could be something to do with like the price increase during this like trip feed of Safehouse and Hills that might have goofed up the sale or something. I'm not sure actually. I actually know. So Safehouse, there's a single aircraft discount. looks like it is, yes, fuck. Looks like there was 11 aircraft discounts, and that was basically all of them. All of them. Well, things still working fine. Awesome. Awesome. So again, there's that Lagos and Cuda bunker for free, which I think they basically already put on the main menu, so I don't know if I want to talk about that one in particular. I'll talk a little more about general bunkers, so. And then there's some other property discounts as well, basically going on. The next category of discounts I want to go over is the property discounts. Sure, there won't be as much to talk about with properties. I'm guessing it's like aircraft, like different things in the game to consider and stuff though. I think properties be a lot more straightforward. I don't assume Clubhouse is on discount, right? I don't think so. That's already like really cheap too, even. But I suppose since there's August and Kudo, I'll talk about bunkers first, even though they're at like the bottom of the properties discounts. For like general bunker discounts. Why not? Just get out the way now, I suppose. This makes sense to do with the August and Kudo one for free. But I can't show it right now because I actually had this well before the free discount, but yeah, it will be free apparently. Like I said. Like Cedar's these like hilly, like incline, like dirt things, whatever. You can kind of get a vehicle up those, and then you can go down like here is what I was trying to say earlier, instead of having to go like all the way around. That could save some time, possibly, or be like around the same time in a way. So you do actually get some nice highway access if you're willing to do that, of course. Again, I think the only like crucial situation wouldn't work with too well would be like the phantom wedge sails with the bunker. Yeah, with the bunker, I would say the phantom wedge sails would be like the one thing that wouldn't go well with that. Then again, you might be able to use the H7 Iron Mule for those sails nowadays. I'm not really 100%, so that might not be as much of a deal breaker as it used to be. Could be wrong though. Yeah, this one is that kind of pricing. Of course, they're not all. Not all. Yeah, this one's pretty much the cheapest one here. This one over here is basically the cheapest one. People complain about this one like all the time being like a really bad location, but I feel the highway access actually doesn't make it that bad. If you're willing to deal with it a little bit, of course. But obviously, if you don't have a bunker, you should obviously go to Lagos and Kudo, one that's like much closer to like the city. Obviously, it's like actually in the middle of the map, not like way at the top though. At least for this week, you might as well get this one for free if you don't yet have one. Of course, though. Of course, though. Of course, though. Well, I'm not allowed to click personal quarters setting. Like, what? Is that always the case? Same with the gun locker? What? I don't think it used to do that. Like, what? What the? But as for upgrades and modifications, those are looking to be 40% off or something like the actual bunkers. Yes, yes, indeed. But it probably say like 100k or something on like the bird style, but I already own it, so I cannot really show it on this particular one apparently, but apparently. Yeah, personal quarters will allow you to spawn at the bunker, which can always be kind of useful to have as a spawn location on like a niche circumstance. In like some niche circumstance, it might be worth having like the bunker as a spawn location. But it's definitely nowhere near like a top spawn location. I don't think the MOC like access is the greatest anymore, like it used to be maybe back then. Then again, you can also place practically any vehicle you want in the MSC if you have like the personal vehicle base storage. Like me, I have like the Mark 1 oppressor. So depending on like what you put in that, I guess you could actually have some nice spawn convenience, I suppose. So you can kind of place your own like vehicle in the like personal vehicle storage for the MSC if you have that modification. That could, I guess, increase the spawn utility of, like, a bunker, I suppose, which could make it interesting. But yeah, overall, I don't really think it's anywhere near the greatest spawn location, regardless of doing that, even though. We have shooting range. We have shooting range. You can actually increase your throwable amounts, by the way, because some of my throwables are at like 30 instead of like 25 or something, which is usually the highest, for example. And that's actually for like tier 2 or something of the shooting range or something, I believe. Or like tier 3 or like something. We have targets. Colors obviously don't matter that much, it's just personal preference there. I would imagine so, of course. Maybe just some niche use of like certain ones or something to better at shooting range somehow. I'm not sure though. Yeah, gun locker. There's a complimentary gun locker, so like nightclub, for example. I think if you get a nightclub, I think it already comes with a gun locker at standard, where you're not actually paying like a direct, like separate price for one. So there is better options, but like having like another place to be able to like adjust your weapon loadout depending on like how picky you are about that could be fine, I guess. Probably not all that worth it. And in transportation, obviously, you get around the bunker quicker. It is kind of a massive interior, in a sense. in innocence. So it sure doesn't hurt to have the transportation, plus in Criminal Enterprises DLC onwards, I think you can also call Agent 14 to actually spawn it in free mode, which is kind of goofy and funny to do. Like, it's kind of like just a complete, like, meme vehicle that just helps in a small smidge of transportation in the bunker. Depending on, like, where you're going in there, I suppose. It's definitely a fun, interesting thing with it. The audience bunker discounts look to be 40% off sites for free logs include a bunker. However, property discounts tend to be like 60% or higher though, which is pretty good. Pretty good though. So there's agency stuff apparently for 60% off, it looks like. So it looks like one of the couple properties over in the Dynasty Executive section. Basically. You can get agencies as low from like 2 million or 60% like to like 800k, which is pretty insane. I think mine is the most expensive. The most expensive might still be like a low, like $1 million property. But that's not that bad. It's like a 1-hour grind for agency, like basic agency. It's not bad at all, basically, for sure. For sure. And yeah, the renovations are also to 60% off apparently as well. As well. So you get like maybe about a couple $1,000s off on the cosmetic art. Might save quite a couple $1,000s off on wallpaper, cosmetic stuff as well. Highlight. Seems it's 100k to 40k with 60% off no matter which one you choose. So cool. The agency armory allows you to get some more exclusive weapons like the stun gun and the compact EMP launcher. In fact, I actually think those are the only two like kind of exclusive weapons. Is the stun gun and the compact EMP launcher, which both can have their uses like for sure. Basically. I think you can also buy Mark II weapon for the. I also think you can buy like Mark II ammo and stuff for the armory, which could be more convenient than like an actual work station or something, kinda, since you can spawn directly at the agency. Whereas you can't really spawn directly in like the MOC or the Terabyte or anything like that, I believe. Like, yeah, you have like the. Eventually they added one in the hangar, I guess I could technically use that one. Going from the bunker to your MOC, it kind of might be a little weird, of course, for the first of the weapon workshops, though, and then seeing kind of like the facility, having to go facility and then to your Avenger. So that might be one of the more convenient ways to go about your Mark II ammo for sure, though, I think, though, regardless, albeit there is the Mansion Armory now as well, albeit Mansion Armory might also require you to actually own the armory for the agency. It could be wrong though. Could be wrong though. It feels like that would kind of make sense to do. If they held on to like money gouge players, of course, with the mansions that came out. I don't know if that's exactly how it works, but maybe it does. Maybe it does. The accommodation. I think this is what lets you spawn, of course. Surely. I think it's called accommodation for the like CO office as well. Yes, so. Yeah. Being able to spawn at the agency is especially nice if you're trying to do 201 security contracts to get 20k every 48 minutes for the agency safe like I have. Like extra 20k every 48 minutes up to is definitely a nice smallish like boost every once in a blue moon or something. For sure. So I definitely do like that, of course, for the sake of 221 security contract running. And you can spawn certain aircrafts and stuff, just not like weaponized ones, I believe. So it's a fine enough spawn. I wouldn't really say it's as good as like the CO office or obviously like a hangar, or like some of those like actual like maybe top like 3 spawns. Maybe it's more like a top 5 or like top. Maybe it's more like a top like 5 or 10 spawn location rather than like a top 3 spawn location. I would probably say. Like honestly though. It's kind of up in the top 5, 10 spawn locations, I would say, for agency, but like, there's definitely like at least 3 options I would think for sure, like better options. Maybe even 5, I could be wrong. I was kind of thinking yacht, so a couple of the other ones this week as well, and about maybe at least 4 spawns that definitely work for sure better than the agency spawn, I would say. And then you got a vehicle workshop. I think this way you get your 1 free option or whatever for like Amani tech features basically. Because obviously if you don't have the agency, you have to do Amani tech features at the bottom with Car Club or the mansions with a GTA Plus subscription. So vehicle workshop is actually very, very huge for the agency. Basically. Especially with them adding like more lock-on chambers like every single update nowadays, basically anymore. Like yeah, they don't really do true Amani tech stuff like with the armor plating like they used to. They only did like 20 of those up to like a certain point, and then they kind of stopped, unfortunately. There might not have been one since like Agent Sabotage, which might have only had like 1 for that, even if like Terminus Patrol or something might be the last one that comes to mind, but still though. Vehicle workshop definitely a pretty fun modification, I would say. I would very much say. Last body, first time carrying them. Fuck that body, man. First time carrying though. Come on, man. Fuck. But apparently hangers are also 6% off alongside our upgrades modifications. So you can literally get a stock hanger as well as like $480,000 right now, which is absolutely insane. With the 60% off of hangers is well as like the upgrades and modifications, of course. You can even get a Fortune Kudo one as low as like 800k even, which is insane. It's insane. Yes. Fuck. We can save almost 200k, like 190k. It looks like off hanger style. So cool then. Save like 57k. Looks like off the lighting. Off the lighting. Wait, I have to do some of the styles to even get the other lightings. Okay, wait, what? I didn't know that before. I think actually. Unless I did, and this fuck is probably for some reason it fucks me up all the time. Of course, so. Yes. Fuck. Got him. Fuck, that's fuck, man. So you really don't say that much, even if 6% of the lighting scenes in particular. Interesting. So like 120k on the most for 4 graphics, 6% K, and it is free or basically just cosmetics. Office furniture is even basically just cosmetic as well. Yeah, something like 168,000 it looks like, for savings here. Living quarters, I would say it's like the first real one you mostly would want. Allows you to spawn to hangar, and hangar is definitely a very good top like spawn location of all the insane aircraft access you get. Given aircrafts are basically like the best point A, point B vehicles in the whole entire game. So 100% I would say this is pretty much like the #1 spawn location, or close to it for sure. For any hangar that you may own, no matter the location. Yeah, like 225,000 or something. Like savings with the living quarters and modern. Living quarters is just traditional. Like what, like 141-ish thousand or something it looks like, or something. And you had a workshop, half off, or no, not half, but 60% off of that even. And you didn't have a weapon workshop at launch, but in 2023 was Sanders Mercenaries DLC. But yes, though, in 2023 Sanders Mercenaries DLC, I think the weapon workshop added the weapon workshop finally with like Sanders Mercenaries though. 60% off though, 1,150,460,000 is kind of crazy actually. I feel it's like 690-ish to like 700,000 savings there. That's insane. You can actually get the cheapest hanger with the workshop and still be under $1 million right now. Actually, that's insane. And with the living quarters spawn, they're just literally like an hour grind. That's nice. You can actually get a pretty good hangar for just 1 hour grind, actually. Yes, cheapest location stuff, but it will do. It'll very much do, surely. Surely. And yeah, the hangar business, I was kind of talking about it, of course, of like the land sales. F-160 Roger does those pretty well. So F-160 Roger is very essential, or like pretty much the best grinding vehicle for hangar. Land sales, at least. So those, you can make some insane money, for sure. I know it's like the last two are going to be like vehicle ones, like the Avenger, basically. And I think they're both on war stock, actually. Yeah, Phantom, no, not Phantom Wedge, obviously not Phantom Wedge, but the Mobile Operations Center is like 60% off or something. Or no, actually, scratch that, those are 70% off for the vehicle ones, I still have to go over, actually. I think the Avenger was 70%, so I guess it makes sense. MSC and the Terabyte are also 70% off then. And then, fuck. But it looks like 1,225,000 to like 367,500. Very, very cheap entry price for just a Phantom Custom. And obviously the Hauler Custom will probably be very, very cheap as well. It's like, obviously if you don't yet have those, it's going to be absolutely amazing. Hauler's probably a little bit better, I would guess. Smaller, so it might have some better movement, of course. And the windows kind of have some covering to them, so I don't know if you get some like better protection in the windows, but they're probably almost the same thing anyways. Holler could, yeah, maybe have some slightly better performance. I know they have slightly different performance or something for sure. It probably doesn't really matter which one of the two you do. And yet, renovations aren't really on discount. Looks like Command Center is worth the being with like the turrets and stuff I was talking heavily about for MLC and the Avenger already. But yeah, explosive cannon kind of stuff. Again, it was the first iteration of it, so players have to actually move to the seats physically to change the guns, unlike the Avenger, where I think you can be in one seat and change the guns if you only have like one gunner, for example. So not as good as like the later, not as good as the later iteration, of course, of the Avenger, of course. Living quarters, I think, probably just honestly like. Can you spawn in a direct deal order? Actually, if you have living quarters, you probably could. I'm guessing, but then you might have to lose out on like any weaponry on it too, though, which wouldn't really be that good of a trade-off. I feel. Unless you don't really do any combat with it, then maybe that could work fine, I guess. Fine, I guess. But I'd rather have the weapons, personally. Apparently, yeah, pass me to see if you have this particular thing for Bay installed. Right. But yeah, weapon workshop is the Mark II station. Yep, living quarters again. Empty bay, of course, if you don't want anything for some reason. Yeah. Well, But yeah, weapon and vehicle will use upgrade 2 and 3, and it gives it a weapon workshop and a vehicle workshop, which isn't really too ideal to do anymore in 2026. Really wasn't ideal even since like the Avenger came out with Doomsday Heist, like just like 6 months or so later. Like actually though. But you can literally just do any vehicle modifications you need. Like, that would be in this vehicle in the same way with the Avenger or the Arena Mechanic, which are just better options to do with. That don't require, like, using your more limited resources of, like, the base storage. But yeah, by doing that, you can actually use the personal vehicle storage instead if you don't have the vehicle, like, customization section, which again is kind of useless when you have the, like, Avenger and the, like, Arena weaponized mechanic to do that anyways. So I highly recommend getting, like, the one extra vehicle storage again. Like, you can actually go for the interaction menu and actually spawn a very particular vehicle you really want to spawn in a more convenient way, basically, which is really nice. You can change it as long as the vehicle is able to be stored in there, basically, which is very, very convenient. Again, I do it with the Mark 1 oppressor, make it kind of like the Mark 2 with the Terabyte, for that kind of spawn convenience for the Mark 1 oppressor. Like, if I'm not like a MC or something, of course. That's what I have to do with mine, basically. But I'm sure there's a lot of other interesting possibilities to do with it, for sure.
Sick ride.
But yeah, it's only one storage. It's not the biggest deal, but like it's still at the end of the day an extra vehicle storage slot you can actually use. And obviously, yeah, like 150,000 for an interior car, not the biggest deal. And yeah, also have the primary cars on like black, white, and gray. Okay. Okay, is all that just literally 115,000, like, no matter what? I think so. Oops, went too far back. Wasn't sure how many of those I don't have to go through, but whatever. But the only other thing, really, I feel I didn't mention much. But yeah, obviously this one, by the way, is like super heavily armored. And unlike the Avenger, I don't really think there's like an armor glitch, or if there is, it's like not as noticeable as with the Avenger, I feel. But yeah, I think the armor actually works a lot more reliably on the MSC for like the insane armors it has, so unlike the Avenger at least, so that's good. Of course, I already spoke with the weaponry and all that kind of stuff. Besides for that, it has the exclusive mobile operations missions, which allows you to get certain trade prices for gun running DLC vehicles, which is at least worth doing one time through for those different trade prices, of course. But like in terms of replaying this missions constantly, I don't know if it's that worth doing, fortunately though. I will very much say. But yeah, there wasn't necessarily too much more to mention than what I've kind of already suggested. The Terabyte, on the other hand, comes under $5,000 interior tin. Doesn't really matter which one you choose, it looks like. for that renovation. Doesn't seem like it can really show what the price of the vehicle itself is, unfortunately, like the MSC. Vendor was kind of the same way too, to be fair, but it's 70% off whatever it is normally. So you get a very nice discount on it, of course. Okay, each one of these is basically incrementally more expensive. Not on discount, but it's just a show, basically. But gee, does Osphia like much more expensive it seems? Okay. We got turret station. Yeah, I think this is gonna lock on to like pretty much anything, including stuff with lock-on jammers, believe it or not, if I recall right. But if I remember right, for some reason it can actually bypass missile lock-on jammers. That came out even like well later on, of course, like compared to this vehicle and this feature, like quite a couple years later. But yeah, the missiles aren't actually that accurate on Terabyte, so like, even if it can bypass lock-on jammers, it's not the craziest thing in the world. And you also can actually lock on the players as well, which actually might explain it. Bypassing lock-on chambers might actually lock on to players instead of like the vehicle itself. Quite possibly. So it's like the only missiles in the game that can actually straight up lock onto a player, which is an interesting kind of gimmick. But yeah, again, the missiles are very, very inaccurate though. It's like a balance there, I guess. Or the memes and stuff. I don't know. We had a drone station. Why does they do 2 extra client jobs? The ones of like Life Invader Office and like Banjoko Churi or whatever. But yes, so even if you quite possibly never used a drone station for like Life Invader, Banjoko Churi, whatever. I am 100% certain you do need a drone station to even get access to those, because you are meant to use the drones, even if like nobody actually uses the drones for those, from my understanding, unless they cannot think outside the box and actually think you have to just because the game tells you to. And they might not even know where those locations are as well, somehow. If assuming when you're not in a drone doesn't show you like the actual location on the map or something. So you do need a drone station, I believe, for the Life Invader and Banjoko Chori like client jobs. Especially on a 2 times like client job event or something can be something pretty nice to have. So you can get access to some best ones to play for client jobs. Basically. And then the weapon workshop, basically again, like all the other weapon workshops I've been mentioning. There is a complimentary one, I believe, for the casino heist, by the way, for weapon workshop. But I think you need an active casino heist. It won't always be active, especially if you don't have like an active casino heist. If you don't constantly like pour like a little bit of like money, like 100k or something for like a casino heist or something to set one up even. The Terabyte, just one of many spawn locations or like vehicle like areas, whatever you can have the weapon workshop. I don't think you can spawn directly into those. It's not the most convenient location to have a weapon workshop for, but it's just yet another place to do it, depending on like what you might be doing in the game at least, or just spawn conveniences and stuff. And then a specialized vehicle workshop is actually the only like mod shop for the Pegasus Oppressor Mark II, and it also allows you to store it there too. I don't think you need to store the Mark II in the Terabyte, but you can, of course. You do, however, need the terabyte to like modify the oppressor 2. That's the only place to modify it. It looks like they're like 100% under 100% though.
I will scoop some bitches in that ride.
But yeah, Terabyte also has like a master control terminal they added with like agent sabotage and sabotage of like the garment factories. They even added more features to it. Collectible scanner helps find collectibles. Stealth module basically puts off the radar when you're not like driving it. Has missile lock on jammer got added with the agent sabotage DLC, so it cannot be locked onto. I get master control terminal, I think. What's added, of course, with agent sabotage and garment factory, like the added stuff there. So you can like do even more business stuff than what you could do when it first launched. You can already do whole source missions, like starting up source missions for this. And again, Master Control Terminal even came out later, so you can like sell businesses and stuff for it too. Which could actually be pretty convenient, depending like what the business is, I guess. So it's definitely interesting. And yeah, the only real weaponry on it, of course, was the like missile kind of thing, of course. Because you got the drones as well, but that's technically using something else for weaponry. But the only real true weaponry for the vehicle itself, I think, is the missiles. So it is a very, very interesting vehicle. Also, that's like the player scanner, I believe, for seeing certain player stats, I think. For example, like when you drive it, basically. Yeah, it's kind of a nonsense thing for the most part, I think though. But that's yet another category over with. Because the bunker upgrades, modifications, install lots 2 in the property section. I already technically went through. God damn, I think there's still like 30 vehicles still to cover here. That's crazy. Crazy.
Alright, call me
later. Yeah, I'm through properties now. Yes, and okay, good. Stream's still going actually. Cool. Fuck. Alright, so one I kind of mentioned earlier, I'll finally be covering. I didn't really cover it, but it was one of the highlight things on the newswire earlier that I kind of spoke of briefly. And that is the Scramjet. 60% off, I believe it was. Yes, having got to be. It's just a little past 2 million to like 1.6. For the discounts, it's definitely 6%. It's a $4 million vehicle to 1.6 million. I noticed you at least have a trade price, if I remember right. It had to like the Hunt Pack like Remix Adversary mode, but I think they took out the trade price or something. So like, I don't know if people already like had the trade price, ended up having the vehicle be more expensive, or like if the vehicle was made cheaper for everybody or something once they remove like the trade price for Hunt Pack Remix, and they have to keep having an adversary mode in the game or something, if I remember right, basically. When they start being involved happy with the adversary modes, basically, though. Basically, though. But yeah, I think it was tied to, like, Hunting Pack Remix, I believe, for the adversary mode back when there was, like, for sure a trade price. Nowadays, that might not really be the case all that much, really, though. Really, though. Also, they might have also, like, nerfed the price of it or something like Raiju at some point. Not 100% actually. Might have definitely been a price increase. You know, like the Drug Wars DLC's drip beat or something at some point. But yeah, it's weaponized. Has machine guns, like pretty much machine guns, those basic machine guns that, like, at the quickest could probably destroy a vehicle in like 2-3 seconds or something. With direct fire or something. And then boost capability. Oh yeah, well, actually before that, I didn't mention the most important weapon, that's the missiles. You get 30 of the best tracking homing missiles in the game, same missiles that initially, I believe, were first put on the Runner 2000 back in like import export, like December 2016. Man, can you believe it's almost been 10 years since having the most accurate homing missiles? That's crazy, actually, now that I think about it, actually. Sheesh, though. But by that point, G6 VFI is going to be out, though. Fairly. Even as fucking code in a fucking ass box, of course, so. But yes, so. So yeah, it's 30 most accurate homing missiles of the game, basically. Which means practically anything it locks onto, you're going to actually be hitting most of the times, at least. Very good. Very good missiles. And yeah, I think it's the only vehicle in the game that has boost and jump at the same exact time. Which is a unique combo, albeit I don't know if it's that good of one as you may initially think it might be. But yeah, the thing is, there is just much better vehicles in the game with point A, point B transport, even with the fact this has boost and jump capability. Like, obviously you have planes and helicopters that can be in the air at all times, whereas this one's going to be, like, in the air and then it's going to be stuck on the land for a bit until the boost recharges. Boost only recharge once it hits a surface, I believe. Like, for me, that kind of just makes it an annoying vehicle to use for point A, point B transport when you can't even use, like, the main point A, point B transport of it most times in, like, most other vehicles, if not, like, pretty much all other vehicles in the game. Kind of ruins the vehicle for me, so I don't really ever use it in free mode. So it seems like it would be a very cool vehicle on paper, but it's kind of not as good as you would think it is. Like, I never use it for grinding content in the game. I just would rather use one that has better, like, point B travel at all times. Like, even a straight up rocket boost vehicle, I'd rather use that, since it doesn't feel like annoying landing back down on the ground basically every single time. I don't know if it's just me, but I've just never really truly 100% resonated with this vehicle too much for the point B transport, at least. But I mean, hey, at least it has the best tracking homing missiles times 30. That's pretty good for grinding content. But again, I'm sure there's a better vehicle for that. Like the Luxo also has like the best tracking homing missiles, for example, and that's a flying car. So yeah, I would probably use like the Lux over this, for example, but yeah. Not as good point B transport as you might think it is, though, for sure, though. Speaking of the Luxo, that's actually the next one on the list. On the newswire, which I'm going to newswire order if it's not clear, by the way, for the most part. For the most part. And yeah, it's Doomsday Heist. It was very much in Doomsday Heist, so something with that has to do with the trade price, like a setup or like finale or something. I think this vehicle used to be cheaper. I think this one definitely got a price increase in the Drug Wars DLC drip feed. I'm not as sure about Scramjet, but I think that one did too. beyond what, like 60% off? Or actually, this one looks to be 50%. Scramjet is 60 though, but this one's 50. Wait, what? The Alexa one actually claims it's 60, not 50, but according to the looks of it, to me, it looks like it's 50%. Maybe it's a typing mistake or something on the newswire. I don't actually know, but it looks 50 to me, not 60% off though. And again, the ride you'd even like have a discount contrary to it being on the newswire. It looks like, according to what it looked like for me, anyways. But and that one could be down to the reason, like changing price for all I know. For all I know. But this one's weaponized as well and has hovering capability. So like the jump boost, rocket boost combo. So it has basically the same weapons as the scramjet with the machine guns and the missiles. Again, 30 the best tracking homing missiles. And it's an air vehicle, since it can go into air permanently, unlike the scramjet, which gives those missiles a lot more usability. I would say Deluxe is actually a very amazing vehicle in the game when it comes to grinding contact missions. So I think it's a very good vehicle for sure for grinding contact missions, like 100%, 100%. But yeah, I think it's very good for contact missions because like land vehicles can be respawned in 2 minutes. Wasn't always the case. It used to be 5-minute cooldowns for like vehicles in general, I believe, like land vehicles like back in older days of the game. But yeah, eventually it got made to where you can spawn a like traditional land vehicle, even if it's like weaponized, as long as it's not like an aircraft, like every 2 minutes, I believe. And because it spawns next to your feet, I find it to be a very amazing vehicle for contact missions. Instead of having to go for like an aircraft, like not using like a land personal vehicle and going to a personal aircraft, which is much more inconvenient for like a contact mission especially. So I find it's especially a pretty good vehicle for contact missions, like one of the best, probably like S tier vehicle for contact missions in particular. Because it has absolutely amazing point B transport and it can be spawned literally right next to your character with yes, the hovering capability, of course, with the point B transport. Amazing stuff there, of course. Torador looks to be on discount for Caprico Heist up next. Next. So half off. I don't think this one is a trade price at all. It wasn't directly tied to Caprico Heist, so I'm pretty sure it doesn't actually have a trade price to it. It just is a normal price. Everybody gets 50% off, basically. This amphibious being a submarine vehicle, as we see in this image here. Sony amphibious vehicle with like a rocket boost at the same time as well, which is definitely a pretty interesting combo. Yeah, definitely a pretty interesting combo there. It has boost just like the scramjet does. But instead of like to go up in the air with boost, it goes down into water with boost, kinda. And yes, weaponized. Pretty similar weaponry to the last two vehicles of like front mount machine guns, missiles. Though I think the missiles are a little worse on the tracking. Like they're not your standard like buzzer tracking missiles. They're a little bit better than that, but they're not as good as like Ruiner 2000 missiles, I believe. Which the scramjet and the deluxe of the very, very accurate like Ruiner 2000 missiles. I think the Torador is like an in-between on the missiles. However, uniquely with the missiles actually never run out on the Torador. Torador actually has unlimited missiles in the whole entire game, for a land vehicle even, which is unheard of before this released. So having its only land vehicle in the whole game that has unlimited homing missiles, which actually gives it a very unique situation, making it a very good vehicle for grinding like free mode missions. It used to also be pretty good for grinding like heist setups. You can actually use it in heist setups for like a while too, I believe at one point. Interestingly. Whereas nowadays, I think the only real missile vehicle you can use of lock-on missiles, at least I think it's the Vigilante from like Vigilante, yes, from Smuggler's Run. I assume because it came out in an update pretty much focused on aircrafts and being like a weaponized land vehicle. I think they like overlooked that one and like why that's still in like high setups basically. So like the Vigilante used to have a niche as well of being like the vehicle you can actually use in heist setups of all things, believe it or not, for like regular and doomsday heist setups in particular. Which made those missions a lot more of a breeze, especially with the Torador in particular having like no limit on the missiles whatsoever, basically. But yeah. And you can also use it in contact missions and stuff at least before. I don't know if they actually removed it from like straight up contact missions or not. They might have done that actually, I forget. I may have heard they took it out of like even basic contact missions as well, so you might literally be limited to using it in free mode and not in missions like at all. I think at least. So this vehicle definitely has had pretty interesting history being usable even in high setups for brief periods of time, for like some brief periods of time, before eventually it got blacklisted altogether. At some point. But yeah, will pretty much also be available in free mode, so it's also going to be very good for free mode missions. At least so. Albeit it pretty much ruined the best money making potential when it got removed from high subs, unfortunately though. So the next discount, by the way, will be exclusive to the newer platforms only, and that's the weaponized Ignis. Hence why it has the platform label part of PlayStation 5. So it's actually exclusive for the non-HSW, by the way, as well, in addition to HSW, for those that do not know for some reason. So the weaponized Ignis has one gun on top, basically, that makes it weaponized. You would think with the naming of it would be similar to the weaponized Tampa, where it's like loaded, but sadly that's not the case, unfortunately, or fortunately. In addition to that, there is a countermeasure you can apply to it, which basically is like a missile lock-on jammer. I think it was like missile lock-on jammer. Oh wait, well, actually, this came out in 2022, so yeah, missile lock-on jammers were being in the contract DLC, right? But yeah, I think it had an option just called countermeasure, and it was maybe just called countermeasure, but yeah, it's basically just a missile lock-on jammer. So So it has this one gun on the roof that has like very limited like angles of shooting, like weaponry on it. Like the weaponry is like pretty limited for shooting. But I think for the most part, I can kind of shoot upwards and like kind of like right like above like the roof, but can't like shoot all that low, unfortunately. So I don't even find the weapon all that good, honestly. Honestly though. And yeah, I didn't have anything like proximity mines, like any of the other crazy weaponry of the weaponized Tampa, unfortunately though. So that's where I told you, just an HSW vehicle, basically. That's one of 5 HSW supercars in the game. So you could definitely use it for like something light, like a headhunter VAP work, like I said for like visitors earlier, surprise ride. For example, you probably could. To where it might not talk about it for performance. I don't know, I kind of did for visitors though, so you don't talk performance on what I this in supercar class. It's kind of more along the civilian lines, I guess. So out of extra classes, going on roughly 132's vehicle spreadsheet racing for G9 once more. Once more. We're the supercar class. The regular weaponized Ignis apparently is good enough for 18 supercar, which is 7th place for lap time, and 33rd place for top speed of like 68 supercars, as I kind of said earlier, basically. So the non-HSW version is pretty, like, just barely, like, above average for the class, so you have 33rd of, like, 68, and that's really not too good. Not too good. And yeah, 7th place without HSW for a lap time is actually not that shabby, though. With HSW, though, it goes from A tier to S tier, which gives it a 2nd place lap time, and a 4th place top speed. Yes, so organizing this gets 2nd place lap time, 4th place top speed with HSW. It was literally number 1 lap time for the longest time since the initial release in like 2022 until recently being confirmed by the Vapid F&J Mark 5 HSW. That only recently happened in the latest update, quite literally, when it first released, basically. Which was definitely for sure pretty interesting, I would say. How it lasted like 3-ish years or so. So it was like the best lap times of the car. Yeah, like I think I said earlier in the stream, you cannot use an HSW time trials though, aside for when like 9th gen first came out. Until the Criminal Prize DLC released, where they finally blacklisted it from the time trials, unfortunately. Even though when you could use it for a small period of time, it wouldn't even let you use the weapons. I don't know, like, why they defaulted it from the time trials, but they did, unfortunately, fortunately. And unlike the Suckline vehicles, where you can take those off and actually use them in the time trials, like the EVX, Bravada Buffalo EVX, like I've been using a bunch of times to for the time trials. Since it has the forced weapon off, so you cannot take it off, so you cannot, like, unblacklist it, unfortunately, though. Fortunately, though, unless Cockstar does it themselves, of course. Which I would not hold my breath for them doing in the final update, unfortunately. Like, before G6 VFAI comes out pretty much. I'm not going to hold my breath for that to happen, sadly. Though. Yeah, I think they even rose the price of that one of Drug Wars DLC Trade. Unfortunately. Kind of weird though, since like it wasn't all that good in the first place, I found. For like weaponry, for weaponry anyways. At least. Damn, fucking body, but come on, man. Oh, come on, man. Fuck. Alright, Garment's kind of slowish anyways, so I don't know how the money works for that one, since there was like no information on the property, since there was no renovations for or anything. There's no renovations for or anything, so I don't know how that safe even works, basically. To where I basically do not care to pick up the Garment Factory money, since there's no way to really know 100% how it works from the game itself, since there was like no renovations for that property, basically. There's 50% off of the regular Mark 1 oppressor. So yeah, weaponry is kind of your usual, like, machine gun, missiles, like I've kind of been mentioning lately. So yeah, this thing, however, is limited to one weapon type at a time. So you can only do either the missiles. No. You can either only do the machine guns or the missiles, going in that order instead. Why not? So since you have to choose just one, I would probably not go to regular machine guns, since, yeah, while the ammo is unlimited on the regular machine guns, of course, so I guess it has that advantage at least. Like, you're at the literally fly right next to something like a pretty open-faced bike or something, I'll say that you're very likely to be falling off of somehow. Or like putting yourself in like huge risk or something. I don't really think it's that ideal to do. And the explosives, like missiles, are pretty much the meta of GTA Online, basically, so like, why would he not basically just go to missiles? I do unfortunately believe the oppressor does have like standard tracking missiles, basically, or the smallest smidge step above standard tracking missiles, I can kind of say, since they nerfed Mark II as much as they have after all. But like, I think it's pretty much standard tracking missiles of like buzzer tracking. But I think there's no cooldown on the missiles. If you really want to spam like 20 missiles like instantly, you pretty much could, I think, if you wanted to. Could pretty much if you do want to. It also does a boost to it as well. But yes, so it does a boost as well. It's a really quick boost as well, like the Mark II oppressor. Mark II oppressor field just supports it and like keeps it like more like top speeds or like something. It isn't actually as impactful for like the actual speed the vehicle goes itself. But yes, so the boost though. Yeah, can be pretty spam. It is a pretty spammy boost unlike the Mark II. The Mark II, when it feels anything but spammy, unfortunately, I find. I feel like it takes some time for that boost to get back up to speed. And especially with the Gladian not being like limited to like a hover bike, I feel it gets some even options and all kinds of stuff that Mark 1 doesn't get, which gives it some interesting utility compared to like the Mark 2, of course, though. So in some ways, I do actually find this easily to be much better than the Mark II, especially with like how much they've nerfed the Mark II over the years. Like, I cannot stand being on the Mark II for the most part too much unless I'm like wanting to grind something as quick as possible, basically. If I feel like up to that at some point, especially when I have like no time and I get on like just quick for like a half hour to like an hour or something. The Oppressor Mark 1 also I do think is mostly used for biker sales. So for MC sales, since you do have to be MC president, usually I like the VCO over MC president, but since particularly for biker businesses, you do have to be the MC president or something for hosting your own or whatever for like the biker like business sales, whatever. Because of the nice spawn convenience you do have with motorcycles, I do find it's pretty much the best time to use it for biker businesses, basically. Yeah, biker businesses, I think it's the best use for it for sure. Very fantastic point A to point B transfer vehicles. Very fantastic point A to point B vehicle for them biker sales for sure though. I think that basically sums up the whole vehicle at this point. Yeah, Torador was my sickness, by the way, I don't have trade prices, so I didn't say so, basically. I think I did for the Torador, but I don't think I said for what my sickness, but it came out, launched in the 9th version, there wasn't really any trade prices tied to that, basically. But the Oppressor actually does have a trade price, I'm pretty sure, for that one. I think it's tied to one of those mobile operations missions I was talking about with the, like, MOC earlier, for sure, though. Like, that whole mechanic. I didn't go into particular missions, of course, since it's obviously all that I talked about. Not want to do that, but still no. But it was like half off the TMO2 Conjali's next one I'm talking about here. Basically. On trade price, $2,895,000, $1,447,500. And I believe this one is the reward for it. I think this one is a trade price reward for completing the Act 3 finale. Like the last of the Doomsday heists. So yeah, you have to pretty much complete the Doomsday heist simply to basically get it. As a trade price, basically. Or at least the third act, but I don't think you can do like Act 3 before like 1 or 2, obviously on the first run. First playthrough, no, I'm pretty sure. But I could be wrong, and it could change something with it for all I know. Also, this vehicle does require the facility property. It cannot be stored in a garage, apparently. Yes, fuck. Does require the facility cannot be stored in a garage, apparently. And yes, weaponized. The main weapon is the, like, turret, obviously, on it. Which can either be the stock one or I think a railgun one, which if you charge it up, I think increases the range of the shot. I think it has the same power, like, no matter what I believe for the shot out of it, basically. The main passenger can use the, like, machine gun on top, or, like, non-explosive ammo is the only non-explosive option. And then you can have some grenade launcher stuff strapped to the sides here that the back passengers can use. But I think the angles and stuff are pretty limited and stuff, or like the ranges of those grenades probably are not that crazy. So I don't think it would like matter too much basically. Too much basically. And yeah, it's also a very slow tank. You can't really grind too much content with this thing, I find. If anything, you'll probably want to use it for like a headhunter, like I usually say for things that you have like some sort of weaponry for, but like, the vehicle is like so slow for point A, point B transporters, like so much more behind like other like grinding vehicles that it can't necessarily even do much still per se. So I think this one you probably just want to stick to like headhunter, VIP work, or like something minimal for money making. Basically. Well, obviously it's a tank, you can't really get shot in it, there's no glass to get shot in out from, or whatever. So I guess there's that advantage, of course, though. This is an interesting vehicle for sure, though. Might be one of the better tank vehicles, of course, not like the best one even. And I think I said a universal armor thing earlier. It applies to Kanjali where it takes like 8 RPGs, 8 homing launchers, but flat cannons, I think it's like 2 or 3 or something. I used this like some kind of example earlier. Alright, next one will be import-export DLC special vehicle. Apparently. And that is the Rocket Baltic. 50% off looks like on trade price, 2.8 million to $1,440,000. And yet, Rocket Voltic is not weaponized at all, basically just has a boost capability. And yet a boost, I think, is like the longest boost of any vehicle, which makes sense, because it's like the first vehicle in the whole entire game that had the rocket boost kind of feature. So instead of like 2-3 seconds, the vehicle takes more like 5-7 seconds, close to like 10 seconds to use it each time, which is annoying. So you can't really do as much with it like other rocket boost vehicles you can later on, like the Vigilante, for example. Or of course other ones that I've already went over already, like the Scramjet or the Tord, or even. But yeah, I want to get out there actually because I want to show the CM menu actually, because there is a VIP where you can actually unlock with purchasing a Rocket Voltic, and that is Velocity, where you enter Rocket Voltic, stay at top speed until time runs out to avoid detonation. Think of Hunting Pack actually. I was mentioning Hunting Pack Remix. I think it's basically that mode for like the Scramjet. There used to be a trade price for the Scramjet with Hunting Pack Remix. Or of course even just think of regular hunting pack for the adversary mode. It's basically that, I think, but it's in like free mode basically, where you have to stay at top speed until time runs out to avoid detonation. But it's basically a free mode version where you have to not let like the traffic try and like slow you down, or like other players or something if you're in like a public lobby or something. It's interesting for sure. Also, if I remember right, if I heard correctly, if you have like multiple players in your association, you might be able to click like air checkpoints during it and like reduce the timer of it as well. And I think at normal it pays like 35k. So on a 2x event it actually pays like 70k, and like they've even done 4 times before for like 140k I believe for Velocity. So If they ever do events for like if you work in the future, Velocity could be actually a pretty interesting one, especially if you have like associates and collecting like air checkpoints. From what I've heard, I mean it's something I believe. But solo, I think it's pretty much guaranteed to last like 10 minutes, basically. Just keep in mind, basically with like, I think 30, 45-minute cooldown or something. If not a 1 hour cooldown, but I think it's like 30, 45-minute cooldown or something as well, which is nice, which is nice. No, Ron. It's not tied to Hanger, pretty sure. I don't think Hanger gets like business rates at all, like ever, even before like mansions and stuff. Okay, so I actually don't know why this one's listed up like weaponized, like special. I think it's in that category for some reason. It's just a Benefactor Krieger, which is a 2-door supercar from like Dynasty Resort DLC. It's not even like weaponized or special at all, I believe. So I don't know like why it's in that section, but they put it there, so I'll cover it right now. I guess. So yeah, this one's 50% off apparently, so being $875,000, it's $1,400,500 with Mr. Lock-on Chamber available. Eventually, like probably in the last couple updates, like Agent Sabotage, Money Upon Source of Thousand Hills, probably one of those free of added Lock-on Chamber, I believe. But yeah, this one used to be kind of good, but it's kind of fallen to the wayside. Also, I think they've given this vehicle for free, I think like Halloween, like last year or something. So like they've actually given this vehicle for free, so like getting it for like 1.4 million is kind of a ripoff. In a sense, because I swore they gave it for free before. Like last Halloween or something. Since it has Krieger, it's kind of like Freddy Krueger for names, so I think they kind of did for Halloween timing for like a free vehicle. For like a event week or something. I think it was already like Safehouse and Hills was Halloween, basically. Or actually, it was probably Money Front, so it was like Halloween, right? Right, probably. I'd say a Krieger would be an A tier supercar. It looks like Corn Profit 142 vehicles per G. Racing YouTuber G Town Line. So Krieger A tier gets 8th place off time, as well as 14th place top speed, apparently. And there is free HSW vehicles ahead of the Krieger, apparently 4 lap time. So you can have Devastating 8, saving right before the Devastating HSW, and of course, well before the TMT HSW for a lap time. So at best it gets like a 5th place for a lap time, instead of being the top 10, it's like more like top 5, which is actually insane. And then I assume all 5 would be better for top speed, so it would be like 9th place if we vote HSW for top speed. So actually would be very good performance, like both metrics actually on the legacy platforms. And no matter what platform you're on, it seems pretty good still for lap time, which is the more important metric. And it's even non-HSW, so if HSW still wouldn't raise, it's kind of one of the better options than it seems usually. Oh, it's been like top 5 as that's just a second already. So interesting. I don't know why I got shoved with like all those interesting vehicles, since it's not even like those, but whatever. Like next one was another special vehicle with the Ringer 2000 to go over, basically.
Hey, bud. What's good?
So this one's pretty much half off. This one might have been reduced in price at some point, I forget. It's a price reduction during the Drug Wars DLC drip feed. But yeah, it's like 2.8-ish. to 1.4 million on trade price apparently. Which, by the way, if I didn't say, the Rocket Voltic Reno 2000 ones are tied to like special vehicle works, whatever that you can do for like the CO office. I think you have to unlock some of those by like selling or like sourcing a set amount of vehicles for like your import-export like warehouse business or something. And then you pretty much start unlocking those, I believe, for like the special vehicle work missions. And then when you play them and beat them as host at least, then you'll get access to some trade prices, of course. And yes, weaponize kind of like your box standard like weaponry that I've been having to go over with quite a couple of vehicles at this point, of like machine guns, missiles, like pretty much machine gun stuff. It's not the greatest, obviously not being explosive stuff. But like I was basically saying earlier, Reno 2000 was basically the pioneer of like the best tracking home missiles in the whole entire game. So yes, this was the very first vehicle I believe in the whole entire game that had like the craziest tracking home missiles of this whole game. But yeah, it only has 8 of them, since it was like the very first vehicle, of course I have that feature too, basically. So yeah, there's only 8 of it, essentially done. So you have to refill it pretty quick, unfortunately, no. There is, however, the version from this, like, VIP work that has unlimited, though, keep in mind. But yeah, there's VIP work you can do with the vehicle, you unlock it by getting the vehicle, and that version actually does have unlimited, keep in mind. And then, yeah, it has jumping and parachuting. So kind of similar to the Scram Jib, instead of like a jump boost, rock boost combo, it's a jump boost and parachute combo, which is interesting. Allows it to glide like crazy, so it can kind of glide like Compressor Mark 1 that came out a good bit later, like 6 months-ish or so later, but nowhere near as crazy, basically. But if you use the like parachuting pretty interestingly, I'm sure it helps the like accuracy of the missiles for sure as well. Like even further, of course, and it's already like the best tracking home missiles, which is definitely a pretty interesting combo for sure.
Hello. How are you? I got cut by my own knitting needle last night.
But yeah, with the very limited amount of like missiles and Parachute's mostly just a fun gimmick, if anything. There's a reason it's not really been a feature on like another vehicle in the game with the parachute, because like it doesn't help the point B transport too much, actually, as much as you would maybe think it does. Like it's having the parachute, obviously, so it kind of slows it down in some ways too. Whereas like a flying vehicle, like kind of keep its momentum, all that kind of stuff, basically. It's not as good point B as you would think it is. It's kind of like the Scram Jib too. So to go over yet another CO work. VIP work fully loaded. This one you have to destroy all turreted vehicles using the Reno 2000. The thing is, it's a 1 hour cooldown each time. And it's because it gives you like a very good creep / anti-creep tool that you can basically abuse in free mode if you wanted to. Like, I'm sure people abuse that like all the time as like a creep tool in like public lobbies, or enough times at least, enough times at least.
Goody, honey boo, I am fit to spend a lot of money with the inspector.
And yeah, destroying 10 turret vehicles, you get like 20 minutes to do it.
Thank you, honey boo.
But when you complete it, you only get like 20k, I believe, like normally or something. Unless that's on like an event. 2 times it'd probably be like 40k or something. And what, like the rare times for you might get something like 80k for that. Not really ideal. There's just ones that pay like a lot better, basically. Again, you mostly get like a grief / anti-grief tool out of it, so I assume that's why you don't get paid much for it, honestly, because they want to like reward that kind of behavior that hard. But yeah, there's just much better options obviously to play for weapon making. It's more of like a grief / anti-grief tool than anything. Funnily enough. A few more to go still, looks like next one's Doom's Heist one. Once again, like ones from prior. Might be the last of them from that update actually on discount too. It's looking like, at least for Warsaw ones anyways. And that is the heavy barrage looking to be 50% off, obviously, taking it down to like not even 800k, which is kind of insane. A vehicle you can get in like 1 hour. And yeah, weapon is kind of crazy. So yeah, so on the front here, you have like a machine gun, which I'm sure you can turn to a minigun at least. I don't know if the front one, if you can actually turn it to a grenade launcher or not. Yeah, I don't think the front one you can do as a grenade launcher, because like that'd be kind of risky if like you were pretty much going to pull yourself up with it, of course. But the back one can definitely have like machine gun, minigun, and grenade launcher, I think. So you mostly are stuck with bullet weaponry on this one, which isn't the greatest, and it's not explosive bullet stuff, it's just regular bullet stuff. But you can actually get explosive weaponry on the back at least, which helps its grinding immensely for sure. But it is a land vehicle, so it kind of lacks point A, point B transfer, like a bunch of the aircraft ones I covered already, of course, earlier in the stream. And also, to maximize on it, you even need like 2 or 3 players even to do that, basically, which isn't exactly the most ideal thing, basically. It's not a very solo-friendly one to play around with, unfortunately. But at the end of the day, it's weaponized anyways, so I do find it pretty interesting. Pretty interesting, though. But it's interesting enough to where I'm not going to go for vehicle performance for it, for sure though. Looks like the last 3 are all going to be gun running ones, by the way. Basically, like weaponized / special to end those couple off now. No. So yes, it does look. I want to go over anti-aircraft trailer first. So this one's 1.4 million. Oh yeah, and by the way, the barrage I think is in the same thing with like the Conjali, where it's like 1 or 2 vehicles. One or two vehicles you get to actually choose at the end for like act 3 like finales. So I think you have to literally do like the last bit of Doom's Heist for that trip. That's probably for like barrage. I forgot to mention there. I kind of mentioned I think on Arena 2000 that I was like another one like Rocket Voltex, where it's like special vehicle work though. Anti-aircraft trailer is going to be in mobile operations, so I think pretty much all of any of the other 2 gunnery ones that we covering after this. But yeah, 1.4 million to 700,000. Definitely can grind this one in an hour. And yeah, when you buy the vehicle, it will come with the Vapid Saddler as standard. You're pretty much stuck with the Saddler, unfortunately, if you're playing solo. I think you need to play with a friend if you want to use something that's not the Saddler, unfortunately, as far as I understand. Which is definitely going to be pretty unfortunate, though. Unfortunate, though. And even if you could do another vehicle solo, you would still need, like, 2 players to maximize on this one. So not the greatest solo play one, sadly. So that's sad, though, but yeah. Yeah, I think for weapons, there's 3 types of weapons. So if you have the basic machine guns, which you don't really want to use since the other options are just much better. Or you have like the SAM battery, like the missile battery, whatever, which I think probably gives you like 60 missiles or something if it's anything like the APC SAM battery. So I assume it has like at least 60 missiles. And the lockout might be pretty good on those, since it might be like bigger missiles. It might be kind of like the Chernobog, like before the Chernobog like were released, might have been like the most accurate missiles at that time. That wasn't like Runa 2000 or something like that, basically, if like a different missile type. And then I think the last of 3 weapon types is that flat cannon I was talking about, basically. Which is explosive like cannons, basically, that are very deadly, damaging, dangerous, all that kind of stuff. Again, like I said, I think it blows up a Team 02 Kanjali in like 2 or 3 shots. Which is crazy, since normally you need to use like 8 RPGs or homing launchers on that, for example, for example. So you can do immense damage with the flat cannons on the anti-aircraft trailer, and it's why I recommend that type of weapon. It's also a very, very unique weapon no other like weapon has access to, so I easily recommend flat cannon for the anti-aircraft trailers. For anybody using one, basically. Alright, then next up, Bravado Half Track. Up next. So Half Track on trade price again, tied to like more operations or something. 1,695,847,500. Weaponized. I think you can do proximity mines in this vehicle. I could be wrong though, I'm not actually that sure. But it's pretty slow. I don't know if we get much use out of the proximity mines anyways. And such for that, you have like the gun thing on the back. Not crazy. Not necessarily too crazy. But yes, so. But yeah. This thing has pretty nice armor, by the way, with not just armor plating, but I think also with bullet armor too. For some reason, for those that don't know, I think the front and back are actually completely bulletproof, regardless of actually putting armor on the windows or not, for some reason. Not for some reason. So only the sides can actually be shot out of, like for these 2 smallish like side windows, and that's whether you do armor or not. Which armor prevents you from using like stick bombs out of it. Most people probably just don't use armor, so you can put stick bombs out of it. Have like good like defenses for it as well, so you're not just like sitting down there for the most part. Of course. So it's an interesting like kind of defensive, like tanky vehicle. So even if you don't have like somebody in like this back gun, you can kind of get some interesting use out of it solo. Interestingly, since front and back windows are completely bulletproof, regardless of like what you do with the vehicle, if armor plating or not. Interestingly. But yeah, there's like a couple different guns you can do on the back. I don't think there's any explosive guns you can do on the back, just like bullet weapons. So could be wrong though. But But you want to do like the most upgrade, like machine gun, I'm guessing for sure though. On the back though, let's see, whatever it's called, whatever it's called. And this thing might be pretty armored as well, of course, right? I think so. I think so. It's pretty slow though, so probably won't be able to use it more like something for like a headhunter though, for like VIP work, of course, for money making. Besides for like just giving about with it, of course, of like being a hella tank environment, basically. Bullet and explosive tank even. Which not many vehicles can say it's good at both being a bullet and an explosion tank. So that's kind of unique actually. And last but not least, apparently the weaponized Tampa will do for like for weaponized / special or whatever. So half off of this one, 1,585,000 on trade price at 19,500. Again no. Trade price will be tied to one of those like mobile operations missions from the MOC. And yeah, for weapons. This one, like I was kind of suggesting, weaponized sickness is actually very crazy on the weapons. It starts with the stock, like, minigun here, and it seems to kind of be it at the start. But you can turn that into a dual minigun that has full 360-degree rotation, so it can shoot, like, at all sides. And you can also shoot it, like, upwards as well, I believe. You can even shoot, like, behind you, I think, and it even might give the vehicle, like, a speed boost, too, kind of like using like the tank and like it's scanning like the 3D universe back in the 3D universe games for like vigilante missions or something. If you're calling right. All the precision of the like dual rotation, like 360-degree like minigun also makes it like a very solid vehicle actually for contact missions, like I said earlier, for the Deluxo. So while it's not that good in free mode, it is very good for contact missions for GTA Online at least. Depends on the mission, I suppose. There's like very particular missions would be like the best option for. I find it's actually best for taking out moving targets, where you also need to not like blow up a vehicle or something. So say you need to like steal a vehicle from like an enemy, like an AI enemy or something, but do not like destroy the vehicle. I find it best for those kind of missions personally. Which probably would be at least a couple few of those, I'm guessing. Like at least. You can also do missiles on the front, but they're actually not homing at all, they're just free aim missiles. I guess because they give it so much weaponry, they don't let you like lock on with them, I guess. Which is very unfortunate though. Very, very unfortunate though. And I think it has proximity mines available on it, but there's no explosive resistance. Pretty sure though, pretty sure, yeah, there is like proximity mines to it or something, I believe. But again, there's no explosive resistance for the vehicle whatsoever though. So you'll want to be on the move, don't just sit still after you put a proximity mine, or you'll be blowing yourself up basically, and you have like no explosive resistance in the vehicle basically though. And then there's like the mortar, like grenade launcher on the back, where you can like charge like a grenade like launcher kind of thing, and it like shoots back. You have to like charge it for like a bit of time for it to even go all that back. And even when you do that, it doesn't even like shoot that far back even. So it's not even that good for anything besides for like close range targets, I think, in the back. So like I think missiles are basically the best explosive. I think yes, missiles are best explosive weaponry you have basically, if you can use them properly. That is, aside from possibly the proximity mines. You have to obviously be careful since they're not lock on enough to actually like use it on like a road that like is like on a hill, like inclined kind of road. You might risk blowing yourself up if you're going like uphill or something. For example. So you definitely have to be a bit worried not to have that happen. But it's very crazy weaponized, and especially to like very accurate like machine guns. Definitely makes it interesting. Albeit no explosive resistance makes it not good for free mode. It's really for contact missions, if anything, for that precision, for like taking out moving targets. Like I said, is like the best use for it though, which is kind of a niche use, but like it's very good at its niche use regardless. So I think it's a pretty good vehicle to buy, no doubt. Again, if you have like money enough to the new DLC coming out, basically. But obviously, DLC is priority, of course, rather than vehicles. I've been in the game for like years and stuff, of course. I think there's like 14 vehicles still to cover. Goddamn, still. That's crazy. Crazy. Just shows how many sales there are for this event. I was not making up. There's a crazy amount of them. Basically. Yeah, from here, pretty much gets civilian territories. It might not be too much longer, hopefully. That's my podcast body for some currently behaves his podcast self, of course, so. It's $1,000 more there to 1 million. No, not 1 million. $15,446,812. Yes, indeed. Fuck. So Liberator and Sovereign, I don't know if I'll talk much about those. They were kind of already on the main menu, so I might kind of skim through those too, at least. I might have included them in my, like, 14 count, if not, maybe even, like, more like 16 or something. Off-road probably for Liberator, right? Or something. Or Fleet, like, two-door or something? I'm so confused. Aren't they both on the Southern site? Where's the Liberator actually on Warstock? It could be Warstock, maybe. Maybe. Might be Warstock somehow. Probably would be on Warstock since Marshall's on Warstock actually though. Actually though. I mean, Liberator actually came out before the Marshall, I believe though. Oh, okay, yeah, it's actually on Warstock, my bad for the Liberator. So, $142,014, up $445,208. Probably want a more team, like lesser percent discounts. Yeah, those are 40% off apparently for the Independence Day vehicles. It's kind of like the bunker. That one's like more of an event discount, I guess, for a while. It's only like 40% stuff bunker. Yes, it packs this vehicle. Just no storage on it. Packs this vehicle. So you might as well buy if you want it, of course. Of course, so, fuck. So back on roughly 152's vehicle spreadsheet, racing to Richie Online. Off-road. Definitely very much an off-road class vehicle here. And apparently it's an L tier, apparently for off-road class. For off-road class. Being 39th place lap time. And 45th place top speed as well, apparently. Apparently up to 48 raceable options. And I think there's 64 vehicles in total for the class. Class, though.
Now that's a nice car.
Yeah, 64 vehicles in total. Which means it's below average for the class for both lap time and top speed, it seems, which obviously is really not that good. It's more of a meme, like festive vehicle to use in anything, of course, rather than like an actual serious vehicle. That's probably going to be the last war stock discount. Apparently here. And motorcycles for Southern should be next year. 40% off the Western Sovereign, 120,000 to 2,000. Like literally like $48,000 off. It looks like motorcycles counts as extra classes for the spreadsheet. Apparently. Looks like it's pretty bird place lap time. No letter tier, by the way, for that one. 33rd place lap time, 42nd place top speed. And that's out of 56 vehicles for the class for motorcycles, apparently. So that's below average for the class for both metrics for the Sovereign as well, apparently. So really not good. Again, it's more for the theme, like memes or something. So I run over Sentinel GTS, Vapid up J Mark 5, Advanced GTS, Niobe Turbo XO, but yeah. Then there's the Bravado Buffalo STX or muscle car, that's actually on Southern as well, for a contract DLC 4-door, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Half off, it looks like 1,612,500 on, I believe there's a trade price for this vehicle. Yes. To $806,250. There might be something tied to it with a trade contract, otherwise it might be like security contracts picking it's something from like the contract DLC for a trade price. I think there's a trade price for this one, I'm pretty sure, but I don't exactly know what it is per se. Like 100%. I don't necessarily know. But as a Money Tech contract was the first DLC ever to have a Money Tech, so it's like one of the most feature-rich options for Money Tech as well. So it has the armor plating, albeit the initial Money Tech update didn't have a electric one, so it won't have the best explosive resistance. It will, yes, not the best explosive resistance, by the way, compared to some other options out there for my type of feature ones. Being an initial contract DLC batch does get Boris glass, which is like 16 pistol rounds, 16 sword rifle rounds, such, etc. Not always 16 rounds of protection. Sniper rifles have been doing less, for example. The purple F and J rounds can instant destroy those, for example, for example. But yeah, yes. Front mounted machine guns, it even has being like initial contract DLC batch. Slick mines. And yeah, choice of either missile lock and German or remote control unit. It's 4-door muscle car. It's actually pretty speedy. It actually was one of the speedier options of the launch of my tech vehicles for like contract DLC ones. Interestingly, for like the 6 that came out in that DLC. And yeah, it actually continues. I actually was talking about it with the muscle car pre-em race. It's actually still S-tier muscle car, actually, for non-HSW. It's actually the best non-HSW muscle car in the game. Apparently even. Since yeah, Dynamite GT and the Dynamite FX, like I was saying earlier, actually have like 15-ish plays like top speed, all after like really good lap time. This one has really good lap time between those two, like something like 5th place lap time as well as like something like 8th place top speed. I think I was suggesting earlier. If I went in that much detail, I forget, but something like that basically. Regardless though. So yeah, performance is really good on this vehicle. They're really good. Since I kind of already went over it with the muscle car pre-em race. Yeah, it's a S tier. Yeah, there's S tier non-HSW, so it's definitely S tier muscle car like I was going over for the pre-em race for sure. Like in like first hour or two of the stream. Basically. Hey, I want to be sure if it was like 5th and 8th place, which should have been, or close to at least, close to at least. Alright, yeah, 5th and 8th place was correct, since again, I kind of went over that with most car frame race, so I kind of already knew. Alright, one Ignis is on discount, it turns out the other one. What the hell? What was that noise? Was there like a mission thing that was going on or something? I'm so confused. Was I hearing like a noise or something in the game? I don't know if I was somehow idle for like 15 minutes. I don't think I was, obviously. I was just going over stuff earlier. Unless the game was kind of tripping out or something. I don't know. Thought I was hearing something. Could have been some free mode thing that was going on while I was like on stuff. I have no idea. I have no idea though. So like I was saying though, one Ignis is on discount, apparently the other one is as well. So that's 100 Motorsport, 2-door, contract DLC. And that is the Bugatti Ignis. Like I said, one is on discount, apparently the other one is as well. This actually came out of contract DLC, but I don't actually remember if it had the lock-on chamber at launch. I don't assume it did. I think back when it first came out for lock-on chambers reserved for like the Imani Tech vehicles, I believe at the time. So it must have been either Agent Sabotage, Money Fronts, or Safehouse and Halo was like relatively like recently, I'm pretty sure. It's basically like weaponized Ignis with the lock-on chamber, but obviously like way less effective with it, since it's not like a weapon as well or something. And that's for the Supercar Classic, or it's like the regular, or no, not like regular, but like the weaponized Ignis, obviously. I covered it earlier though. Unlike the weaponized one, of course, it doesn't have HSW at all. So I wouldn't really recommend getting this one on newer platforms, probably just legacy platforms for that reason, of course, so. But either way, it's a B tier supercar, apparently. At 12th place lap time. And 34th place top speed, apparently. And again, I said earlier there's 68 supercars in the game, so I think it's fairly like above average in the class for its top speed at like 34th place, whatever. I do believe there's 4 HSW vehicles that also have a better lap time, so I think it would even go up to like 8th place lap time if you say take out HSW. So on a legacy platform, I think it is top 10 actually for lap time. I think yes, it is actually top 10 like lap time. I think if you like if you actually take away the HSW options on the legacy platforms. Or, of course, you're not racing with, like, HSW at all, like, current platforms, even. So depending on like a very specific scenarios, it actually can be pretty good for a lap time. Depending on yes, very specific scenarios, it definitely is. It would be pretty decent for a lap time option. Being like 8th place for like a top 10, basically. And the next one looks to be a motorcycle up next. Only one Villager Motorsport motorcycle here. And I think Sovereign looks like only had like the one for Sovereign, so like this might be the last motorcycle discount. Well, aside for actually Retro was the number 4 stock discount still, but that'll be for later still, so let's say, now that I think about it. Yes, so 50% off of the Nagasaki Shinobi. I think it's still actually pretty good motorcycle too, I'm pretty sure even. But it also can have missile lock-on chamber applied to it as well. And being a motorcycle is actually a very solid option for that too, it turns out. Since motorcycles don't have much like space to take up in the game, like, obviously they don't take anywhere near as much space as a car in the road. Obviously, it's hard to hit them for that reason, so lock-on jammer works especially well on like a motorcycle for sure, though. Sure, though. So back over to extra classes on the spreadsheet here. And apparently the Shinobi is actually 5th place for lap time and 10th place for top speed. Which actually there is one HSW vehicle which would get it to like 4th and 9th place apparently, even. Even, yes, fuck. So yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, fuck. So yes, apparently able to be 4th and 9th place without the 1 HSW option. Which would even take it, like, would make it even better for like top 5 instead of being like the literal 5th spot, and even better for top 10 so being like literal 10th spot for like being it would basically be like single digit placement for both lap time top speed instead of being like a literal 10th place for top speed without HSW into account, which is pretty good, pretty good. Regardless of what platform you're on, it's actually a very good motorcycle, I would say. And yeah, lock-on jammer is always very good on motorcycle. They're already difficult to hit, so having lock-on jammer just makes it even more difficult to hit. In a sense. Or it makes them actually truly difficult to hit or something. Yeah, Figueroa ZX, I'm pretty sure I won over, actually. I could have sworn to La Cruz, whatever, I went over to. Since I think those both were at Simeon's or something. About a Buffalo EVX, I don't recall going over, though. I believe so. And I saw on this website as well. Popular too, I think, even. Yes. I remember from earlier, Sandra's Mercenaries DLC. So I technically already kind of went over this one earlier because it was a car pream race. When I got over to the HSW vehicle, just obviously for HSW ones. Maybe within like the first 2 hours of the stream or something. But it has a Monty tech. There's one also, it does have armor plated, I'm pretty sure, and it's electric, so it actually might be one of the best armor plated Monty tech vehicles in the game. I don't believe it has don't believe it has bulletproof glass, however, though, unfortunately, though. No front launch machine guns. But yeah, I think it has armor plating, slip mines. And then choice them is the lock-on jammer or remote control unit. It's electric, again, pretty 100% sure on that. So, yeah, Mr. Lock-on jammer, like I said before, works on pretty much anything, hence why I keep adding them in like every single update to more vehicles. And then remote control unit, of course, being electric, does work very well, of course. Of course. Like I kind of said, I think earlier in the stream, even. So it can easily kind of be one of the best like armored plated vehicles in the game, being electric, basically. But yeah, I'll go over performance of non-HSW first. Albeit I kind of went over the HSW performance, of course, because it's kind of important to earlier, of course, though. Just keep in mind with the muscle car preem race. Alright, so over to muscle car class. It's apparently A tier for the non-HSW, even turns out it's 13th place.
Hello there!
As well as 21st place for lap time top speed, respectively. And 4 or 5 HSW vehicles actually have a better lap time than it, which means it'd be like 9th place at best for its lap time. Or yes, for its lap time. I think all 5 would be better for top speed though. So I think it's like 16th place up as for top speed, still like a few. Almost several placements worse than top 10. So even the non-HSW can be pretty good for a lap time. And despite being electric, it's actually not too terrible for top speed. But then it might not also have like the quick acceleration benefits compared to some other electric vehicles either. Not honestly 100% fair, honestly. That's honestly And then again, I think I kind of went over it earlier because the muscle car preem race, but yeah, the Buffalo EVX HSW goes a tier up from A all the way to S tier. And it's the 3rd place option per lap time, which I kind of already said was behind the Vigor ZXs at the top 2 spots for the HSW versions, of course. And yeah, 4th place top speed again, like right behind the Vigor ZXs again, like I kind of already said, I think. But I don't know if I went over the numbers in particular, basically though. Alright, this might truly be the final Warstock discount. I've said it a couple times now, but I think it truly is finally this time though. Might even very much be the final motorcycle discount. But yeah, last update's Money Fronts DLC vehicle here with the police bike. Apparently can't even still get the exclusive clothing from purchasing it as well, even. Looks like you're getting 50% off of the vehicle here from 3,720,000 to 1,806,000. I don't believe it's at a trade price tied to it, if I'm remembering right. I could be wrong though. Could be wrong though. So I don't really know 100%. Now this vehicle is technically part of emergency class. I can't really exactly 100% compare it with a motorcycle unless I dig more into it, which I don't really want to spend the time doing that with how many discounts there's been this event. And still haven't covered them, of course. But yeah, there's a lock-on jammer available. Again, pretty much any like civilianish vehicle stuff in the last couple of days have basically had that at this point, so not surprising there. There. But yeah, some motorcycles, so it works very well from the lock and jammer easily. It can accept dispatch work, unlike something like the police rider or police boat, like the couple like exceptions seem of I think the park ranger as well for like the PlayStation 5, especially with 6 as PC enhanced exclusive park ranger. Yes, I don't think it can do dispatch work either though. And then purchasing, at least within these first two updates, seems to unlock the exclusive Summer Highway Patrol outfit. Don't know if they'll ever take that away at some point, but maybe they will. Maybe they will at some point. Not sure. No, not sure though. But yeah, it's emergency class. I can't technically compare it easily against like other motorcycles. But yeah, it actually became second place last time, right, with the release of the Buffalo STX Pursuit, apparently. Which, what was just this update? So yes, Police Bike 2025 is apparently second place for a lap time. And is also first place for top speed. Top speed. So it's pretty insane. I want to say, like, it would probably be in some of the top if compared with the main motorcycle class. At least for top speed. Quite possibly for lap time as well, but I could be wrong there in particular, of course though. But I'm not about to compare like two whole sections of the spreadsheet. I'm not going to actually compare it there. But yeah, emergency performance, by the way, doesn't overly matter too much since you don't really have dedicated emergency class races in the game. So you cannot race with emergency class vehicles, unfortunately though. Which is definitely pretty unfortunate, no doubt though. Yeah, I'll see some of the top performance of emergency class as expected. Alright, then I think next one looks to be Southern. And it'll be Tuner subclass as well. And yeah, pretty much most of those are 2 doors, so I guarantee it's a 2-door one. Is it even popular? No, it does not seem to be, apparently. Okay. Only room as soon as we have popular tuner, okay. And it's not on sale. Apparently it is the Karen Calico GTF, apparently. Which, by the way, the LCM Cheetah Classic, I actually forgot to mention earlier, is actually tuner subclass as well for the sports classics, and is usable in like street pursuit races. And like being sports classics actually does performance good in the street pursuit races, so I don't think it's one you want to use there, unfortunately. I don't actually think you can use newer ones in robbery contracts from what I've heard, so I actually don't think you can use it there, unfortunately. By the way, to add some more to that one from earlier, but yes, so. Kind of something I might have completely skipped over by accident with how much the vehicles. Had to think of talking about course, whole stream. But I do believe it's 50% off here, of course, for the Conquer GTF, of course, though. Has Mr. Lock on Jammer available eventually, probably in the last like 3 updates or something like Agent Sabotage, Money Phones, and Safehouse Nails. It was probably, I guarantee, one of those free updates that added Lock on Jammer to this thing as an option to get. Which they're not really good for their main class of sports class. I don't necessarily assume it's the greatest one for a Lock on Jammer compared to like Shinobi or like the police bike, for example, which are definitely amazing options for a Lock on Jammer, being motorcycles. So definitely not the greatest one for a discount for a Lock on Jammer. But I mean, it might very much be fun enough for sure though. So yeah, for street pursuit races, this one actually is pretty good, I believe, for those still, or at least was before like some newer options came in. Like a launch of tuners, Corner Prize DLC, at least. I would say it was something pretty good. Like Emperor Vector, I think had better lap time than this, but also like really horrible top speed. And then Stilton RS Classic, really good lap time, and I think average even as well on top speed. Like I think those two for sure kind of be on count for GTF, I believe, for lap time. Trying to think if anything else really does. Like actually do. And again, I'm not counting for newer options there in particular, but yes, so. I would still confidently say even with the like Jester RR wide body that came out with Fade and Sabotage, as well as like the Inista Cardi Way that came out like as well as yes, the Inista Hardy Way that ended up coming out in Money from this previous update, of course. Even if those two like tuner subclass ones were actually pretty good new revolutionary options for the class, I assume the Cowboy GTF is still pretty good. I would have to imagine for like racing. So I think it's a pretty good one for street pursuit races. Robbery contracts depends on if you can put like a rear around the back, but clear as performance that could be kind of good there, especially with a rear over you can put in the back of it. But even then, you have the Just RR, the regular version of Just RR that allows for rear over in the back, for sure though. I almost don't want to talk about the main performance of it since it's not too relevant for the main sports class. I don't really think any sport tuner is relevant in the main sports class. Just to save on time, but yeah. Or I might have been right, it might have only been those two about the Conco GTF, and now I'm looking for a lap time at least. Turns out. Again, I was before the LSCM just R2, which I didn't really count for, but yeah, that's also above 2. Which, yeah, I might have thrown it to like top 5 tuners, but top 3 and top 5 are both pretty fine. I would imagine. But according to the spreadsheet, it's a E tier. with 34th place lap time as well as 48th place top speed. And it goes to like 100, like 17 sports cars, so that's actually above average performance for both metrics. But again, if I didn't make it clear, like tuner subclass ones are pretty much mostly just good for tuner subclass, especially if they are also in the sports class for their main class. They can only be real good for their main class as well if it's like a different class, I find. It's an absolutely amazing option to use for street pursuit races, I would say for sure. Even if it fell off a bit with the just our wide body. Even I would very much say. Speaking of LC and Chester RR, that's actually the next one to go over. I want to say that one's the Western Motorsport 2-door. Yeah, that was obviously not going to be popular with all the backlash when it first came out, for sure though. So again, this one's going to be very similar to the LCMG, the classic wide body, whatever. I forgot to, like, mention was tuner's subclass, by the way, as well, until recently, of course. So again, it'll be very similar to the one from the tuners DLC, but it won't have the unique customization options that the regular one does have. Literally, I think the only, like, real modification is you can basically take off the livery, which wasn't even available at launch for this vehicle. At launch in the Agent Sabotage DLC, I think you were literally stuck with the Dragon livery. And because so many people complained about it, they ended up fixing it in the next update for Money Fronts. And Money Fronts, they did another one, then like after that, they didn't even bother anymore. And they must have not been received that good. So yeah, customization's a complete joke. You can't even do like body modifications at all. You can't do the rear louvers that the original Adjuster R has for that bullet protection if it were usable robbery contracts, which supposedly it's not, unfortunately though. Fortunately though. But yeah, it's actually the #1 lap time, I believe, nowadays for the, like, street races, pursuit races, though. Since it's basically the best sports tuner in the game for a lap time now. Again, not top speed, but the regular Chester RR was actually pretty good for top speed. Not actually 100% sure about this one. Albeit, I might be looking into a bit here. Looking like the other one, though, it does have the missile lock-on shimmer built in, which means that you do not have to go to agency or any other property to do the lock-on shimmer since it would already have it. Again, I assume that's their way to soften the blow with the fact that it's like no modifications whatsoever. Aside for your bare bones, like armor, like the non-cosmetic upgrades that only impact the vehicle performance, which, yeah, in some ways is the most important ones, but also, like, at least give some body modifications, not just being able to take off a livery that wasn't even baked in at launch of the vehicle. But yes, so. So I'll assume just RR apparently is a D tier, and that gets 27 points for lap time again for sports class once more. It actually gets 72nd place for top speed, which I assume is much worse than the, like, regular one, I'm guessing, since the regular one's actually known for very good top speed in comparison, I'm pretty sure. Indeed. So apparently it's 27th place, and then yes, 72nd place for lap time top speed. It's like 21st. 20. Yeah, it's at best like 21st, with -6 with the HSWs taken away. And like 66 it looks like for the top speed. Which, fun fact, is actually still below average for the class for the top speed. Again, contrary to the regular HSR, that's like the opposite, where it's like really good for top speed, horrible lap time or something. So on average, it's probably the best option to use for pursuit races. Supposedly, from what I hear, you cannot use the newer ones in robber contracts. I don't think it's possible. I haven't really checked on that much myself, but from what I hear, you cannot. Another tuner, so class 1 actually up next, apparently. One actually from the initial release update, two apparently. And it is apparently the P-Fister Growler. Going 50% off on, yeah, $1,220,250 to $610,125. Oh, and right. I have to mention something important with the Calico GTF and the Growler, at least. But any tuner that's in the original Tuners DLC, actually. If somehow there was any other ones I talked about already, or like need to talk about or anything, But yes, so tuners from the original Tuners DLC all have trade prices, by the way. I think the only other ones that do are the ones from Current Prices DLC, any other tuners do not. So ranks 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, those 15 ranks all have a trade price type on tuners for original Tuners DLC, which is basically anything that's not the Euros or the Tailgater S or whatever, I believe. Euros, I think, is tied to the membership, and then the Tailgater S, I think, is tied to doing a single robbery contract or something. Maybe using KJ Santos or something. I forget though. And then, yeah, the ones from Colonel Price DLC are 80 and 85, I believe. So I forgot to mention for Calico GTF at least. But that one did have a trade price. But yeah, it's one of those like 15 coming rings from 5 to 75, like every 5 or whatever. So yeah, Growler's the same way with that kind of trade price. Body for some curry, I'm sure made me forget that one, of course. Yeah, Growler, I think, is actually the better two P-Fisters for a long time, I think, compared to Communist 2 to regular Communist 2. Cabrio, by the way, as a reminder, for those that don't know, is in the Tuner subclass. Oh yeah, the Growler is actually the better one. As a matter of fact, that's actually the tuner that's below the Calico, actually. So it looks like the 5th best one for lap time for a tuner subclass. And it gets E tier apparently for the Growler. Growler. So it gets 36th place apparently for lap time. Lap time. Lap time, yes, fuck. 36th place and 43rd place for lap time top speed, very much both below. No. Very much above average, I mean, for the class for lap time and top speed. And I think without the HSWs, it actually would even get 30th place, and then like 37th place for like the lap time top speed. But like I said before, sport tuners do not really get to the top levels of sports in a general class, unfortunately, though. Well, it's actually right under Calico GTF, apparently, for the Street Pursuit races, so that's pretty good. And if it has a rear looper, you could even kind of use it well for the robbery contracts as well, it seems. But yeah, when the Calico GTF is also in there and they both perform similar, you might as well just go Calico GTF over the Growler. If you had to choose between the two for, like, sale for a tuner sale class option. If you want one for robbery contracts, at least. And one that says, like, not the worst, like, top speed. You want basically the best one for, like, Street Pursuit races, just go to just RR, like, wide body one, whatever. Personally, it seems. Alright, so 4-door on this website next, apparently, for next one here. Again, someone GTS was like Luxury Autos earlier, definitely covered that one. No, that one, yes, fuck. So half off on this one, of course, 57,000, like 500 for number 1,715. Okay, 1 hour grind, of course bars. And this one apparently has missile lock-on jammer or remote control unit as option. Yeah, ironically, if I remember right, this one actually didn't get like armor plating, despite like all the armored ballers that they released back in like 2015. You gotta think with all the armored ballers from like 2015, they would have gave this one like armor plating, but they didn't, if I remember right. I forget if it has spoilers in class or not. It might not, unfortunately, though. But maybe it does, if they were actually cool with it. But student doesn't have either of those options. It doesn't really stack these, it just slope lines on this thing, so maybe it just says missile lock on remote control unit. So at least has something, I guess, in Money Tech. Better than nothing, I suppose. Also, I'm not sure if this one's electric or not. It might be. If it is for some reason, then it could work for a remote control unit. Otherwise, it's SUV, so very much could be fine for missile lock-on jammer. SUV is not the quickest vehicle class in the game. And they're kind of bulky and stuff, so yeah, I think it would work fine for a missile lock-on jammer easily. And apparently this one's a S tier SUV. Yes, so apparently this one's S tier SUV. With a 6th place lap time as well as a 12th place top speed. With 3 HSWs ahead of it, would be 3rd place without HSW, by the way, for lap time. And then I believe there's 4 HSW SUVs, all of which would probably be better, of course, for sure, for top speed. So 8th place, I believe, at best. So 8th place, I believe, at best for, like, top speed. So again, at best, I think with... Again. Yes, fuck. Yeah, without HSW would be, like, 8th place. Or no. Again, it was 6th place at default, so it would be 3rd place with 3 HSWs above it for lap time from 6th to 3rd. And then, yeah. It goes 12th to, like, 8th place, yeah, for top speed. Yes, fuck. Oh, yeah, that was right. That was right. Sorry about that bullshit, but my fucking spotty for security being a fucking bitch messed me up, of course, so. See, it's definitely a pretty fine SUV. I actually don't think I covered an SUV discount until this one, so this might be the only SUV discount even for this event. Maybe. Yeah, it's a pretty fine one at least. But yeah, with DLC around the corner, it might not even be worth going for it though. At least for the other things here. But you gotta like be super picky choosy of like what to go for. And stuff basically. So I think I'm on the last few finally for like last 5 now. So I think I'm on a 2-door supercar. I don't even think it's a 4-door supercar, but yeah, I'm on a supercar. Like a pretty costly one as well. The Tesseract. Was that for some reason 2018 of like SA Super Sports Series, or was it like a bit earlier, like spring 2017 or something? Like one of those like smaller like 2017 updates or something. I'm not actually that sure actually. I will very much admit. Okay, it was in fact SA Sports Series. That's my first guess. It looked like. I don't know if I was 100% paying attention here, of course. So, cool. A massive $2,825,000 vehicle to $1,130,000, which must mean it's at least 60% off. It seems higher savings here at this point. This point. And yeah, any one I go over from here actually is a 60% off discount, actually. By the way. But apparently the Tesseract is an E-tier supercar. Or 32nd place, or yes, 32nd place, and 29th place for top speed. So 32nd lap time, and then 29th top speed, yes, yes. And there's 68 supercars in the game, obviously, so obviously. All 5 actually turn out the better lap times for supercar. So it'd be 27th place, I think, at best. 27th place at best about HSW for a lap time. And like 24th place, it looks like, for 24th place, yeah, for top speed at best about HSW. It does seem to be just barely like above average for the class, at least for top speed, where it's in a, or no, I mean at least for a lap time, obviously, where it's 32nd place, whatever. Obviously, top speed is a little better, although it seems. So yeah, not really a great one. Albeit if you wanted this vehicle ever, it's like the perfect time to get it. It's a 60% off vehicle discount, even. And then Overflawed Zeno, apparently, for another supercar discount. From the contract deal, see, that one is. So that one's 2,820,000, 1,128,000. That might be very similar price, not the exact same price as one just went over before. And yeah, that one, I remember I wasn't actually that impressive when it first came out with contract for performance, at least though. In fact, it looks like the Xeno's an F-tier supercar at 43rd place. And in 15th place, actually, for top speed. So it actually can hit the 10th place, actually. And if it's 43rd place, it would actually be 38th place for lap time. And yeah, 15th place for top speed means it would actually be 10th place, actually, for top speed without HSW. So I guess it does have a certain niche of hitting like top 10 top speed, but like, you might as well just get the Vapid FNJ Mark 5 if you want like good top speed with lap time as well, even. And hell, if you're on newer platforms, you can even get the nice Ignis as well, which has HSW upgrade. It makes it look super good. But yeah, even have quite a couple like HSW options for some cards, even on discount right now, at massive percents off. That they probably never do as well, even. Another supercar up next. Actually, a very significant one for non-HSW. And that is the Progen Emirates. Actually kind of insane. A 1 to 1.5 hour grind for basically the best non-HSW supercar in the game, actually. And yes, I said that correct there, apparently. It is actually, in fact, the top A tier. It is, yes, I mean, actually the top A tier option for a supercar class. Yes. At a 4th place for lap time. And a 21st place for top speed. So it literally is the number 1 non-HSW option, which means without HSW it is the number 1. And yeah, with 21st place top speed with 5 HSWs, I think it's 16th place at best on the top speed. There's only a few placements away from top 10, not the worst. Of course. 100%, if you think you'll be in a race and HSW is going to be like disabled or something, Progen Emirates is a very good kind of backup option to have, whether it be a newer platform or, of course, older platforms where you don't even have HSW. It's also going to be like the best again. Steepest to get though. It's a very good supercar. So this might be the last supercar discount cover here, since there's only like 2 more to cover here. I think finally. It's like literally a little bit above that one for the last one we're going to go over. For again supercar class. And that is apparently the Grotti Furia. This one is downstairs Resort DLC. And I don't think a bunch of lately have had trade prices, that's why I haven't mentioned, by the way. But yeah, this one very much does, one I actually haven't unlocked yet either. I think it has the ancestor approach required. I think, yes, fine. This one is young ancestor approach required or something, I believe. Hence why I don't have the trade price for that yet. It's not too specified on what, but I think you do have to have a success getaway vehicle somehow for like young ancestor. I think it's not actually through like getaway vehicle. I could be wrong though. But whatever though. I don't think it was the first one I went over like this, but yeah. I swear, I definitely went over a vehicle with this trade price already. Like this type of trade price, I mean. Where it's tied to the casino heist with the vehicle selected as getaway vehicle. I swear I explained that in this stream. I'm 100% sure on that. I think it was jugular, as a matter of fact, actually, with the podium vehicle. Now I think about for like what it would have been. So yeah, I've definitely covered that before though. But yes, so. yes, so. So you had a Furia. For the supercar class. It's apparently a E-tier supercar. For 30th place for lap time. And 52nd place top speed. So All 5 are actually above it for lap time. For HSW, so it would be 25th place at best for lap time. So it is actually above average for the class for lap time. And a 52nd would be like 47th at best, which is still horrible on top speed.
Really? Okay, how about 9?
And I think there's only one vehicle left actually to cover now.
Okay, great.
Actually though. Yeah, because XA Proto I swore was at the Simeons. So I think it's last but not least a Stinger TT. Actually, it looks like. Which will be another 2-door here, but it'll be for sports. I liked a bunch of cars lately. So yeah, ending off with 60% to Stinger TT, 280,000, literally 952,000, 1 hour grind there, basically. Insane. Has a Monitech armor plating. I'm pretty sure this one does have armor plating. I'm not sure if this one's electric or not. Kind of looks like it could be. So it might be like Buffalo AVX, where it might have like some of the best armor plating of a Monitech stuff. If it is electric, if not, then like never mind on that then. I don't think this one has fluorescent glass though. Definitely no front launch machine guns, since that's the initial contract patch to have that. It definitely can't have silk mines, I know that for a fact, because I had to take them off for HSW time trials in the past. And then choice a missile lock-on chamber or a remote control unit. Either of them work pretty fine if it's electric. If it's not electric, then definitely just do missile lock-on chamber, I would definitely say. For sure though. But yeah, and it's also HSW eligible, so 2 different performance sets to go over for this one. Yes, indeed. Where's the Stinger TT on the spreadsheet even? Oh, I found it. Okay, for the non-HSW Stinger TT. Turns out it's a D tier sports car. With 32nd place, with 32nd place for the lap time. With 12th place top speed as well. So it's like 26th place at best for a lap time for non-HSW. If all HSW is into account. And it would literally be 6th place for a non-HSW version actually for top speed. With -6 from its 12. So it would be a top 10 top speed without HSW even. Which is not all that bad even for the non-HSW. And at least one metric. And finally, if you get the HSW variant on newer platforms, it is an A tier, actually right under S tier for sports, unfortunately, but it's A tier for an HSW sports car, top of A tier even. with a 4th place for lap time, as well as 2nd place top speed. So free HSW is great, better than it for. So free HSW is great, better than it for lap times. It's the top 8 tier, 4th place overall, like lap time for sports in particular. And he's only behind the Banshee GTS actually for top speed. Top speed. And it's only about like 4 miles per hour as well, apparently. So apparently that finally does it actually for every single discount going on for the event. Though. Wow, things are actually still working. It's crazy. Crazy after the last GT stream I did in particular. Again, not counting the Reddit stream. So it's usually actually go good on like say GT last stream since those can kind of drag out. Kind of like how beefy the events can be. But almost 8 hours stream, I might be able to beat it before. 8 hours basically though. Wonder what happens if I do this like with it changing already or something. I wonder though. Okay, if there's a way to somehow change time trial, I'll be using a Fireball SP officially. But honestly, since I kind of already had to use the Fireball SP if it's a broken part-time at 4, I don't really care if I get to the East Final with 1 or not, especially being the first one. It'll be easier to replicate a run of it anyways, and anyways, I would have to think for sure at least. And yeah, for some reason something errors with the game or something because of like the time trial. At this point, it will basically be it for the stream. I've basically covered everything at this point. Honestly, with being like so many hours of how many amount of discounts there's been. But I spotted for some criminals and how I got down, of course, and everything. But man, there was so many vehicle discounts and everything to cover. Yeah, just stream power deserves as long as it is kind of. That's our fucking spotted for something in full, of course. Of course, yes, it's fuck, Hopefully I'm able to still properly do this one, that'd be nice. Since I am doing on Thursday for like the first time ever. Since obviously I might as well win the event, so period won't change anyways. Like, and with the whole disappointment of GTA 6, we have that code in my podcast box and shit. Hopefully it lets me do it still, of course, I'll have no issues. Still in the game, of course, though. I think as long as I don't leave the session, at least. It would probably be fine. Probably pretty much fine though. So 4 minute for second power time. Looks like, yeah, again, this expected should work fine since I haven't left the lobby or anything. In anything. I assume this would be kind of easy to do if it's on account of having like a bit of a electric acceleration stuff going on. I would think. I didn't expect that to happen. Fuck ever. Fuck ever. Time is really not that good in the game right now, no, but whatever. Whatever, what the fuck, whatever, no. Shikano, it's been like a bombers. Of course, that kind of keeps me up now. Oh my god. That's not all this stupid time is so horrible in the game right now. Actually, though. And it's not even midnight yet in the game, so it'll be like quite a while, it seems. Even. God, really? Go. Oh my god, this is stupid. What the fuck? Alright, this will probably be an 8-hour stream. Sorry about that shit. It's just what's gonna happen, I guess. It's fucking goddamn fucking bullshit. Wow, when the lights broke, come on. Fucking ass character. Oh, hell. Really? Surprisingly, it's going how good it is right now. It's like more and fucking more. But sheesh. Bro, what the fuck? I was doing so good out there. I'll just have to be angled in my room right now. Like, why? I don't want to move in front of my PS5 to do this shit. Like, why the fuck should I have to? Just because it's fucking nighttime right now? That's stupid. Like, really. Stupid, man. Like, really. Actually. Game actually expected me to, like... what the hell? So dumb. I'm so dumb. God, man, like, seriously, man, what the hell? God, what the shit, man? Kind of break there. Going. Yeah, this shit can finally go well enough. God, or not, apparently. Fuck this shit. I mean, honestly. God, it's still quite some fucking weight. Of course it is. Of course it fucking goddamn fucking is. Fuck, man. Shit, dude. How in the fuck? Like, really? Like, this fucking asshole game. I'm gonna have it at the worst time as I finally get to it, of course. Of course. Stupid fuck ass body was perfect on top all the fucking time, man. Fuck. God, I'm losing motivation. Losing motivation to fate while I fucking swear. What the hell? I guess that's a restart too now. Damn, man. This fucking game is playable right now. Like, Jesus fuck, man. Like how you've been making shit unwatchable, huh? You fucking ass body for some current all the time and fucking ass Molter. Jesus, man. Fucking what the hell? It's your fault. Body for some reason. It's your fault all the time anymore. Yeah, I think it fucking goddamn fucking is. God, my God, of course that breaks. That's the game respawn. Are you fucking kidding me? God damn, this fucking trashy game right now. I actually cannot believe I just get this unlucky. It's like all the time when I do a fucking goddamn time trial. It's like really, what a timing being so bad on purpose with this fucking body isn't anymore. I swear, man. I swear, man. God, I feel like I can't even like go at fast speed with this fucking asshole game. I can swear anymore. It's so stupid. Fucking goddamn nighttime bullshit all the time. Like, fuck, wow, yeah, way to ruin it already. Fucking game. God damn it. Literally, I'm getting so inferior of a shitty game anymore. Really. Especially you fucking body was running well more than this fucking game. Fuck this shit. Oh hell, man. Up game. Purposely slow down like all this fucking time with all this dark shit all the time. Ridiculous, man. Wow. What in the fuck? What in the fuck? Nah, that's being redone. What the hell? We were like right there again. Really. God, now it's finally clearing the fuck up. Jesus. That took way too fucking long. So I didn't even make it past like the initial parts of the fucking thing. Either, of course. When we should have at least been able to. In the night there. For no reason that shouldn't have happened, so I was angled in the room and shit right now. Got in fucking ass body for some reason. It's too fucking loud. I swear, man. Fucking ass swear, man. Fuck. God, move, you fucking character. God fucking damn, you causing too much problems with the night already. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Go! I'm tired of resetting runs every damn time. Jesus, how is it even a minute 20 like it usually is? It should have been quicker than that. Oh my god, I guess we're restarting again. This is pointless. This is fucking pointless, you stupid character. You're useless. Fucking happened to be 5 in the morning in the game for this shit. Like, are you kidding me, man? There's some better vision, you fucking character. Holy shit. Fucking horrible, man. This stupid character is just fucking useless. This fucking game is like anymore. And any fuck ass more, man. Are we seriously trying this? Come on. Fucking stay on fucking course. Golly, holy shit, I'm surprised you're even still on fucking goddamn land. Apparently, fucking ass more. God, yeah, fuck, I'm just tired so much of that, and did roll and shit in there. I'm just gonna run to all the poles at this point, like, fuck this shit. Jesus, man, that car got way too fucking close. Comfort there. God, we better hella make up for time. Oh shit here. Real, no. Fucking real, no. This better actually go good. Like, I fucking swear, man. Like, like real though, real fucking ass real though. God forbid you even try to get through a minute and a half in or some bullshit. Fucking ass character though. Real no. Real fucking ass real no. Alright, this better go fine. We're actually running out of time. Fuck, man. Alright, good. Good. 4 minutes, surprisingly, anymore. First actual run, basically, was actually a success, basically. So that's good, that's good, that's good. Game's already wasting my time anyways. All the darkest nights possible and everything. Fucking ass everything though. But yeah, gee, thanks to fucking fuck ass character though. I've been saying stupid fuck ass character making things suck so hard. To make the stream last 8 fucking hours somehow. Somehow plus. Well, if you used to fuck out his body for something that's hurting.
Good morning, Daddy.
Time and... So some of that stuff changed, it seems.
What can I do for you, Daddy?
That
Leave it with me, Daddy.
I think we're getting overtime trolling. Basically. Fucking basically, no. Alright, that's there now. Okay, good. Good. Hey, I'll take that, I guess. That killed him too. Okay. Okay. I didn't mean to land on him like that. No. Okay. Okay, no.
Oh, shit!
Okay, look at the hell, man. Just give me the basic how many weeks it's been since, like, March 15, 2022, though. God, stupid AI thing that they have to force down my throat. Can't just give me the fucking... Bro, they keep changing the fucking answer, too. Each time I refresh or something. What the fuck? The hell? Y'all used to be a lot more accurate when you want to shove AI down everything. I think 225 weeks is correct, though. Think.
I was hoping we could continue the conversation we had the other day about my proposal. Oh, sure, of course, I understand. Life is crazy busy, believe me. I know. How about next week? Uh-huh. Sure, I understand. Of course, I'll try you again. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hey! Keep your eyes open and your ear to the ground, okay? Move the fuck on! Raise up now, motherfucker!
What the hell?
God, what the hell? I'm pretty sure T25 is right, but the AI. How the hell, though? How, though? Yes, fuck. God, I'm fucking as fuck, though. Yeah, I kept changing the fucking answer, but I'm pretty sure T25 weeks is probably correct, since that lines up with what is on my notepad right now. And it has been lining up with the latest time trial. I think it's been lining up with the first time trial lately as well, of course, since like, if I surprised for like Safehouse and Hills, like ever since that, I think it's actually lined up perfectly, if I remember right now, with the first time trial, so... Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. So the Fireball ASP was bugged when it first came on Agent Sabotage, so I'll be doing Fireball ASP
You need something, huh?
for
One of your rides?
the next 8
Let me
weeks,
know.
basically. Basically.
Hey, what's happening?
Yeah, I just went for everything, my bad.
Busy as usual. Hey, how come you
I'll get there as soon as I can.
So for those that don't know, I think I explained it earlier. The Fireball ASP, when it was first launched, Agent Sabotage was bugged with its part-time. So it would always have zeros, and like, every run would fail no matter how good you do. Money Friends actually fixed the glitch with the update after, of course, naturally. So that's why I'm doing a Fireball ASP again. Because there's 29 HSW vehicles, it's the only vehicle I don't have proper runs for. Technically, they have to group with like another vehicle, so I'm pretty sure Fireball ASP I'm meant to be on for next 8 weeks, basically. And of course, there surely will be some new vehicles to use for HSW for next up that I would have to think, of course. So as much as I don't want to have to do it again, there's like no other choice for him to use at this point, so I pretty much have to.
Hey there, I'm hoping it's
Or
gonna
just
be a
wait
nice
for next
weekend.
DLC, which,
I hear you.
like, I could kind of,
Well,
like, it's not like this first one's gonna be available in the next event when the DLC launches anyways, of course, for the first event. Forever lining up, of course, if like, when the first one happens anyways. Yeah, 1 minute 28-second prize on the site for like a Class B, possibly in general, or like at least a Fireball SP at the time, at least so. Yeah, I think Fireball SP was booked out because they had early access through the Tier 4 Agent Sabotage, by the way, for like why it was booked out, by the way, for the part-time, of course, though. I'm basically remedying it because there's like no other choice for me to use since I've literally like done 28 to like almost 29 HSW top trial runs with like all 8 of those each time or something. So just 29 HSW vehicles as the laptop shows, so there's no other choice that makes sense, unfortunately no. Unless I just want to do one once again, like the drag or something, but I wasn't going to do that again, of course, or anything. So there's like no purpose to, unlike the Fireball SP, to do one again. But I'll finally basically be it for just a stream now.
hey dude, what's up?
Basically.
How's the new regiment?
Basically.
No, I can't hook you up with no antibiotics. I'm 100% natural. No way.
So that got me, it looks like the 15,937,000, so it's $2, almost 60 million. Awesome. Yes, so that's basically finally gonna be it for the stream though. Next stream probably won't be until DLC drops actually for July 14th. I basically have everything I want to do.
That is messed up.
Cockstar has me pissed off with Code and Box GT6 via API, so I don't necessarily actually think I'll be like doing a video on the update information if they do any more of that. I might already be live right now for some update information actually after I do this stream. Like finish it here. Unless they want to drop information on Friday, if they don't do it today. If they do anything like that, who knows? But I think that would definitely true if the stream will be enjoyed.
That is messed up.
2.5 hours